we'll put in a file for you so that anytime you get funding, you will be able to go ahead and get that extra $500. And so whether it's this week, next month, next year, secure that so you have that extra money there. Okay. So I just want to make sure you all capitalize on that because it's inevitable. Every conversation always says, gosh, if I only had more money, I could grow my business, right? And it's going to end up at that. So Sophia.
Guys, an amazing affiliate opportunity also. So don't let that go. I actually had a lot of questions about affiliate programs with you guys. So I'm glad you touched that topic.
Yeah, you know what? I just threw that at the last minute, but I just had this feeling this morning and praying over the day. I'm thinking, you know what? I bet I got some real influencers that could use that extra income stream. So great. Let's have a conversation. We have people that are throwing us so many people each month, which is great. And they're getting a nice fat check. So
exactly, guys. Don't let that chance go. If you have anybody who needs funding for their Amazon business, make sure to refer them and get those $500 for yourself. Also, David, we have just a few questions. I don't think we have much time left, but just one question that kept repeating. Does Acroome have attention in Spanish?
Say it again.
Does Acroome have attention in Spanish? Do you also cater to people that are
yes, absolutely. We have people on our team that speak Espanol. And so I don't know much. I just know el baño, mucho dinero, que pasa, and mucho gusto. And other than that, I got the money. Where's the bathroom? And nice to meet you. But we have people that's full on Spanish that we can help you. And we do the Acroome presentation in Spanish as well.
Okay, thank you, David. And also, I think there was a lot of questions about here. If Acroome works with another platforms that are not Amazon, perhaps like Shopify or Walmart or.
And that's a fantastic question. Right now, we're focusing on FBA US in there, and we have plans down the road for Shopify and Walmart and things like that. But right now, the gold mine is in the Amazon space, and that's what we're focusing on. And we've got a ton of money to deploy. It's burning a hole in our pocket, and we can't get it out there fast enough. It's if you are profitable and you know where you're going, you're successful, we need to have that conversation because you'll do better with us than without us. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And can you repeat your email, David? Oh, I think someone wrote in the chat already.
Yeah, just david@acroome.com. Real simple and easy. So david@acroome.com and just reach out, guys.
Okay, perfect. David, do you have, let me see if there's another question. Does the business have to be US based?
That's a beautiful thing. And that's so exciting. Probably about 70% of our business is from around the world. We can invest in anybody around the world as long as they have a US LLC or corporation. And so it doesn't take very long whatsoever. We've got people that we work with, and as long as you got that US LLC or corp, we can make it happen. And if you don't, we have somebody we work with that can end up getting you a US LLC in less than a week, which is crazy because it usually takes about 50 days. So we're kind of hooked up in that area. And again, everything starts with that first date, right? Nothing happens until you do the first date. You can look online at the dating things all you want, but you got to get on that first date. And that first date is a conversation.
Oh, perfect. And Nasir also asks that Nasir has 3 private label businesses and needs a loan. Where can he contact you guys? Well, you can just scan the QR link that you're seeing right now on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, just scan the QR and you'll go to the Acroome website so that you can have your
thing is, Sophia, is remember, we're not alone. We're just a profit sharing partner. Remember that loan has those payments and everything back. So we only make money if you make money. And so we'll go ahead and explain that to you and how it all works, but absolutely. And we can look at each business separately for funding each one.
Okay. Thank you, Kev. I'm sorry. Thank you, David. Any final comments right now for the people watching you?
I just know I get the pleasure of talking to so many people. And once this light bulb goes on, once you get it, you're different for the rest of your life because it's never been done before. That when people hear it for the first time, they go, "Oh, it sounds too good to be true." And then they understand it. Then they're like, "Whoa, dude, I wouldn't go back to a traditional way. This makes sense because we have risk. Again, if you don't make any money, we don't. So we have skin in the game. So people love that we're in it together. We're equally aligned. Think of a railroad track. On the right side is the money, and on the left side is that wisdom and knowledge, kind of like that Lifeline, Sophia. Remember that show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And when they got in the deep weeds, what did they do? They phoned a friend, right? We're that I know you're probably too young and I'm dating myself right now, right? Yep. Okay. I'm giving old analogies all week, but somebody help me out if you understand that show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right? So we're the phone, the friend, if you need to. Sometimes we're on weekly, sometimes we're on monthly with our partners. And let's say, hey, we're in this inventory. I want to scale, or how do I work with an aggregator? Or what about that? It's actually somebody willing and ready to give you the answers that you need. Because again, the better you do, the better we do along the way. So excited to meet you guys coming up. And just my friends call me Fryman. Obviously, you understand why now. So you could go Dave or David, but if you say yo Fryman, I'll say yo what up, and we'll get after it and see if we're fit for each other. Okay.
Amazing, amazing, David. Thank you so much, guys. I know you have a lot of questions still for David, but if we have time at the end, we'll get to chat again with David. David, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Have a great day, guys. You're at the right place. So thank you, Sophia. Thanks, everyone.
Scan the QR code that you're seeing right now on the screen. It takes 3 minutes to apply for from a 10K to $1 million in business friendly funding from Accrumi. So just scan that QR code. And if you apply now, you'll lock in a $500 bonus when you get funded. So guys, make sure to put that QR on your phones. I'll have it a few times today again. So don't worry if you couldn't do it now. But now I'm very pleased to introduce a little bit later than she was supposed to come, but I didn't want to interrupt that amazing presentation we just had. Priyanka, how are you, Priyanka? Can you hear me? Priyanka, for those of you who don't know her, she is the director of marketing at Seller App, the app to supercharge your Amazon business with amazing solutions for Amazon sellers. She has been working for the past 8 years across the US, across Singapore and Dubai. She's an amazing person. She's varied in financial roles, at top global organizations and generated multi-million-dollar businesses. So she will have amazing information for us today and led cross-functional, diverse teams. She's a multifaceted leader. She has a combination of background in finance, in marketing, and leadership. So welcome, Priyanka. Can you hear me?
Hi there, Sophia. How are you? Thank you for the introduction.
I'm great. So glad to have you here.
Likewise. It's great to be here and just kicking off this amazing session. So really excited.
Okay, Priyanka, do you want to share your screen so we can see you?
Yes. So absolutely, I'm going to do that in a bit. And as the topic says, I'm just going to talk about what are the factors that help you rank better before you make that big exit. So let's get started on that.
Amazing. Get ready, you guys. Write down your questions. We'll have a live Q&A after it ends.
All right. Can you see my screen? Oh, 1 second. I don't know why this is. Are you able to see?
Not yet, no. I can see you.
Second.
Write down welcome Priyanka in the chat. Those of you who have used Seller App, write yes.
Are you?
There you go. We can see you now.
Okay. Great. Perfect. So, it's okay. There you go. Sorry for the hiccup. It's always some glitch that has to happen. All right, guys, let's get started. And it's been great to hear David as well. And so I'm going to be talking about how to rank high on Amazon 2022, but this factors, it's just going to help you, get better listings, listing optimization, keyword research, what you need to really get high up on those Amazon SERPs and really make that big exit. So let's get started, guys. So importance of proper keyword research. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So what is keyword research? I just want to talk a little bit about that first. It's the process of really finding all those relevant keywords for a product. So these relevant keywords are all the search terms that a potential customer uses in order to find your product. So let's take an example of, let's say, a foldable camping chair. Now, one buyer may search for a product using this exact same keyword, but others may really search for camping chairs, foldable camping chairs, outdoor chair, and so on and so forth. So all of these search terms really indicate that they're looking for a product just like the one you're actually selling. So you need to include all of these keywords in your product listing or back-end search terms. Talking about the importance, now why are they really important? Although Amazon is really a marketplace, it's also something else, right? Just like Google is, it's a big search engine. So the search engine's most important goal is to give the search results that contain relevant and high converting product listings. So that's why keyword research is extremely important. With good search optimization and listing optimization, your product will be up high on those search ranks, as I mentioned earlier, which really makes it on that first page, first product listing that a potential customer really sees after submitting the search term on Amazon search. Now, these result in more conversions, which would result in more conversions, and also in turn results in better search rank. I don't know why this is, okay. All right, now let's talk about A9 algorithm also. So products which are really highly ranked will receive better traffic and also thus have a better chance in getting high sales, right? The Amazon's A9 algorithm system is that they also use to decide how products are really ranked in their search results. It uses keywords, which is a big deciding factor, to what the most relevant the customer search term is, and also displays those first. So Amazon is a business, and they're really interested in promoting the products that are most likely to end up in a sale. So Amazon obviously ranks products with strong sales history and conversion rates that are higher. Now, a few factors that you really want to consider for that A9 Amazon really considers for the A9 algorithm would be a keyword match. So a SEO copy plus sales, which will have a good keyword relevancy score. Higher the relevancy, of course, greater the ranking. Other factors that include would also be related to the sales history. It could be reviews and ratings, customer experiences factors like ODRs, cancellations, returns, etc. So, these are a couple of things that would really help you with your A9 algorithm and that would help you rank higher. Let's move on. Now, also factors to consider while you are researching those keywords. Now, the search volume of the keyword, it plays a very vital or important role while researching for keywords. The search volume trends of that keyword, difficulty or the competition, relevancy, and all of those factors. How do you really do a good research can also depend on whether you want to do it manually or automatically. Of course, you can use automated tools like Celerap, but there are multiple ways of doing a good research. It's perhaps the easiest way to do it. Just type in the search term, and that's where you get the right keywords. Although all of those manual methods that are mentioned above can really get you started. But doing this automatically will not only create a long list of potential keywords, but also can provide in-depth data for all of these keywords. For example, the search volume, cost per click rates, competition, etc. So we've spoken about that. Now let's move on to Amazon listing. So how do you really, optimize your listing? And what's really a good checklist for that? So the importance of indexing as well on Amazon would be, checking really the indexing status of your listings for a well-converting keyword, which plays a very important role, or rather it should be like a best practice for you, which would ensure that your listings are very well optimized. It would increase the number of keywords that are indexed, increases the chance of potential customers finding your product. So Amazon really emphasizes on the sales and conversion rates more so. So while indexing your keywords, concentrate more on the keywords which have high conversion rates. rather than really high, focusing on, high search volumes. The indexing is not really just a do it once and, forget about it. You really need to keep monitoring it and checking it that your keywords are indexed regularly, because the algorithm keeps changing for Amazon. How to also make sure that your product listing is indexed in a powerful search term. So the primary method of getting indexed for a keyword would be, including the keyword in the data structure. So the data structure where you really want to put your keywords would include your title, your bullet points, back-end search terms, descriptions, all of those. Your title and bullet points are really, where you want to put your most important keywords. An important note that, or pro tip rather, would be that repeating keywords is not a ranking factor on Amazon. So only repeat keywords if it is necessary for a customer, or if not, just use a different one. I'm also going to talk about a little bit, just move the slide. So yeah, good product images and having a good product video. Now, having a good image, why is it so important? As you know, the product image really plays an important role in attracting potential customers to your product listing. That is the only visual representation that a customer has, because they're not, physically being able or tangibly able to touch the product. So the way you represent that product via a good product or a video goes a long way. Product images and videos are actually the only visual representation. So the quality, it will also aid in better ranking, product ranking at the SERPs. Again, try to use a good DSLR camera, good quality camera to take those pictures. Try to include an image or an infographic that really shows the benefits and the USP of that product when you're doing that. Product videos, again, also having them on your listing is extremely important. It's a good best practice, one of the best possible ways to really optimize that listing. It's, it really showcases the product's uses, brand information, and unique selling proposition. So, it will really help the shoppers understand that your brand and product really help them to make a purchase decision, which would, of course, in turn lead to higher sales or increase in sales. Videos can also help reduce your negative reviews. So by clearly stating what the product offers and what it really doesn't, buyers are less likely to buy a product that doesn't meet their needs. Okay. All right, let's talk about benefits of Amazon brand registry. Now, why should your brand be registered in the first place, right? It will give brand owners multitude of benefits, really enhanced marketing features and complete control over your brand. It will help you in protecting your registered trademark so that you won't really have to face any issues like product hijacking. Some of the benefits also, which include are the information that you really give out about the product is accurate. It will help you in protecting your brand by offering enhanced image searches to match any fake product that's out there. Also, it will give you guided instructions to report a potential infringement, if any. It will also help increase your product sales by enhancing the brand content. And also it does come with an enhanced customer support. So that's definitely like a must that when you're launching your business, you want to get your brand registered. Also, now we'll talk about Amazon A+ scan. And these are some of the factors that will all lead to the same thing, which we're talking about, getting high up on the SERPs. So A+ content also allows brand owners to really improve their product description with additional content, images, videos, you name it, right? It will help you tell the story of your brand and really differentiate your product from your competitors. Again, multitude of benefits for using A+ content, brings in more conversions and sales. It will help you fight all those counterfeits. It will help you get your product better reviews and reduce your product returns. So these were all, the factors why or how rather they would rank, but also I want to talk about PPC strategies. I mean, it doesn't end without advertising. Advertising, of course, is the vital game, and it is the game changer. It's the top PPC. Everyone's talking about it. So I want to go about a little bit of the strategies there, where how you want to advertise your product and what strategies you can possibly deploy to get that ranking. So let's start with the first one, which is start at the bottom and work your way up. So this sentence really holds good for all those Amazon sponsored products as well. And whether you're launching a new product on Amazon or you're just starting out as a seller, you should ideally launch your PPC journey with long tail keywords. Only after you have attained a certain level of mastery and success with these long tail keywords should you move up in the pecking order or go after the generic most searched keywords. So the starting point, again, I would say long tail keywords. For example, if you're selling, let me take a good example, a chopping board, for instance, then you can start your campaigns with a very specific query, like a handmade chopping board or a brown wooden chopping board, and so on. Now, the next level keywords, after you land the initial sales or see some momentum at the back of these queries, you want to target the next set of keywords, in the order. So in this case, it may be something along the lines of wooden chopping board or wooden cutting board, vegetable cutting board, etc., right? So with every step of the way, you want to improve your product's visibility in the search results and really associate that item with the more popular queries. So in other words, Amazon's algorithms really learn how to rank your product whenever someone is searching for that particular keyword. So the final leg and the most generic, or I would say the most searched queries would be, so let's say in the final phase, you want to go after the more popular keywords. So building on with the same example of the chopping board that I took earlier, you can target vegetable cutter or wooden cutting board and so on. So for better results, you can really work with multiple campaigns at the same level and experiment with different match types to really see what ones are working the best for you. Again, a pro tip out there, the keywords that you target in every step must be really relevant to your product. Otherwise, you might just end up paying for ads that will really not bring any conversions for you. You'll end up blowing a hole in your pocket. So the second one would be that you want to run your campaigns for your top child ASINs. Now, what does that do? If you really don't have the bandwidth to create a combined package for your variations or run individual campaigns for all of these variations, then you want to run a PPC campaign only for the top performing variations. Again, this strategy will work well provided the variations are listed as child ASINs. So over here, you may really miss out on increasing your average order value or even other perks that come with grouping products together, but it will really be easier on your pocket and also fairly more efficient. So the sales will eventually trickle down into the other options. It's also because when the customers visit your ads, they'll also see other variants available for the product that they are, for the same listing or for what they're searching. So again, depending on their preferences, they may opt out for, different variations, as I mentioned. So the sale consecutively that you would get here will be from an ad that was originally shown for a top selling variant. Is that confusing? Or let me just clear that with an example again. So let's break it down, guys. If you're selling 4 different flavors of, let's say, beef jerky. Now, it could be barbecue, teriyaki, Cajun, and black pepper. Now, as a separate child ASINs, but in the same product listing. Of these 4 variants, black pepper is your best seller. Now, what do? If you run a PPC ad for all the 4 flavors in the same ad group, they'll end up competing amongst each other for ad placements, since only one of the variants is going to get the top place, right, or the ad spot. This will most likely lead to wasted ad spend and also an increased ACoS for your entire ad campaign. Now, you don't want that happening. So it would also reduce your ads efficiency. On the other hand, if you focus all your efforts in, let's say, only the black pepper variant and run a dedicated ad campaign only for that particular flavor, your listing will get more traffic on Amazon. So again, with that broad range of people, the plethora of people visiting, your listing page now, chances are that some of them might still fancy other flavors. Then, I mean, black pepper is still the bestseller one, but there are people who visit that page and fancying other flavors. So someone who came looking originally for a beef jerky black pepper flavor may very well browse through your other flavors as well and end up buying, let's say, a teriyaki or a cajun or the other versions as well. So you could increase the price of that black pepper slightly more than the other flavors, also to give an advantage to these underdogs out there. So that was a long example. Strategy 3 would be structure your ad campaigns based on product performance. Now, often we create ad campaigns based on the performance of keywords. If we see a keyword that's converting really well into the auto campaign, we move it to the manual and set match types for better control over the bids and a daily budget. While this has proven to be an excellent strategy to improve your products, rank on Amazon, I would also say that it's also very tricky to control the overall ACoS, simply because some products may require more clicks than the others to make that sale. So instead of creating ad campaign based on keywords, consider also creating them based on the performance of your product. Target your own products through product targeting ads. Okay, this is a fairly advanced PPC strategy. It's also pretty ingenious way to get exposure for your products on Amazon. We have all heard of this beta feature called product targeting ads. And in case you're not aware of it, this option really allows you to target target customers by specific products and categories. So think about product display ads, but with more control. And you can really target specific ASINs and your ads will be displayed on those product pages. So here's how you can really use this to your advantage, guys. Assuming that you have multiple ASINs that you pick those products that are struggling to get sales or have poor visibility within that Amazon search result, you want to create product targeting ads for those underperforming products and target your top ASINs. So the products that are bringing you the highest traffic or conversions, now the ads for your lowest sales products will be displayed on the page of your top performing ASINs. So you can initially start with just 1 or 2 products for these ads, run the campaigns for a couple of weeks, and then really analyze the ad performance reports to understand the return on investment. If it turns out to be prudent, then of course you may want to consider running more such ads for your products. Couple of advantages this significant, this really important or advanced PPC strategy has would be that customers will stay within your brand. Even if they don't like the product they're really viewing, they may end up visiting it for a different product and from a different product from yours, but on the same page. It's very likely going to create an intricate web that keeps the customer within your brand. Now, you also get to display your entire line of products to the customer. So this strategy can work well if you pick your most viewed product and really target it from the other ASINs that's displaying their ads on that product listing page. This also helps in keeping your competitors off your listings. Another one would be the increased exposure of your product. So need we say more? I mean, that just does the trick. You can push your underdogs, excuse me, and your newly launched items by giving them ad space on your most selling products. Another would be also targeting your competitor products for better visibility and sales. So, I mean, you also want to see what ads your competitors are running, and based on that, you can optimize your campaigns as well. That was pretty straightforward. adjust your bids by ads placement. Okay, I want to talk about this a little bit. So Amazon really introduced a set of features which are meant to enhance the way sellers bid in a PPC auction. Now, this PPC strategy really allows you to optimize your campaigns with much more finesse and gives you a lot more control from where you want your ads to appear and how much are you really willing to pay for it. This strategy deals mainly with adjusting your bids based on the placements. So as you know, your ads with Amazon PPC appear in either of these three places. Either they're going to be at the top of the search results page, within the rest of the search results, which could be middle, bottom, or even on the second page of Amazon SERPs and beyond. And of course, in the product details page and other positions of search results like the add to cart section page and so on. So for every campaign that you run on Amazon, you can really view these placement reports and see which of these three positions brought you the most exposure and conversions. Based on this insight, you can also set the placement bids or bidding multiplier for each of those placements between 0 to 100%, and to further improve your odds of really landing those conversions and increasing brand awareness. So as you may recall, there are three types of campaign bidding strategies that one may follow. Dynamic bids, dynamic down only, dynamic bids up and down, and then of course we have fixed bids. So what are dynamic bids down only? These bids will be lowered in real time if Amazon's algorithms detect that the ad may be less likely to land into conversion. Dynamic bids up and down, these bids will be raised by a maximum of 100% in real time again, provided the ad is more likely to lead to a sale. Similarly, the bids will reduce when the ad is less likely to convert. Over here, we also have two things to remember. For the ads that are top of the search, the bids may be increased by 50%. However, for all the other placements, the multiplier is fixed at 50%. So keep note of that, guys. Fixed bids, this one is very self-explanatory. You pay exactly what's mentioned. So no adjustments here are based on the likelihood of a sale. Okay, let's rank optimization. Now, again, ranking the optimization through an Amazon PPC. The idea here is to really have three distinctive set of ad campaigns with bids and budgets varying significantly across each of these sets. The bids and budget really assigned for a keyword really depend on the search rank of that listing in the Amazon search results and for that search query. So the first thing you need to do here is really track all those top keywords for your listing and see where they're really ranking on Amazon. Analyze that page rank and really position your listing and then implement the following plan. So let's say if your results result in pages beyond page 5, that would be, let's say if your listing is between 5 to 6 on Amazon, then it's recommended that you would also focus wholly on a handful of keywords that are converting well for you rather than all those keywords that are ranking there. This way you preserve your funds and concentrate on the phrases that are ranking in sales, but also for just quite far behind in those search results. Now, if you're between pages 2 and 5, so for all those keywords that are ranking between 3, 4, and 5 pages, you can follow a more moderate strategy that focuses on those top performing keywords as usual. You need to keep bidding consistently over time to really see which keywords are getting the most sales. So, then you want to optimize your advertising campaigns accordingly and work around with these keywords. Amazon will automatically enhance the organic ranking of those listings and for those queries as they begin to generate conversions. Now, what will happen if you are already at, between page 1 and 2? So for keywords that are ranking on these pages 1 and 2, you really need to proceed with an aggressive stance. So since you're just a few spots shy of prime positions, you want to be as aggressive as possible with your bidding so that you can win those positions and improve your product's visibility. Over here, you should also focus on the variations of these queries so that you can boost sales for them, as well as create a secondary campaign solely for that purpose and set the match type to phrase to cover as many variations as possible. I know I'm going a little over time, but let me just complete this last tip. The last tip that I would have, or I would say a pro tip with this advertising strategies would be, while optimizing this campaign, you want to pay attention to keywords that are not bringing in any sales but are costing just ad clicks. So you mark them down as negative keywords so that you avoid paying for these advertisements. And so negative keywords are just as essential in Amazon PPC and should really be undermined. As you know, positive ones, you want to keep paying for those because they're converting for you. So that's about it. I think this is a wrap, and yeah, that's it. Well said.
Priyanka, thank you so much. I know people,
it's too much to talk about.
I know people could stay all day hearing to you talk about.
It's such a topic, right? I mean, you can just go on. There are multiple strategies of people doing a lot of things, making a lot of changes. Everyone has their own perspective. Of course, you have the basics, right? But these are some of the things that we try to cover to help you get the ball rolling and really, ranking.
No, thank you, Priyanka. I know people could have a lot of doubts about this topic, and you're clearly such an expert. So we're gonna have to squeeze a few minutes more out.
I know. I'm sorry if I went a little over.
No, because there's a lot of questions on that chat, so we're gonna have to keep you here a little bit longer. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's all right. Sure.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka. So
I can stop sharing now, right? I'm gonna.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so first, people are asking what's the difference between doing PPC straight on Amazon or using the PPC tool that you provide in Seller App?
Well, that's a really good question. There are various things that we cover, and I'm not saying that Amazon doesn't, but in terms of, I think one would be advertising automation. You can do things manually, and there are things to really help you with the repetitive workflows, and we automate that process for you, so you can really focus your energy and time for those strategies. Another thing would be reporting. We go down to the granular levels and create sustainability, sellability, competitor research reports, category reports that are, again, there are a lot of data points, but what we typically try to do here, Sophia, is really make that data available to you in the most seamless way possible. It's raw, unfinished data that we provide to you, and how you make that data, make informed decisions from that. That's the most, important thing to do. So you can receive data, but how we present that in a more seamless fashion also will help you with the strategies and really optimizing all that we talked about earlier.
Okay, perfect. And do you also have
the prime ones? Of course, we keep giving updates on, how we do day parting. We have customized rules on that. So we have our own set of rules also that we run on these campaigns. Yeah, which will be another section if you want to start talking about that. So, but you guys can write to us, and if you have any more questions and pertaining to that, you can write to us at sales and support. We're very happy to answer that for you. sales@sellerapp.com, support@sellerapp.com, and we can individually take a session for you or do a demo, whatever works for you. So happy to set up that call as well.
Wow, that's amazing. Guys, did you hear that? You can set up a call with the Seller App team with any doubts you have. I know there's many questions.
We're happy to give you a demo as well, and schedule a demo with us.
Yes, guys, a demo of Seller App, which actually my next question is, someone is asking in the chat, does Seller App have a keyword tool?
Yes, a very, very proficient automated keyword tool. So all those things that I talked about, how you want to separate one from manual, automatic, and also strategize from low to high. We do all of that. We have more than 3 million data points that we have access to, and we have a freemium plan as well, Sophia. So you guys, if you want to come and try doing keyword researches, feel free to sign up and use our freemium plan and really check us out there. We have a very robust keyword tool.
Okay, perfect. And the name of the tool someone is asking is Seller App, guys. The QR also is on the screen. You can just scan that on your phone and it'll take you right up to the website for Seller App so that you can get your demo. You can get your demo with the team and your call if you had any more questions. And also people are asking that how can they keep in touch with you, Priyanka?
I can put in my email here on the chat. If anybody wants to write to me, feel free to do that. Like I said, I'm happy to get on a call with you, explain to you further on what you want to know, whether it's keyword research, product research, or even PPC strategies. We can, talk about this. And do you want me to type it in, or should I just tell you, Sophia? I mean, either ways, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, you can type it in on the chat and they'll be able to see it.
This is the way to get in touch with me. Write to me.
Also, Ivan is asking that he's from Kenya. Does Seller App operate on other regions that are not
Yes,
US?
we're pretty global. So we do US, UK, Europe, Australia, Middle East, Southeast Asia, all of these regions. And we are still expanding. So yes, in other marketplaces as well.
Okay, perfect. And Priyanka, do you have someone who's speaking Spanish on your team? Because we have a lot of Spanish people.
I see that. We are also for our videos as well. We have tons of, help articles, blogs, and of course we do post out a lot of guide videos on our channels, on our social media channels, on our YouTube's main channel, as well as the secondary channel. So feel free to tune in and watch some of those. We are going to be coming in with transcripts and subtitles. So we are translating them in other languages like Spanish, Chinese. So yeah, but just wait on for a little bit. It's going to get there. Like we're going to be ready with that soon. It's work in progress right now.
That's such good news for everyone hearing this in Spanish. Seller App is going to come out with translations for all of their content, which they put out a lot of content in video and tutorials. So guys, make sure to check that out. Also, remember that the team at Seller App were very kind to give us 1 month free for everyone who's watching here. So just scan that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna get 1 month free. So just scan that QR and use the code ACRUMI for 1 month free for Seller App, so that you guys can get ongoing with all of the solutions that they offer, because they have PPC tools, they have listing optimization tools, keyword explorer, product ideas research, product research, profit checker. Well, they have they are most complete app. So guys, check out that QR code right on the screen.
One-stop shop.
Exactly. Okay, let's see if we have a few final questions. Does the tool apply in Mexico also? Someone asked.
I'm not sure of that. I would have to double check on that. I don't know if we do in Mexico. Sorry.
Okay, don't worry.
Yeah.
And yeah, and that's it. I think, Priyanka, do you have any final things you want to say to the people who are watching right now?
No, thank you for watching, and thank you for whichever part of the world that you're from and tuning in. It's great to speak to you guys. Would love to hear from you. So like I said, I've provided my email, and I wanted to just also read it out because someone here is saying that they don't see my email in the chat. So it's my first name dot last name at sellerapp.com. So it's priyanka.bora@sellerapp.com. Please feel free to write to me. And as I said, you can write to our team as well. And we're happy to schedule a demo with you guys and talk to you more about whatever it is that you want to talk about.
Oh, thank you, Priyanka. That was so informative. I know people are going to bombard you with questions, so get ready.
I am looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to
it. Thank you, Priyanka, for being here.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I've answered all your questions, and I look forward to getting connected to you guys. All right. Thank you, Sophia. Can I drop off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Priyanka, for being here. But guys, write in the chat, thank you, and your goodbyes for Priyanka with amazing information. She was here today for you guys about how to rank better before you sell on Amazon, before you sell your Amazon store. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, Sophia, for having me. It's been a pleasure.
You too, Priyanka. Okay, I see the thanks in the chat. Okay, good to see that people are still here, connected. Do you have your coffee with you? Are you ready? Because we're now going to receive Greg Elfrich. But before we receive Greg for our next session, I just want to remind you guys to go to AccrueMe right now. You just have to scan the QR code that you're seeing on the screen. Scan the QR code with your phone and you'll get directed to AccrueMe, because if you sign up today, you'll get $500 bonus upon funding, but you have to apply today while we're in this call to get your $500 bonus. So make sure to go onto the website and do your 3-minute evaluation. Okay, if you're looking for from 10K to $1 million in funding, apply now. There's no risk and no obligation, no credit check. Just do your 3-minute evaluation and we'll be good to go from there. So now that we got that out of the way, let's say with Diego, let's say hi to Greg Elfrich. Greg Elfrich, are you there? For those of you who don't know him, he's the director of marketing at Empire Flippers. And for those of you who don't know Empire Flippers is the #1 largest curated marketplace in the world to help people buy and sell Amazon FBA business and other digital assets. So they're this gigantic marketplace for everyone interested in selling their Amazon business and for people interested in buying Amazon businesses. They've won the Inc. 5000 award for the fastest growing US company 5 times in a row and have sold over $320 million worth of businesses on their website. Their buyer network has over $4 billion in verified liquidity, and they're ready to acquire high quality Amazon businesses. So Greg, good to have you again once more and at ExitCon. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Sorry for all the dark shadows. It's like 1 a.m. here in Vietnam. I'm a digital nomad, so I work in all sorts of weird time zones. I'm in Vietnam at the moment. So
wow,
I'm drinking my favorite coffee in the world to try to stay awake.
What time is it in Vietnam?
It's 1 a.m. Almost 1 a.m.
Oh my God, we have you awake at 1 a.m.
I'm used to it. I've been working in Southeast Asia for years at this point, but yeah, I'm excited to be here. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite virtual events I come to. So I think this is my 3rd time doing this with ExitCon, so exciting.
Yes, it's the 2nd time you've been here with me as a presenter.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Awesome. Well, I guess I can go ahead and get started.
Yes, I'll let you get to it. I'll leave the floor to you, Greg.
Okay, awesome. Let me just pull it up here. Share my screen. Whoops. There we go.
There you go.
All right.
We can see you.
Cool. The slides coming through clear?
Yes, perfect.
Excellent. So I'm going to do a presentation on the state of the FBA M&A industry. So I thought about what could I do, because the first 2 ExitCon events, it was basically how to prepare your business to sell. And I think probably a few people in your audience probably have seen me giving that speech either literally here or at other places. So I wanted to do something kind of new, give you guys a sneak peek of all this data that we're building, which I'll explain here in a second. But as I mentioned at the top, who we are the largest curated marketplace in the world when it comes to buying and selling e-commerce stores. So we're an M&A broker, an M&A firm. We literally help you from A to Z to get the job done. And I have made the mistake of not updating our bio that I gave to ExitCon, because now we have sold over $386 million worth of businesses since that last bio I sent. And we just recently, as of, I think it was a week ago, crossed over $6 billion now in our buyer network, which is awesome. When we first started tracking that number, it was kind of like, oh, this would be kind of cool to look at. And then it grew way beyond our expectations over the last 2 years or so. So that's awesome to see, especially for the marketer inside of me. Loves to see metrics going in the green, right? As far as who I am, there's Beardless Greg versus Beard Greg, but I am the director of marketing, head of marketing at EF. I help people, learn what they can do with all the different potential of buying and selling businesses. Obviously, that entails a lot of different stuff, but the main thing that I love to do, and honestly, the main part of my job, is educating entrepreneurs like everyone out there. How does this work, right? Because selling your business is usually not something an entrepreneur is doing every single day, right? It's a what I call a highlight event. It's not something you do very often. So, like I mentioned, I wanted to give you guys a sneak peek of some M&A data. So every year, except for this year, I would write a state of the industry report where it is this behemoth thing. It's like 46 pages long, thousands and thousands of words, analyzing every single deal we sold, and then looking at it over a trend line of multiple years. We're now up to, I think, about 4 years of data. But we're doing something brand new that I'm very excited about, because usually when we publish this report, people love it for about 3 months, and then it starts becoming, outdated, right? So now we're using Google Data Studio to create a live industry report that in about 2 weeks, everyone on this webinar can go to that report page, which will be ungated, and you'll be able to see a live updated feeds in real time, all the different statistics that we have on Amazon FBA specifically. And we have a lot. I think we are probably the broker that sells the most Amazon FBA businesses of pretty much anyone. So let's take a quick look at all of this. Let me see if I can't get the Zoom video out for covering up my slides. There we go. So 2021 at a glance, we sold 106 businesses. And as you can see, there's a lot of green on here. There's a lot of cool stuff happening. We increased the amount we sold. Average list multiple and sales multiple both went way up, including the TTM sales multiple. Total FBA sales way up, average listing price way up, and average days on market way down, which is a great thing if you're a seller, because that basically means you're selling way quicker than you used to. So this is some of the TLDR of the data. Now we have a lot more data than I'm going to show you guys in this presentation. I don't want to give it all away. Besides, it's not all done yet. This is still being finalized, but this is pretty close to being finalized now. But that picture you see on the right, that is all of our sales based off of different pricing tiers. So as you can see, obviously things above 1 million, 1 million in terms of sales price, that made up 29.2% of our revenue of what we sold. But we see a wide variety. So the reason, obviously that would be the case, right? But we see a wide variety of FBA businesses at all sorts of levels. So we've actually broken this down in the report based on those pricing tiers as well. But what the data is telling us is brands are exiting, more brands are exiting, and that is being combined with a much more competitive buyer space. All very good if you're a seller, right? Like this is the type of stuff you want to see. And FBA brands themselves, high quality FBA brands, they're getting better sales prices than ever before with a lot more attractive terms based on this data. And again, like I mentioned, days on market have gone way down because a lot of these new buyers that are coming in that is causing this competitive space are the aggregators, right? Well, so many aggregators were born in 2021, much less the ones from 2020 and 2019. So all of these aggregators are also coming in to this gold rush, right? Of consolidation, of building out these giant, modern day Procter and Gambles that they're trying to build, right? And so what this does is they have these investment mandates that they must go and fulfill, right? They must go and acquire, they must use the money, they must deploy the capital, right? So all of this is coalescing into one of the best sellers market ever. In fact, the last 2 years has been one of the best sellers market. And as the market continues to mature, and I'm sure a lot of people in this audience also see this, a lot of these aggregators, especially the ones from 2020 that were successful, they are now moving up market. So it's not just people buying $500,000, $1 million FBA businesses anymore. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we listed a $24 million FBA business, right? So things are moving more and more up market as this nascent area of M&A becomes much more interesting to people who simply weren't paying attention back in 2016. And 2016 was coincidentally the year when we started selling FBA businesses, way back in the day, when Amazon didn't even know that you could do that. We had to tell their customer service, like, no, you definitely can do it. This is how you do it, which was a whole can of worms in itself, as you might imagine. So what were businesses listed at over the last few years? Well, 2018, as you can see, 26.3. By the way, these are monthly multiples, not annual multiples. We tend to use a monthly multiple at EF. I know that's a bit weird, but you can just divide it by 12 and you'll get the annual EBITDA. But in 2019, we saw the prices go up. 2020, the prices went up again. And 2021, they really went up. So you can almost track the birth of all the aggregators right around that section between 2020 and 2021, when so many people were starting that business model. And this is all to say, so I'm sharing all this data with you guys to show you the last couple of years, it's been really good selling an FBA business. If you're an FBA business owner, you've never seen a better seller's market. I've been with Empire Flippers for almost 6 years. April 4th will be 6 years, so over half a decade. And the last 2 years have been absolutely crazy when it comes to transactions. But that leads to a darker question. Will the trend continue, right? So here you can see average days on marketplace, and it goes up, it goes down. But then in 2020, you see this big valley, where the days on market go way down. And now in 2021, Q3 and Q4, you're seeing a little bit of that trend going up. And we might see more of that, because the thing, what comes up must also come down, right? So right now, we might be at the tail end of one of the best sellers market I've ever seen. Now, is that for sure? Don't know, but it might be. And that's one of the things I want to talk about, because one of the things that as an entrepreneur you must consider when you are selling your business is, how do I do risk mitigation, right? And selling your business is actually a fantastic way to mitigate your risk. But let's talk about some of these forces of change that are happening right now in the marketplace. Because in Q1 of this year, we are starting to see much more of this anecdotal evidence popping up here and there. So one of the big ones that we are seeing from our marketplace on these forces of change that might hint at the end of a seller's market is aggregators who are good at raising money but bad at operations. This is actually something we see quite often, where an aggregator raises all this money to go out and acquire FBA businesses, and their whole mindset of how business ran is basically from a projection spreadsheet, and they're running all these businesses based off spreadsheet math instead of like being good at Amazon PPC, like what Priyanka was talking about, how to structure your ads, how to do your supply chain, all this kind of stuff, right? So good at raising money, not so good at operations. And also in the last month or two, and this was happening a little bit before, but definitely in the last 2 months, we've been seeing more capital in the private market becoming more strict. Now, that doesn't mean it's going away. There's more capital that's actually coming into the market, but the capital is a lot more strict. So businesses that could have sold in 2021, at the beginning of 2021, would be more hard pressed to sell now, because that criteria is getting stricter and stricter. Now, of course, that doesn't apply across the whole industry. There's tons of caveats, but this is some general trends we are seeing. And more aggregators right now are protecting themselves with bad terms for sellers. Remember what I said earlier about sellers getting higher prices with better terms? Well, that too is starting to change a little bit as they get more picky, as their buy box becomes more narrow, especially ones that really know what they're doing, because they're like, all right, I know exactly the kind of FBA business I need, and this one doesn't meet it. So unless you sell it to me at a huge discount or with these terms, we're not going to buy it, right? So all that stuff is working together. And then, of course, the problems that every seller, every FBA seller is facing right now, including the aggregators, which is supply chain issues, return to retail. As the pandemic kind of weakens and fades into the background, people are going back outside, right? And of course, rising costs within margins on a lot of e-commerce businesses, right? So this confluence of events are all happening right now as we're talking, based on data that we have seen. So that leads to the question, what might happen? What could happen in worst case scenarios, right? I always like to ask, what is the worst outcome so we can build a plan if this does happen? And if you're looking to sell your business, it's good to ask these kind of questions as well, because right now might be the best moment of 2022 to actually sell your business if any of these dark prophecies, so to speak, come true, right? So this is some of the stuff we're seeing. Some aggregators are folding. Some of them have liquidated. In fact, there was an article just recently I was reading about an aggregator that's buying up other aggregators that have collapsed, like some of their assets that they had, right? And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, good at raising money, bad at operations. So the aggregators that are good at operations are now buying them out as well, right? And because of this, there might be less capital rich buyers with that stricter criteria that I mentioned, which makes sense, right? People are starting to learn how the industry really works, especially at scale. I mean, almost all aggregators are less than 3 to 4 years old, right? So now they're getting their 5,000, 10,000 hours in where they understand, what goes into it to actually make these assets really work. And because of the supply chain issues that I discussed, and along with the other stuff happening, we are seeing more declining Amazon FBA businesses. They're actually pretty high quality businesses, but there are just factors outside of their control sometimes that they don't know how to fix. Like what the first presenter, David, was talking about earlier. If you don't have someone on your side, like a crewmate, to go ask, like, what do I do with the supply chain? And you're a solopreneur, this could be a quite stressful time for a lot of people, right? And because of all of this, valuations and the ultimate sell price might get hit, right? If you go out of stock, this is one of the worst things that can happen for a business that wants to sell, right? If you go out of stock, it's one of the absolute worst things. But also, if the hyper competitive buyer market that's happening right now, with all the aggregators looking to just consolidate and conquest all FBA brands, starts collapsing a little bit, that could ultimately lead to lower valuations. Now, I am not saying any of that's going to happen. I think there is a chance it could happen based on some of this data. And I think as an entrepreneur who is looking to sell, these are very important questions to ask yourself. Should I sell now or should I sell later? Well, what is your opportunity cost? It might make a lot more sense to sell right now, even if you are going to make less money versus what your plan is, say, in 6 to 8 months, just to make sure you do avoid this circumstance. And I don't have it in this presentation, but there's a strategy I often talk about called the asset flywheel, where you could sell your business today, get all that capital, and then use someone like a crewmate to go buy new businesses or build new businesses, and you're still divorced from that potential major fallout on your big brand if something like this happens. So again, selling your business isn't always just about how much money you can make in an exit. I mean, that's awesome, right? Everyone wants that big exit, right? It feels really good. But it is also risk mitigation, which is super, super important as well. Because as we all know, as entrepreneurs, business is a volatile business, right? It's just the nature of the game. So if you are looking to sell your FBA business, now is the time. I do think the seller's market is probably going to continue for a while yet longer. There are more aggregators coming online and there's more money being poured in, but there are some of those cracks that are starting to appear. So if you are looking to sell, now is a fantastic time. But if you're still building your FBA business, maybe you're in the audience like, well, this is terrible news to hear. What, like, I'm still in the early stages, maybe you just got your funding from RecruitMe, or maybe you just hired Seller App to help you with all your ads, right? What do you do in this situation? Well, there is a lot you can actually do. You can mimic what is considered like one of the best in terms of the statistics, at least, of what big buyers are looking for in a golden FBA brand, which is right here. This is a very good slide. Of course, all of this is recorded, so you can get it later, but if you did want to take a screenshot, this is a good one for you to aim for with your FBA business. So what most aggregators, most big buyers, influential family offices, high net worth individuals, all these kind of investors are looking for are usually in the realm of what's on the screen right now. So you want to see stable or increasing year over year and quarterly profit growth. Growth is very important. It shows that the business has more upside going, right? And greater than 25% profit margin. The wider you can make your margin, the better, because that also adds in margin of failure, right? Like build some cushion in there, especially if someone wants to buy your business and really pour fuel on the fire, where they might have to sacrifice some of their profit margin when they take over your brand, right? So by being able to show this is a fantastic metric. And less than 10% of your revenue in advertising costs, that's huge. That shows the power of your business, that you have a lot going on without having to cut deep into your revenue, right? And over 75% revenue generated on Amazon. So this one is interesting because this might change in 2022. Out of all the predictions, doom and gloom I just said, this I think could change in 2022. I think it has the most likely chance, which is actually a good thing in my view as a marketer. But right now, most people are buying still want to buy almost 100% Amazon revenue business, which is probably good for most sellers out there listening to this, because most sellers are 100% revenue on Amazon, right? But the reason why I say that's going to change, or has a high possibility of changing, is because we are seeing buyers who go out and are buying other things. So at Empire Flippers, we don't just sell Amazon FBA businesses. We also sell content sites that are usually monetized through display ads, affiliate links. We sell KDP businesses. We sell apps. We sell SaaS businesses. You name it, any online business we sell. And what is really interesting here, and I think this is one of the unique positions I'm in, is we've seen aggregators buy other businesses from us that are specifically not FBA to support their other FBA businesses, such as content sites are driving a bunch of SEO, Google traffic to their Amazon product listings. That's a very common alliance there between the two business models. But we're also seeing them buy some Shopify stores that are generally more traditional D2C e-commerce businesses, and then bringing them over to Amazon, and vice versa. We're seeing some of those FBA businesses being brought over to D2C. So I'm seeing a lot more of this cross-pollination. I think that's probably going to continue in 2022. But as it stands right now, if you have 100% revenue coming from Amazon, that is usually an awesome thing from a buyer's perspective, because of the upside potential of them being able to expand into all these different business models in other platforms, multi-channel selling. And the other thing is they want to see clear growth in both organic and advertising sales. They want to see that those sales keep going up and up, just like the year-over-year increase, right? That shows your marketing is working, it's effective. And finally, the 3 R's. So the 3 R's, it comes out of reviews, ratings, and rankings. These are kind of the sacred 3 of the FBA world when it comes to some of the M&A aspects of it. So if you had to shoot for anything, these are the metrics you would definitely want. You want a top product with 3,000 plus reviews, top 3 products if you have them. Obviously, if you're a one product only business, this won't exactly apply to you. But if you had your top 3 products with all 1,000 plus reviews, this is huge. Reviews are amazing sales tools on so many fronts with Amazon, right? And having this kind of thing is super impressive to a buyer. And all those reviews, you want to have an average of 4.5 or plus stars on your top 3 listings. Again, if you have one product, obviously that doesn't apply, but it's pretty clear. You want to have the highest amount of ratings on your reviews, right? The highest amount of stars as possible. And at least 3 products in the top 25 of their subcategory, with 1 at least ranking in the top 10, which will probably be something like your hero product, right? All of this just sees this is an amazing Amazon FBA brand. And even if those predictions I talked about earlier about the cracks in the aggregator model, the drying up a little bit of capital, if all of that happens, but you have a business like this, you'll almost certainly have no problem selling it no matter what happens to the market, because this is all just signs of a really, really good business. And finally, and I kind of already mentioned it, you want to leave upside potential. Don't optimize the business to death. I have a friend, he has sold many businesses with us, and he is an absolute master at this business. He is so good, and he optimizes every single thing to the nth degree. So by the time a buyer gets to it, they're just kind of like, wow, this is an amazing business, and I can do absolutely nothing with it. There's nowhere left for me to go. It's done too well. So it is okay for you not to stress over optimizing over everything. A lot of entrepreneurs I talk to, They're very afraid of revealing the mistakes, the ugly warts of the business, so to speak, and they want to pretend their business is perfect. But you shouldn't do that, because one, the buyer is going to figure out the warts anyways, because they're going to do all the due diligence, at least if they're, a competent buyer, right? So you might as well be upfront about them, about those issues. And by being upfront, you're already building trust. People buy from people they know, like, and trust, right? So you're building that trust right there. And also, by talking about your mistakes, that leads the buyer to start selling themselves on the potential of your business without you having to sell them on anything. They're just starting to think about it like, oh, wow, their ACOS, their tacos, really high. I can lower those, right? I can do all this stuff in the supply chain. Oh, they're messing up here. They're messing up there, right? All of this stuff is potential for the buyer. So it's really good to talk about these kind of mistakes. So here's the best advice I can give you. Whether you have this type of FBA business or not, this is the one thing. If you walk away from this presentation with only one thing, it should be this. Whatever you do when you go to sell your business, make sure your buyers compete. If you are selling to an aggregator, if say you're a 7-figure valuation up Amazon FBA business, a very good chance you're going to be selling to an aggregator. Very good chance they're already spamming you to death in your inbox, right? You might see our email too. Make sure you open our email when you send you an email. But by making your buyers compete, you can truly breed a life-changing exit. And this is the case whether you have that like golden FBA business I just talked about, or you're just running still a very healthy, high quality FBA business. You want to make the buyers compete, because that is how you can breed some truly life-changing exits. So one thing aggregators will sometimes say is they will say that by buying from a broker, they have to pay a premium, right? And they'll attempt to sway you away from this. So like, oh no, don't use a broker, don't do that. But this premium thing that they're talking about, this like fake extra money on top of your list price, is usually actually the extra value that the seller, you in this case, will be leaving the money on the table. I talk to a lot of aggregators, and not all of them will say this, but quite a few will. And they're playing into what I call the off-market fallacy. They want you to believe this, and it's a very easy thing to believe. It's like, oh yeah, of course I don't want to pay a commission to a broker. But what you don't realize is that they are using that to their advantage, so they can actually buy you for much less. Because remember, an aggregator at the end of the day is an investor, an operator. So they are clearly incentivized to buy you for the lowest possible amount. Now, very few aggregators will severely lowball you. It does happen, but what was that? Oh, okay. I thought I heard someone. But some aggregators will lowball you a bit, but most aggregators are really good actors, and you most likely won't have to worry about that. But I want to share these 3 stories just so you're aware of them. So we had one customer. He went from he got an offer for 1.4 million on his Amazon FBA business, and in very typical fashion, he was told, "Hey, you got 3 days to make a decision." This is high pressure for most sellers, right? Bootstrap solopreneurs, all that kind of stuff. He ended up selling that business with us because he came to us for a second opinion, and we were able to sell for 2.1 million with 1.8 million upfront. So just his upfront payment alone was bigger than the 1.4, right? It's bigger than the entire offer that he originally got it. I was just in Dubai at Affiliate World speaking a few weeks ago, and I ran into another customer of ours. She told me she got privately outreach via email, and they offered her $600,000. And they told her, look, there's no point in even going to a broker or getting a second opinion or trying to do this bidding war, because your business is clearly only worth $600,000. And they gave her all these reasons, the fancy spreadsheet math, all this kind of stuff. She came to us. We ended up selling that business for 1.6 million. The premium would have been a big hit to her pocketbook if she had listened to the off-market fallacy. Now, here's another one that is not a private versus broker thing, but this is just another good thing for you to keep in mind, whether you use us or not. You don't need to use a broker to do what I'm talking about, by the way. It's just easier usually. You can definitely do this on your own if you wanted to. But this seller, they almost got exploited by a very well-known aggregator, where they basically gave the seller an upfront payment that was decent, good enough to get them to say yes. a stabilization payment over a period of a year, but the earnout terms, which is where the big money was for the seller in a lot of ways, a big chunk of it at least, the earnout was so aggressive that we noticed, like, wait a second, there's no way this business could hit this earnout. So the seller is never going to get paid. And the buyer was specifically using that as their tool to protect their downside and even a little bit of their upside, right? Because they want to also mitigate their own risk. And a good way to mitigate the risk is like, sure, I will pay you whatever you want as long as I control the terms, right? But as a seller, most sellers don't do this, right? This is a highlight event and they are not as familiar with terms that are good or terms that are bad. So these are all things to keep in mind when you are going to sell. Make them compete. Also know the terms. If you aren't using us, so at the end of the day, like I said, selling your business is a highlight event. It's not something you do all the time. But the buyers you are going to be meeting, especially when you get to evaluations above $1 million, the buyers there, they're buying businesses multiple times per month, right? They have a lot more practice hours in than you do when it comes to the M&A process. So with that said, whether you sell privately or you're using an M&A broker like us, make sure you have peers you can trust to give you advice. I mean, you can even reach out to me and I'll give you my advice. You don't have to use us at all, but I'm happy to help you either way, right? And whatever you do, make sure the buyers compete for what you have built. So thanks, guys. Hopefully that was really cool stuff for you. You can get a free, my link is all messed up there. No worries. It's just empireflippers.com/valuation tool if you want a free valuation, or you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or by email. Hopefully that was cool for you guys. The industry report will be coming out soon in 2 weeks. And like I said, you'll be able to follow it all along throughout the year because it'll be updated in real time going forward using a bunch of APIs that we have. But yeah, hopefully this was powerful for you guys. I think it's good to think about some of the stuff I said about the potential end of the seller's market. I don't think we're there just yet, but there are some of those signs. And it's just always good as us as entrepreneurs to be aware of that. And like I said, if you sell your business, you got life-changing capital, plus you have access to AccrueMe, you can probably go out and build an even bigger business while mitigating your risk. So thanks, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I will.
Thank you, Greg. Right. Thank you for Greg. If you enjoyed that, thank you, Greg. That was very amazing information for everybody. I know there's a lot of questions, so let's just get right to it. Is that okay? Can I borrow you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Of course.
Perfect. So people are asking that if you work with vendor central sellers or or only FBA.
Yeah, we've worked with Vendor Central before. I'd say it's more rare, but we can definitely do it.
Okay, perfect. That was, who was that? That was Andy. Thank you, Andy. Also, Rogerio asks, what is a simple way for a seller to evaluate their own business, a rough estimate?
So this is going to sound super self-promotional. I do not mean it in this way, but if you want to just do it yourself, just fill out our valuation tool there. It's just an automated tool and it'll give you a super rough estimate there.
Okay, did you hear? I'm gonna put the QR
great.
code. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. I'll stop sharing my screen. Oh, you already stopped it for me.
Yes,
great.
Yes.
I'm on Zoom so much, but I still have never mastered it.
It's so complicated. I'm the same with it. So everybody, you can just scan the QR code on the screen for a free instant business valuation with Empire Flippers. Thank you, by the way, for that link, Greg. I think that will be helpful for everybody here. And also, Seth asks, is there a number of SKUs that aggregators are typically looking for in a business?
Yeah, so with SKUs, it really depends. But so what we have seen, there is like this Goldilocks zone of 3 to 8 products, so 3 to 8 SKUs, with no one SKU making up, say, over 50% of the revenue. Now, that changes from buyer to buyer and aggregator to aggregator. So the general thesis is the more products you have with more diversified revenue, the less risky the business is, hence a bigger valuation. Because a lot of valuation is based on how safe is this business I'm investing in, right? How least risky is it? But with that said, with some buyers who have raised hundreds of millions of dollars, buying, say, a $5-10 million one SKU only business is not a big deal. But one thing you want to be careful of, don't just add SKUs, because Greg said people like more SKUs, because if you have a $100,000 business with 100 SKUs, that's not great.
Thank you. And also, Zach asks, what time frame is typically used to calculate with a multiple?
Yeah, so the most common pricing window is 12 months. So we look at the trailing 12 months. There are other pricing windows, like you can do a 6-month window, but I highly recommend just doing 12 months. And you should have at least 24 months worth of data. About 2-year-old businesses are about the youngest businesses we see nowadays.
Okay, thanks. Alejo asks, what coffee are you drinking, Greg?
I am drinking some beautiful Cafe Sua that I made right before this. It's a Vietnamese blend that is extremely powerful. I just traveled outside of Vietnam for like 6 months, and pretty much all coffee around the world tastes like water to me now from living in Vietnam for so long.
Wow, I didn't know that. I'll have to try it.
It's very strong.
And also, who asked? Oh, okay. Is it only for US based FBA sellers?
No, we go international. In fact, we're trying to expand even more into Latin America and also into Europe. And we have sellers from all around the world. We have some FBA sellers that are actually Australian, but they're selling on the US market. We've sold FBA businesses like in pretty much almost every marketplace, I think, except for India, which we would sell for in the Indian marketplace. We just haven't had the opportunity yet. But I'm pretty sure for all of the other marketplaces, we have sold in already. The Amazon marketplaces, that is.
That's good news then. And also, one last question, because we have a lot, but we also don't have that much time, you guys. What do flippers charge for brokerage of an Amazon FBA business?
Sure. So this answer has become harder for me to answer because we changed it from a tier system to a grading system. So if you just go to empireflippers.com/fees, you can enter in what your estimate is or your average net profit, and it'll tell you the percentage from there. But generally, anything that's less than $1 million, you'll be paying like right around 15%. As you get closer to that $1 million, that goes down, and then it starts going down more significantly as the bigger your business gets.
Okay. And a very interesting question from Jason. How does one take over an Amazon business if you already own a seller account?
I'm assuming this is a question about having 2 seller accounts. So Amazon's real weird on this. They've gotten softer with this, but now that this nascent M&A industry has really sprung up around their sellers. Before, back in the old days of 2016, 2017, they were very hard to work with on this. But nowadays, if you just explain to them the situation, they don't really care that much. That's an important thing. If you're a brand new seller/buyer and you don't use a broker and the buyer is unaware of this, make sure you tell Amazon that you're selling the business. Don't just like transfer everything without telling them. It's very important you keep them in the loop at all times.
Okay, so let Amazon know.
For sure. Yeah. You might have to deal with like their lower level customer service at first before you get to someone's like, no, that's totally cool. We've seen it many times, but definitely get that in written communication with Amazon before you transfer a business.
Yes, but they've gone softer with it, you say?
Yeah, well, for sure. Like I have a friend at Amazon that actually reached out to me because of the aggregators, and that's how we met. So they're very well aware of this whole industry now. But back a few years ago, they definitely weren't, and they didn't want you to have multiple accounts. Like, why would you need another account? What kind of fraud is this, right? But nowadays they realize, people want multiple accounts, and it's way easier to transfer an Amazon business by handing over an account versus a product listing takeover.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Greg. It was a joy to have you here today.
Thank you. I hope your audience got a lot of value out of it. And if anyone has more questions, just shoot me an email.
Yes, I know that they had like a ton of questions. They were very presentation. We're trying to get through as much as we can. but I'm sure they will bombard you with emails. So just before we go, could you write down your email on the chat so that people that don't
Sure.
get it can have it? Perfect. And also someone asked about the industry report. Will you be, I know you already said it, but just repeating, will you be able to share that?
Yes, so it's not live yet. We're finalizing the numbers, but it should be live within 2 weeks. If you're on our email list, we'll do a huge blast all about it. So you'll be seeing it soon.
Thank you so much, Greg. For everyone who wants to get your free valuation, just scan the QR code on the screen right now for your free valuation from Empire Flippers. And thank you, Greg, very much.
Thank you. I'll see you in a couple hours with my next cup of coffee for the good panel.
You're not gonna sleep tonight.
Why sleep? I got to listen to ExitCon.
Exactly.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you soon, Greg. Thank you so much. Well, that was Greg. Everybody, when we have our final session before we go to our break, so that you guys can get your own cup of coffee between in that break. So let's just welcome, and before we welcome Chris Basmanji, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Chris Basmanji, our next speaker for today. Let me just remind you guys that you have a chance to win a $500 Amazon gift card today. The only thing you have to do is follow Akrumi on Instagram. The handle is on the screen, and post a photo of you watching ExitCon. I already took my photo today and tag Akrumi with the hashtag ExitCon for a chance to win. I already took my picture. I'm gonna show you. Watching ExitCon today, here I am. So remember to take your photo and post it on Instagram. And at the end, we'll announce who the winner is. So that's very exciting. And also you have 5 more chances to win $100 gift cards. So remain until the end for that. And finally, I just want to remind you once again that also, if you take 3 minutes to apply to Akrumi for your business-friendly funding from $10K to $1 million, you can lock in a $500 bonus when you get funded if you apply today. Akrumi is the top-rated funding and credit app on Amazon Seller Central for a reason. So if you're looking for a true funding partner, just scan the QR code, click the link, and fill out the 3-minute funding questionnaire that you have available for today. And now I welcome Chris Basmanji. Chris, you'll have to let me know how to pronounce your last name correctly, which is beautiful, but I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. And before I head on to Chris, I just want to welcome him and introduce him to you guys. Chris is the head of business development and strategy at the Bentiago Group. For those of you who don't know the Bentiago Group yet, Chris will do a much better job at introducing it than me. But Bentiago will work with you to get the most value possible out of you selling your Amazon FBA business, and you can get a free evaluation for your Amazon business within 24 hours. I'll put the link once Chris is done with his presentation today. Hello, Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Sophia?
Yes, welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. I have to say my last name is very hard to pronounce, but that is one of the best first tries that I've had so far. I've had some pretty bad ones before, so good job on that.
I'm glad. What have you said before?
Bagsamji, Basamji. It's Basmaji. I'm actually Armenian, and it was changed when my family emigrated here. It's supposed to have the IAN at the end of it, but when we came to America, we changed it to the GY at the end. So it makes it weird to look at when you actually figure out how it's supposed to be said. So
actually, my brother's wife also comes from Armenian descent, and she also has like this crazy last name Kerlakian. So
yep.
I know what you mean.
Yep. Nope, definitely.
So I'll just stop sharing, Chris, and leave the floor to you.
Of course. I will share my screen. We will take it from there.
Okay, welcome, Chris, everybody. Welcome, Chris, in the chat.
Okay. Screen's visible. We're all good?
Yes.
Awesome. So, just a little background, Benetago, and this is a tough presentation to follow up after after Greg's information session, we are an aggregator / incubator. We are on the market to be buying brands. We also launch brands internally. And I just wanted to kind of put together a presentation today, prepping your Amazon business for a successful sale. You've probably seen it a million times. When I give presentations, I like to tell stories or give experiences. And I think the easiest one to draw from, and you'll hear me make this comparison a bunch of times, I just recently had the pleasure of going to the Prosper event out in Las Vegas. And Benetago, and I may have run into a few of you out there. Benetago didn't have a booth there, but I was just there to kind of walk around, meet with some clients that we were speaking with, just get a general vibe for what was going on in the industry, what people were seeing, what people were hearing, what was important, what were some of the gaps. Like every time I would talk to somebody, everybody wanted to know what you were doing or who you were representing. And every time I would say, oh, I'm with Benetago, we're an aggregator, everybody would go, ugh. Aggregator, right? Like there's a million of us coming up. There's funding coming from all over the place. A lot of people in the Amazon FBA space, they've never done an M&A transaction before. So they feel very intimidated. They had a million questions, right? So there's clear that there's a lack. There's not for everybody, but there is a significant gap that exists in terms of knowledge, right? It feels like everybody on the aggregator side has all this knowledge. They come from the investment banking world, which I will admit that in previous life, I did come from that world, but have since transitioned out. But they feel like they have a level up, right, on the sellers, right? Come to them with bad terms and try to convince them not to go to a broker. And it seems like that approach kind of has to change, right? Because there was stories of people going to aggregators, or maybe their friend went to an aggregator and they got unfavorable terms. They really wanted an exit. They wanted cash. They were moving on to their next business, and they had somebody put an offer in front of them. So they took it, and they took it as a learning experience. And they said, if I'm going to do this again, now that I learned this, and this, I would do it so much differently. And I had that conversation 7, 8, 9 times over at Prosper. So it's very clear that this is a relationship-based business. You have to trust who you're going to ultimately trust with your exit. You have to know all the information. I'm also an advocate of get all the information you possibly can, right? Prepare your business for the best possible exit. Don't just take the first terms that are thrown at you because you're ready to take some money. Like sit back, evaluate your business, really understand the ins and outs of these M&A transactions when you're selling your business. And most importantly, have a plan for afterwards. And we'll kind of walk through all that in my presentation. So just a little bit about me. I'm talking in front of you. Why should you be listening to me? I'll give you a little bit of background. So I'm the manager of business development strategy here. I'm just based on my experience. I was brought here to find really good opportunities for us that fit our investment criteria. Little foreshadowing, our investment criteria is very stringent. We're not one of those aggregators who goes out there and says, we're going to take everything possible and go to our investors and say, look at all these acquisitions we've made, and not be able to operate them. A little bit about me. I started as an e-commerce seller at the ripe age of 16. You can find me on eBay, was my first venture into the e-commerce world. By the age of 17, I got shut down for violation of terms and service because I was a 16-year-old kid, had no idea what I was doing, found out about Alibaba for the first time, and just kind of went after it. But after that first experience of getting my first business shut down, I was kind of hooked. You would think that you would turn away from it after such a negative experience, but just like the thrill of the sales and watching that exponential increase as you put more work into it, I was hooked. Which brought me to my first job when I was out of college. I managed an e-commerce warehouse. It was a bunch of guys from the investment world who were doing a little bit of retail arbitrage. They were also launching their own private label brand at the same time. They basically gave me the warehouse to manage all the operations, pack FBA shipments, get them out to Amazon, make sure that they were weighed properly, make sure that they were measured properly so we didn't get dinged with fees when Amazon had to repackage them for storage purposes. So I've been there. I've done that. Like I've seen it all before. I know how exciting of an industry is. I also know how frustrating of an industry it could be, which kind of like leads me to why I came into Benetago. I spent 2.5 years in investment banking after that first job. I went to school for it. I thought that's what I was going to do with my life. I ended up actually at DoorDash most recently, pre-IPO. For those of you who are not in tune with DoorDash, and then we have an international group here, but I was with them pre-IPO, basically scaled us out on the East Coast to be the largest third-party delivery platform by market share. I just have an obsession with these e-commerce marketplaces, whether it be for food, whether it be for CPG, whether it be in the Amazon world, and just getting goods and services out to people. I just can't stay away from it, which has ultimately led me to Benetago. Benetago is entrepreneurs first. I'm passionate about entrepreneurship, and that's what really drove me here, and why I'm very excited to be working for Benetago as what I consider, and I'm probably biased because I'm here, one of the better actors in terms of the aggregators in the world. We have so many choices. So who's Benetago? We're NYC based. Nice rainy day behind me today out in New York City. We've raised, and we just had a whole conversation about capital, $375 million in total funding. So well capitalized, and really looking for good opportunities that are beneficial for both parties, and opportunities that we know that we can operate. Which brings me to Ben and Santi on the right-hand side. Those are our two co-founders. They're two college kids with a dream. They started Supporty-Back, an Amazon FBA business in college, blew up to 7 figures. They started launching more businesses, got them to 8 figures. So we actually, Benetago has been around since 2016. And in the first few years, we were actually an Amazon brand incubator. We launched products first. Like, that is how we started. That is still how we view ourselves. I think when we talk about the state of the aggregator industry, I think you'll see the players that are going to last are going to be the ones that can do that effectively. Because one, you are diversifying your risk for bad investments. And two, if you can't launch your own brands internally, how can you expect to acquire brand and actually grow them afterwards? So I think I know there's a few others out there that do that. There's sort of like the hybrid aggregator incubator model. But I think, and from my conversations with a lot of sellers at Prosper, we tend to be a little bit more unique in the way we operate and the way we think about things for the long term, not just the short term to just start acquiring businesses like crazy. One other thing that I would like to also kind of add here is, in terms of, you'll hear the term LOIs, letter of intent, issued, and it's a part of the process when we've identified you as a really good acquisition. We think this is going to work. We're ready to bid and place an offer. We have a 100% close rate on LOIs issued. I speak with the M&A team every single day, and they are very, very, very interested in maintaining a level of authenticity, right? We're not going to issue an LOI unless we're very, very confident that we're going to close on the deal. You're going to get the exit that you're looking for, and we know we're going to take that brand to the next level. And as I said, we have a very uniquely specific criteria. We're not just one of those aggregators just going to gobble up everybody possible. We want to make sure that if we are going to acquire this brand, we're actually going to be able to take it to the next level, because one, it's in our best interest, and two, we know this is your baby, right? If you have a private label business and you've grown it to a certain point, I'm sure you had plans to bring it to the next level, and maybe it's better in somebody else's hands who has the capacity and the capital to do it. So we're always looking to grow brands right after that acquisition. I think the last time we checked internally, it's a 30% average growth rate for the brands that we acquire in the first year, and obviously growing after that. We have a very talented team in-house. So we're going to go through some helpful tips in this M&A, this confusing and scary for some people M&A process. Maybe some of you have gone through it before. Maybe this hasn't even been a thought before, but it's always good to have all the possible information on hand so that you make sure that you are getting the best possible deal that you can, even if you don't work with us. So the first thing I'll say, it's super important, is you need to understand your numbers. You cannot have a successful business without them. Like I said before, I come from an entrepreneur background. Both of my parents run their own businesses. I have mentors in the entrepreneur world, and every time, the most important thing, know your numbers. You cannot have a business unless you don't know your numbers. And when you initially approach an aggregator, or an aggregator approaches you, and you want to have that conversation, that's going to be the first thing. That's going to be the first wall that you have to break through. Having clean financial documentation, having P&L statements dating back multiple years that are going to be able to tell that story. These are super important things. And hopefully your P&L doesn't look like the picture that I put on the right-hand side at 0%. It was just a filler image that I found on Google. But You want to have healthy, clean financial documentation. It's going to be the easiest thing to start the conversation. It's going to be the easiest way to push things along. And it's going to be the easiest way to condense the amount of time that an exit's going to take. Because if we have to go in and clean documents, you have to go in and dig and go back and forth. It tends to be a little bit of a hectic process. It tends to slow things down a little bit. So if you can come right away with clean financial documentation, not just for us, for anybody, you're already going to be in the driver's seat in terms of getting yourself a pretty good deal. We also look at Amazon Business Report with SKUs. I know there was a question in the comments regarding SKUs. I will tell you that no two aggregators are the same when it comes to investment criteria and the number of SKUs that they're looking for. Generally speaking, if you want an aggregator's take in terms of how we look at it, it's generally $100,000 in revenue on an annual basis per SKU. That's just how Benetago looks at it, right? You could talk to another aggregator, it doesn't care, it doesn't matter as much. Maybe the concentration of where the revenue lives matters more versus, let's say you have 100 and most of the revenue lives with the top 25. The rest of the 75 might not matter as much when you're getting into valuation. But basically, it's fluid. It depends. It depends on who you're talking to. It depends on the business. No two Amazon FBA businesses are the same. So if somebody's going to give you a canned answer and say every single time it's going to be like this, they're probably lying to you. They're probably trying to sell you. Like I said, all cases are different. They tend to be a little bit more custom tailored than that. But generally speaking, most aggregators will follow a general model, and it's more of like a sliding scale of things that matter. So no two are going to have the same answer for that SKU count. Know your margins, right? That goes back to financial documentation and P&L statements. You got to understand how much money you're making there, because that's exactly what the aggregator is going to want to look at, because that's going to be the first thing they look at in terms of what does the growth potential look like. Greg did a really good job of saying, don't over optimize your business, right? Because then you don't leave any room for growth. The things that get us excited, the things that get other aggregators are excited is being able to find a really solid opportunity for growth that we know we have the expertise in-house with our brand management team, and we're just going to run with that. That's what's going to get you an aggregator that's excited. That's what's going to put you in the driver's seat. That's what's going to give you like that position of leverage so you get the ultimate exit that you're looking for. And then I leave it with SDE, add backs, add backs, add backs. I just got an email from a newsletter talking about SDE. Some of you may know what it is. Some of you may not. It's generally speaking, it's seller's discretionary earnings. It's your operating profit with any type of one-time expense that you currently incur that, say you sold to Benetago, we would not be incurring. Things such as if you're paying yourself a salary, you can add that back into your operating profit. That goes to your advantage. If you have, let's say, one-time expenses in terms of polishing up your business and getting it ready for a sale, you hired a consultant to come in and clean up your SKU counts, or you hired a consultant to come in and measure PPC and get yourself optimized there for really good profit margins for a sale. We're not going to incur that person, right? We're not going to have them on payroll. That's an add back. Whatever you're spending there goes right back into it. You went to Prosper, the flight, the ticket, the hotel. We're not going to take your business and specifically go to Prosper for your business. Those are expenses that we're not going to incur. These are all things that are in your favor. These are all things that you can add back. And ultimately, that conversation is always going to be around STE. That's the first thing that we look at when we look at financials is where are the add backs? What can we put in here? What's going to make the most sense in terms of these one-off expenses that we don't think that we're going to be incurring when we're doing our due diligence. Assess your current situation. Greg kind of alluded to it as well, right? There's so many aggregators out there. They hear all the stories of acquiring businesses and it didn't work out, or they were just really good fundraisers and they could acquire really well. They're really good at making deals, but they don't know how to operate businesses, right? So as you see this market change, and it most definitely will, it's going to be fluid. You're going to see people trying to mitigate against risk. They're going to take a look at every single thing. They're going to assess your situation. They're going to say, what are the risks here? If we acquire this business, what type of risk are we taking on? What type of risk are we comfortable with, right? So take care of lingering issues within business operations. I can't go through names, but I can go through a couple of situations recently that we've dealt with where There were some financing issues, right? In order to get a sale across the board, they needed to get some financing to float them across for the end of the month. Black hat attacks, stockouts, supply chain issues, which everybody's dealing with right now in this crazy global economy we find ourselves in, and obviously SKU count. That's not to say stockouts and black hat attacks are deal breakers. They're just going to be things when you go through the due diligence process that people are going to ask about. They're going to dig in on that. And as long as you understand the situation, you understand why it happened, you understand your plan of action to kind of fix those things, and you can speak to it, you'll be in a fine spot. You know, just because you get on a due diligence call and an M&A team from an aggregator says, hey, we see, black hat, or we found evidence of black hat attacks, or we see stockouts here. That doesn't mean like, oh, no, like I'm going to, lose my valuation. If you took the time ahead of time to understand why it happened, what you can do to prevent against it, what are some things that you implemented to like kind of shield yourself from those types of things, you'll be in a good spot. But just be able to understand, be able to like zoom out for a second, take a look at the bigger picture and truly understand the operations of your business. Because if you come across as knowledgeable as possible in that scenario, it's only going to benefit you when it comes to multiples, and ultimately like a clean exit for yourself. Have a vision, know where you're going, right? A large chunk of an acquisition is going to be, okay, we've passed the financial wall. We understand that this makes sense. We understand the margins are there, the SDE's there. We've figured all that out. Now the next step is going to be, where are we going with this? Have they launched internationally? Have they optimized PPC? Have they tried other marketing strategies? Are there better supplier relationships that we can do and lower the average cost for the units and for our cost of goods sold? It's going to be the first question that's asked after verifying financial fits. Where are we going to take this thing? Where is the best opportunity for growth? Because that is any sound investment strategy in terms of acquiring a business. That's going to be the first thought that they would have. Acquisition companies are looking for the easiest path to growth. So if you can speak intelligently to hey, these are our profit margins, we fit your criteria, everything looks good. This is our vision. We haven't launched in Europe yet. We haven't launched in the US yet. We haven't focused on PPC as much because we've been focused on this funnel. If you can say those types of things, you're already painting the vision. You're basically pointing the aggregator in the direction of growth. And it, again, works out in your benefit. Understand your market. Some FBA sellers are operating in the same categories, but for the most part, you need to understand the market, the category that you're selling into, the broader trends. I had a conversation with somebody who at Prosper, they didn't even understand how they got themselves in that spot. They were like, wow, I found a really cool product that this category is really into, and I started selling it, and now I have a 7-figure business. How the heck did I get here? I don't understand supply chain issues. I don't understand this. I don't understand that, right? Take some time to understand how everything is affecting. We're in this like global economy now. There's all these different supply chain issues, inflation in certain countries, right? Understanding the broader trends and like how that's going to affect growth, how that's going to affect the next 12 months of revenue. As was said previously, we're looking at trailing 12 months in terms of operating profit or SDE when we're looking at valuations. Understand those things, be able to talk to them. Because I can guarantee you behind closed doors, when you're being evaluated by an aggregator, those are the types of conversations that are being had. I have them myself almost on a daily basis. So if you can understand those things a little bit better, you don't have to be a pro, but just to understand a little bit about what's going on there can help you tremendously, because you won't feel lost. You won't feel like you're being taken advantage of, and you'll understand why things are the way they are when you get your ultimate valuation. Understand your competitive category advantages. It's the beauty of working with private label businesses. You have a brand going. What is the competitive advantage that you have? You obviously have competitors. If you're speaking to an aggregator, they want you probably because you're on the top of the rankings. You have reviews. You sell a lot of units. You're growing at a tremendous pace. So understand that. Understand your value. Understand what you're bringing to the table. And speak confidently about it, because it'll go a really long way in building that relationship. This next point I just want to bring up, because I've seen it a couple times before, is be creative with your growth plan and your vision and your strategy, but be rooted in fundamentals. And basically what that means is don't oversell it. right? This is a relationship-based game, and it's kind of foreshadowing into my next slide. But when you ultimately choose who you're going to do an exit with and who you're going to spend that month or however long the due diligence phase takes, it's about trust. You want to trust them. They want to trust you. They want to make sure that they have a firm grasp on your business, what you're doing, what the growth potential is. It's got to be mutually beneficial. So don't sell the dream too much. We're on like I say, we're entrepreneurs because I come from the Amazon space too. You're an entrepreneur. You always want to sell the dream. You have big dreams. You want to be creative. You want to do these things. But just make sure it's rooted in fundamentals, because if you start getting crazy with it, the aggregator is going to see that right away, and it's going to put some stress on that relationship, because we want to make sure we're transparent, we're on the same page, and everybody understands where everybody's at. And have a goal for post-exit. This is something that's not talked about a lot. Some people are just like, oh, this is the biggest financial transaction of their life. This is the biggest business deal that they've done so far. Millions of dollars on an exit. And they had no idea what they were going to do afterwards. They're like, oh, I'm going to go to Mexico. I'm going to go to Hawaii. I'm going to go lay low. Some of them had plans. They already had a business ready to go. But some of them didn't. Have a plan for what you want to do afterwards. I mean, Amazon and any entrepreneur, if they could do it once, they're going to do it again. And they're probably going to do it again after that, because you just have that fire, you have that drive. So when you're going through the process, when you're entertaining offers, when you're talking to aggregators, know what it is you want your ultimate goal to be. It's the first question I ask people when they come to us and they want to, start figuring out the structure for an exit is, what does a successful exit look like for you? Where do you want to be? What are your next plans? Like, let's figure out how we can structure this so it meets those goals, it meets those needs. Because if you don't have it, you'll find yourself being taken advantage of, and you won't even understand what's beneficial for you. So this is a super important thing that, in my opinion, isn't talked about enough. Find the right partner. This is a big, big decision. Not all acquisition companies are the same. You can talk to 5 aggregators. They probably have 5 different investment criteria. They have 5 different markets of expertise or categories that they look into, or SDE ranges that they look at. Some of them only want smaller brands. Some of them only want bigger brands. Some of them are agnostic. They'll take whatever. Talk to people. Talk to multiple aggregators. Figure out who is going to be that person who specializes in your category, who specializes in growth for your business, so that you know that you're going to be working with a trusted advisor, as I like to call it, somebody who's actually going to do right. They're going to be transparent, and they're going to get you ultimately what's best for both parties. Ask a lot of questions. A lot of times, I think sellers look at it like they're being interrogated. There's a million questions being asked. You have to divulge all this financial information. You should be asking too. It's as much of an interview on your end as it is for them. Be upfront in the initial conversations. Like I said, don't oversell the dream. If there's something that's there, it's going to be found out. If you've never done this process before and there's something operationally or there's something financially that's going on in your business, and you don't bring it up, if you get to that due diligence phase and it looks like it's a good fit, it's going to show up in those numbers. It's going to show up in the Amazon business report. So it's usually best to just be upfront about it and work through it, because like I said, a lot of those things, they're not deal breakers, especially if you understand your business and you know why they happened and what you did proactively to stop that from happening again. Could actually be a positive. It shows that you're a proactive business owner. You understand your business, you took care of it. And that goes a long way when it comes to growth and an aggregator feeling confidence in acquiring your brand and giving you a good multiple. And understand their investment criteria. You could come to us and you may not be a good fit, but we may know 5 other people who you're a good fit for because they just focus on other things. I think the days of being category agnostic and revenue agnostic and just saying, we'll take whatever, we'll acquire and just go get some funding and hopefully our investment fund goes public one day. I don't think that's a sustainable model. I think the players in the space who are going to exist over the long term are going to be the ones who take this approach. They're going to be the ones who are launching their own brands because they actually like selling on Amazon. They don't just like doing deals and getting investors and investments and all those good things. What that means is they're going to stick to whatever their expertise is in-house. I can tell you for a fact, we are Amazon FBA sellers. All of our brand managers are 2 co-founders. It's what they know the best. That's what they're super confident in. And that's what we look for. We look for Amazon FBA brands. We've been presented with Walmart and this and that. And it's not to say if you're on those platforms, we won't look at the acquisition. But for the most part, our bread and butter is right there. And we know that if it's an Amazon FBA business and the majority of the revenue is concentrated on Amazon, we're going to be able to grow the business. You heard about stability payments and all that, right? A lot of that is based on, a lot of the earnouts are based on growth. How far can the business grow after we acquire it? And a lot of money is usually left there. We like to pride ourselves on the growth that we can do. Like, we're not going to issue an LOI unless we think we're going to be able to grow that business to the point where it's going to work out for everybody. We're not going to put, we're not going to put growth terms in your earnout if we don't think we could take the business there, because that doesn't work out for us in the end, right? We want to be able to grow the business. It's in our best interest. It's also in your best interest. And just a little bit about the process, right? Knowledge is empowerment. It's broken out, and it depends on a lot of those factors that we talked about in the beginning. Having clean financials, being upfront about it, everything, like really understanding your business, that will dictate how long of a process it takes. It could take a month, it could take 2 months. For the most part, with Benetago, it's usually about a month process from initial call to closing and payment. First week is documentation request. You'd have a phone call with me or one of the other members on the acquisition team. We get the financials, we kind of go through everything. We do a quick high level scan and take a good look and see if it might be something we're interested in. If it is, we move forward with a due diligence call with our mergers and acquisitions team. Due diligence sounds super fancy. All we're doing is we're getting on a call with the M&A team. We're going through the financials and we're asking questions like that. There was a period of declining growth. Why did that happen? There was a period where it looks like stock was out. Why did that happen? So it's a due diligence call. We do a deep dive evaluation after that. Once we go through the due diligence call and we think we're going to be issuing LOI, where does the brand go from here? That's where we're looking at planning on growth. And then finally, closing and payment, 1 to 2 weeks. We get you the LOI is signed, we issue cash payment, and you're on to your next venture. It's a pretty simple process. Like I said, usually takes about a month as long as you have everything in line. And that's it. That's all I have. I hope I didn't go into too much detail. I know I'm the last one before the break. I see Sophia popping back on. I apologize if I got a little bit long-winded, but it was very clear to me that there's a lack of information on the seller's end sometimes. And it's really good to understand all this when you're going into these conversations. But feel free to connect with me. I'm an open book. Even if you don't fit our investment criteria, I'm always willing to give advice. Find me on LinkedIn, copy my email down, send me an email. We always offer free evaluations if you're just looking for a plan of action or if you're looking at what you can work on to get yourself the ultimate evaluation. But I appreciate everybody taking the time to listen to me before you go into your break. I hope I wasn't too boring. I hope we learned a little bit. And if you could take anything from here, even if it's one thing, I feel like I did my job. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chris, so much. Everybody has a lot of questions, so that's why I popped back up. Thank you so much. That was very complete. And I know many people had doubts about aggregators and how you guys work. So thank you for that, Chris. That was superb. And now, Chris,
No
I'm going to go ahead and ask you a few of the questions that people have. So first, hold on. I lost them. Okay, here it is. So first, Mike asks, are virtual assistants ad backs? And also he asks influencer marketing as an ad back.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Mike says, are virtual assistants ad backs?
Yes, that is literally, I was reading that article that I was telling everybody about in SDE. It was literally one of the first points. We don't use virtual assistants. We have our own in-house team. So as soon as that acquisition is being made, we're using our own in-house resources. Virtual assistant is most definitely an ad back.
Okay, thanks. And he also asks, is there a category that you are most interested in or more in?
So the easiest way to put it is, if you're buying something for your home and home decor or anything that you need inside your home, we're interested. Anything for babies, we're interested. Anything with dogs, we're interested. And anything when it comes to taking care of yourself, like beauty products or personal things, we're interested. So if you're buying something for yourself, you're buying something for your dog, you're buying something for your house, you're buying something for your baby, those are most likely a category that we're always willing to take on.
Okay. So a ton of categories for you guys. And also Fadel asks, do you manage the Amazon stores, which I know you've said before, but. Yes,
absolutely. We're always looking for a clean transition into an acquisition to go right to our brand management team, who I'm actually looking at right now. It's usually a very clean transition afterwards. We're directly managing the FBA brands.
Okay, perfect. And okay, another one says, is there a way, Miguel asks, is there a numerical way to mitigate the risk or to measure the risk more likely?
Measure the risk in which way? I guess like the risk of the business and growth and all that.
Yeah.
Mitigate against risk. The easiest way to mitigate against risk is to actually dive into your numbers and maybe do the thing that you've been ignoring for a little bit and understand, like, I guess taking a lot of what we look at is month over month growth, right? If there were some months where growth was negative or growth slowed down, why did that happen? Sit back and kind of assess it. I guess the easiest way numerically to look at it is to look at month over month, year over year growth. And you have a pretty good understanding of like where some of the gaps are that you can clean up. The other way numerically, or I guess just being able to calculate it, put it on paper, is SKUs. Concentration of revenue in SKUs is super important. You can have 100 SKUs, but if only 25 of them are really contributing to your revenue, that's a good thing. Maybe it's time to clean up your SKUs a little bit. So taking a look at some of those numbers and kind of getting like a gut check on if it's clean, if you've been kind of ignoring it a little bit, maybe it's time to focus on it, polish it up a little bit, is usually your best path to mitigate against some of those growth questions that an aggregator like ourselves is going to have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I think that was the exact answer they were looking for. And also, who says, hold on. Assad says, Chris, what about active accounts under arbitration? How are they viewed?
Active accounts under arbitration?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm not going to speak for every single case, but most likely, I mean, that's something that we would be staying away from. But it really depends on the scenario. I hate like giving a canned answer for everything. But that is definitely something that we would dig into on a due diligence call and really ask some questions on if we got to that point of all the financials worked out.
Okay. Lena asks, when you say incubator, do you groom young sellers by mentoring them and help them get acquired or acquire yourself? Is there a way I can apply to your incubator?
That may be somewhere we go in the future. When I said incubator, I meant like incubating our own brands. Okay. We have a team that will launch brands internally. They'll launch products internally and kind of grow them out organically instead of just acquiring them. So maybe in the future, but right now it's more of just our brand management team launching their own brands and products, to clarify.
Oscar asks, does Benitago consider partnering with some of the companies selling their businesses?
Of course.
Okay.
We're always looking for partners. We do referral partnerships, acquisitions, you name it. If it's beneficial for both parties, we're always willing to have a conversation. Definitely reach out.
And Ryan asks, finally, do you only acquire private label businesses, or do you also consider companies with their own domestic manufacturing operations?
For the most part, it's our bread and butter right now is private label businesses. Just because of our expertise and being able to basically acquire them, transition them, and manage them effectively. Always open to having a conversation and looking at them, but I would say for the most part, we stick to private label right now.
So definitely still contact you, right?
Of course, we're always willing to have a conversation. The worst thing that happens is you have a better idea of how you can grow and find the right aggregator for you, or maybe you don't want to sell. Maybe a sale is not the right thing for you, but at least you have a really good understanding of, where your business stands and what you can do to help yourself a little bit.
Okay, and everyone interested in knowing where your business stands, where your Amazon star stands, you can scan the QR code that's in the screen right now to get a free business valuation from Benny Tago. You'll get it under 24 hours. You'll just have to fill out a form letting them know about your business, and you'll get your own free business value evaluation. So just make sure to get that QR code in. And
of course. I'm sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. No, I was going to say, and you can also, like, I'm very accessible. Feel free to reach out to me, send me a message on LinkedIn, send me an email. I'm always willing to be a source of information if you need it, if you're feeling uneasy about the process. Like I said, we're very stringent. We may not be the best fit, but you need to understand like what's going to be beneficial for you if you are deciding to sell the right move for you.
Okay, can we get your email on the chat?
Sure thing. I will drop it in right now.
Yeah, I think people were very, very thankful for your talk today, but some of them still have a lot of doubts and they're gonna flood your email. I guess.
Of course, it's a new space, it's a changing space, and you have to make sure that you're partnering with the right people because there's a lot of noise going on right now. So understanding everything and thoroughly vetting is going to be super important if you want success in an exit.
Do you prefer omni-channel e-commerce over Amazon only? Asks Lena. Final question.
Right now, Amazon for the most part. I think last we discussed it was 80% concentration on Amazon. Like I said, I think I'd be a little naive to say that that's going to be forever. That's just currently where we stand right now. But like I said, the market's always changing, so that could change in the near future.
Okay, well, guys, that was Benitago, and that was Chris for you. Go ahead and scan that QR code to get your own free business evaluation within 24 hours for a gift from part of the Benitago group. Thank you very much, Chris, for being here with us today. That was an amazing presentation, a superb information for everyone watching.
Of course, thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me before your break. I know some people might have been a little sleepy, but please feel free to reach out. Don't be shy.
No, that was so interesting. And they're writing to you right now in the chat. Thank you, Chris, so much for coming and for being here. Okay, everybody. Well, that was Chris today with us. So right now we're going to take a 5-minute break. So it's 1:02 and we're a little behind on schedule, but no problem. We got amazing information today, so I didn't want you to miss out on any of the information we got out today. So guys, we're taking a 5-minute break. We'll be right back at 1:07, 1:08. So go get yourself a coffee, go get yourself a bottle of water. When we come back, we're gonna have Pato from Algo Más with an amazing presentation today. So make sure to come back in a few minutes. In 5 minutes, we'll be back. All right. See you everybody soon. For everyone who stays, I just wanted to say a message for the Spanish people watching me. Hola a todos los que nos están viendo. Oigan, si no están pudiendo escuchar la traducción de manera correcta, acuérdense que le pueden dar clic abajo en las opciones de Zoom. Hay un botón que es un mundo. Denle clic ahí y ahí puedes tener la traducción al español. Sé que no está al 100% todo el tiempo. Sé que de repente perdemos un poquito de la información, porque algunos de los temas que tratamos el día de hoy son un poco complicados, pero bueno, traten de agarrar la información que puedan, traten de agarrar algunos tesoros aquí, por allá, y no se preocupen que seguiremos teniendo eventos de este estilo. Para lo que se hayan perdido hoy, asegúrense de que esta información la van a volver a tener. Nos vemos en 5. See you in 5, you guys. Hello, everybody. We're back. Write yes in the chat if you can see me. Write yes in the chat if you're ready to be back. I know that break was quite short, but I'll bet and I can promise you that the next speaker will make up for the short break. It's Pato. I'm excited to have him. Pato, are you here? I'll answer a few questions right before Pato connects.
I'm here. I'm here.
Hola, Pato.
Can you hear me?
Yes, right. Give me a second, Pato. I'm just gonna answer a question in the chat. People are asking, where do you post the pic on Instagram? So let me put the handle again on the screen. You can see it now. Remember, we have a $500 gift card up for grabs. The only thing you have to do is take your picture watching ExitCon. I have already taken mine. Take your picture watching ExitCon and post it on Instagram. Tag the handle Akrumi and also follow Akrumi. Use the hashtag ExitCon for a chance to win the $500 gift card. I'll let you know who wins at the end. But also, don't worry if you don't win the $500. You'll still have 5 other chances to win $100 gift cards at the end. So that's very exciting. Wait until the end for that because you have to be present in order to win. And also make sure, I just want to remind you guys, make sure to scan the code and get your and make your 3-minute survey to get your instant funding offer for Akrumi, because if you apply today, upon sign up, you'll receive a $500 bonus. Okay, just only for the guys who are today. If you sign up today, you'll receive a $500 bonus upon funding, all right? What do you post a picture of? You need to post a picture of yourself watching ExitCon, Martha. Just take a picture of yourself watching the ExitCon today, and you'll get the chance to win, all right? Okay, so now I'm gonna introduce Pato. Arlene asks, you two must be related, Tellez family. Yes, Pato is actually my brother, and I'm so excited to announce him right now because aside from being my brother, he's been my mentor and he's been my partner in all of my years selling on Amazon and being on this business. So Pato is more to me than a brother. He's a brother, but he's a mentor, but he's a guide. And for those of you who don't know him, Pato is the co-founder of Algo Más. Algo Más is the biggest training, Latin speaking, Spanish speaking training and software company with over 5,000 Spanish speaking Amazon seller members, which Pato has trained personally across North America and the world. Pato is based in Ohio, and about half of actually Algo Más team are based in the US, and the other half of the team is based in Mexico. So when he's not helping others sell on Amazon, Pato uses his deep connections in Mexico to help private label sellers and also global brands source in Mexico and sell in Mexico and Latin American e-commerce. So Pato, good to have you here, my brother.
Hey, Sophie, nice to see you. And hi, everybody. So Sophie, so should I share my screen, Sophie, or
yes.
Good to go? Okay. So hello, everybody. I see, yeah, there's a lot of you I know here in the chat. For those who don't know me, we haven't met, I'm Patricio Tellez. As Sophie said, I'm one of the co-founders at Algo Más, and yeah, believe it or not, I'm from Cancun, but I'm living in Ohio. So you can ask why, and that's probably topic for a different another moment. But I've been living here in the US for a little over 10 years, and I'm thankful to this business because we have been able to grow a great business, a family business, and helping people grow their online businesses, but also help companies in Mexico grow and expand to the US market. And now we're helping US companies, private label brands, to expand to the Mexican market. So let me share my screen here, and I want to talk about a couple of interesting things. Well, before going to my screen, I was probably a couple of weeks ago, I was invited to speak at the Prosper Show exactly about this subject that we're going to talk today, about sourcing in Mexico, growing in Latin America. But what I noticed is that, of course, this is a very interesting topic. Everybody right now, with everything that has been going on with a global supply chain, and we've all been having the same problems. Everybody is very interested in finding products in Mexico and expanding to Mexico, right? But what I noticed is that most people see it as an impossible task, right? Because there's no Alibaba in Mexico. There's a language barrier, cultural barrier. So for a lot of people, it's a really hard thing to imagine, right? Getting into that market. So what I want to do today is I want to leave you with 2 tips, 2 things that you can start doing today, like right now, right after ExitCon. You can start working on these 2 things. To one, start finding manufacturers and finding products that you can source in Mexico, and 2, start selling in the Amazon Mexican marketplace. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the opportunity that you have, that every Amazon business owner has in Mexico, whether it is sourcing or selling. And then we're going to talk about these 2 things that you can do to start right away. So let me just share my screen real quick. There we are, right? All right. So again, we're going to talk about 2 things today. One, selling in Amazon.com.mx, Amazon Mexico. And the second one, sourcing in Mexico. So let's start with sourcing. And this is important because I think what's interesting about this is, and hearing the previous talks, I think it's whether you are a seller looking to grow your business, trying to find new opportunities, trying to get away from a highly competitive market here in the US, or whether you're trying to add value to your business to get a higher multiple, or whether you are planning to sell and thinking about what else you can do after you sell. I think these 2 things are gonna fit right in because it is as important to grow your business, and as any aggregator will look right at your track record, 12 months, 24 months. It's as important, I think, to have an eye to what's coming, to the trends that are happening right now, and to just be ahead of the game and be able to anticipate the opportunities that will show up. And why? Because by the time you see those opportunities out in the market, probably other people are going to have taken advantage of those. So let's talk about those 2, selling in Mexico and sourcing in Mexico. And the first one is, well, we all know about this, but it's important to remember that the big opportunity for sourcing is that as this whole craziness has happened in the global markets, and especially with the supply chain in Asia, it's been increasingly important to have alternatives and to source here in Mexico, right? So, but why? Why is it that important? Well, because for starters, we've all had this problem recently, right? With running low on inventory, with having problems in bringing containers going for $20,000 instead of $4,000 like they used to, taking months, right? So that's one of the problems that everybody has been having. But also, you have to take into consideration that being so close, imagine that you could have your factory like in a 2-hour flight. You can take a flight from Atlanta to Mexico City, be there in 2 hours, or anywhere in Mexico in a couple hours, and be able to go there, inspect your product, talk to the factory owner, be in contact directly with your supplier, right? So that would make things like addressing your quality issues or packaging or any issue that you might have so much easier, right? And a lot of people ask me, well, is it going to be cheaper than China to manufacture my product in Mexico? No, probably not. In many cases, it's going to be as economical. In many cases, it won't. Maybe 10, 20, 25% over more expensive that it's currently in China. But it's important. It's important to understand why, because Mexico is not China. Mexico is not gonna beat China in manufacturing costs. But there are gonna be a lot of other things that when you take them into account, when you consider them, the real cost of getting your product from China as opposed to Mexico, it can get a lot better from Mexico than it is in China. And talking about not small things, but important things like intellectual property laws, for example. In Mexico, the Mexican legal system is very similar, is based actually after the U.S. legal system. So a lot of these things you can sign a contract in Mexican law and IP contract then and know you can enforce it, right? There's trade agreements in place that help you to get your product here in a timely and costly manner, but also in a fashion. But also, and this is, I think, something very important that most people miss, which is imagine you can have your products so much faster, and you can buy at lower quantities, and you can ship maybe starting with $1. You can ship a lot lesser quantities from Mexico to the US. And this is important because this will help you with your cash flow. If you don't need to buy 2,000 units of each product of each color, if you don't need to fill up a 40-foot container to make it reasonable, to make it work, if you can just pack a small van, a small truck, and cross it over the border, have only the products that you want, only the quantity that you need, possibly have a warehouse on the other side of the border, which is going to be a lot cheaper than it will be over here on this side. These things help you manage your cash flow and help you allocate your money in maybe different types of products. You can launch different experiments, try different products, and it won't force you to tie up your cash in inventory sitting at a port waiting for it to get here. So that in the end, when you compare, if you're comparing prices, FOB prices, then it's not going to make sense. But when you take into consideration all this and the flexibility that you will get from sourcing closer, then this is where it all starts to make sense. One other important thing, and we're gonna get to that, is that you might have old inventory. You might have some products that used to work very well here in the US, and for one reason or another, competition, PPC, whatever it is, you're not carrying anymore. So a lot of those products might be great products in Mexico, might be great, profitable, high margins products in Mexico without competition. So this will allow you having a foot on a different marketplace like Mexico with rapid growth will allow you to find other sources of revenue that you maybe right now do not have, and that's one very important thing. And then the other is just taking into consideration the logistics. Again, the benefit, that the flexibility that you get from having your products at your warehouse at Amazon in a matter of days or weeks at the most. It just a game changer, honestly. And like I said, you can have inventory stored here in the US, but also on the other side of the border. It's going to be a lot cheaper, and you can be sending a lot less inventory that you would from China, of course. And now, what types of products you can find in Mexico? Well, Mexico, it's an industrial economy. We have pretty much manufacturers for every type of product, but there are different types of manufacturers. And what I want to focus on today is not the same manufacturers and not the same things that you're gonna listen from everybody else. I want you to hear this from a seller actually doing this in Mexico. I am from Mexico, sourcing in Mexico. And this is important because you'll find anything, auto parts, furniture, anything you want. So you'll have the big manufacturers that manufacture for you, the big US companies that export most of their production. But then you are also going to have the medium to small sized factories, family owned. They manufacture their own brands, or they manufacture for the local domestic market. And I think that's where you'll find a lot of great opportunities to not only be able to manufacture a great product at a great price, but also develop a strong relationship with your manufacturer that will in turn allow you to get better terms, get better prices, innovate products, create differentiated products that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do in China if you're not spending a lot of money. So you'll find all of these categories. But what I'd like to do is, well, okay, how do I find manufacturers, right? How do I go about finding manufacturers if there's no Alibaba, short of going to Mexico? And just hear me out on this. Do not go to Mexico if you haven't done this exercise and found some suppliers, because it's not like if you're gonna go there and just find manufacturers in the streets, right? And most of the manufacturers you will find are the bigger manufacturers that already produce for the U.S. market, for bigger companies, and it's not going to be as easy to get those favorable terms from them, right? So where I think the opportunity is in mostly companies that do know there's a big opportunity in the U.S. market, that would love to enter the U.S. market, but that have tried and failed. And what does that mean? And just imagine this, right? If you were a company that manufactures a product in Mexico, like, why wouldn't you want to get into the U.S. market? And many companies try, many don't, because of course there's a high barrier of entry for a small, medium Mexican company, Mexican brand to get into the U.S. market, right? It's very capital intensive. Most of them have tried at some point and failed. So when you come in and you're a US based customer that can either sell their products in Mexico, but also sell their products in the US, and then you also are an e-commerce retailer, right? Most companies will either want to be in the US market, or most companies will want to be online, right? Will want to be selling their products online. And most of these companies might have a website, and that's about it. Or might be selling in Mercado Libre, which is like the Mexican eBay. It's a big marketplace, but that's about it. So when they find somebody like you, a company like yours, that you are an e-commerce company and also sell in the US market, you provide a great value for them. So why is this important, and why am I even telling you this? Is because if you approach these companies that manufacture their own products, that already either they have their own brand, or they sell locally, domestically in the Mexican marketplace, they'll be happy to work with you. They'll be happy to develop new products for you. They'll be happy to give you terms to help you get new materials, to do whatever they need to do to work with you, because not only you're a customer and they're gonna grow your business with you, but you're a door for them to the US market and to be selling online. So that's a very important thing to remember. And the reason why you have this opportunity right now is because in Mexico, sort of the same thing happens throughout Latin America, but in Mexico, this is very persistent. And that is that more than 95% of businesses in Mexico are family owned and operated. That means that the person running the business is probably, right, the grandfather or the uncle or the nephew, right? And they, in most cases, they are busy with their existing business in especially in these COVID times, in surviving this market. So if you come in with them and say, okay, you're manufacturing your product right now. You manufacture a similar product to the one I want, to the one I need. Can you manufacture my product? And I'll show you how to sell your products online. Or I can get you your product and help you launch it here in the US. Or you can partner with them to have them manufacture the product and create a new brand and launch it in the US. So there's a lot of creative ways you can work with a manufacturer and provide value to have them to get them interested in helping you in getting whatever you need to source your next product or get a competitive advantage against your competition. So this, I think, a very important thing that you can do. So I mentioned at the beginning that I was going to give you two tips of something you can start doing today. And when many people think about sourcing in Mexico, finding manufacturer, it looks very complicated. It's hard to find the right information. But one small thing you can do today is you can go to, and I'll give you a couple of websites, but you can go to the website of any Mexican retailer, and let's start with the one we all know, with Amazon, right? So imagine you want to manufacture a protein product, right? Or some supplement. So the best thing that you can do, and this is literally what I do when I'm looking for manufacturers, is you can go to the website, find a product similar to the one you want to manufacture, similar to the product you already have. And what you want to do is you want to look in the back in the label information, right? And what you'll see here is that the products that are made in Mexico will say hecho en Mexico. That's by law. It has to be there. So if the product is manufactured in Mexico, which is what you're looking for, you'll see the hecho en Mexico. So what you can do now is you have the address and the name of the company that manufactures that product. So pick up the phone, give them a call, send them an email, and start communicating with them. In most cases, these companies will be open to discussing manufacturing your product, right? In exchange of, well, that's where your creativity comes in. In exchange of helping them launch online, helping them grow their business in the U.S. market. In exchange of doing a joint venture to launch a new product, right? And why wouldn't you want to have a manufacturer on your side, where with a manufacturer that you can build a relationship and grow a business. So this is an easy way to start doing some research to find manufacturers of products that you're interested in. And then the second thing that in putting together this presentation, I found this product, but this caught my attention. See how it says down under the hecho en Mexico. It says, well, certificado orgánico, right? That's an organic certification. It says mayacert.com. It has a website. So I just looked up. Let me show you this. You're seeing my screen, right? So I looked up the Mayacert, that company or that certification, and what I found is that this is like a Latin American certification for certificate of origin and organic. It has the USDA organics that we all know. They are in Guatemala, Costa Rica, in several countries in Central and South America. But the one thing that I found here is, for example, it has a customer list, and this is something that I've done before as well. When you see one of these certificates that seem local, you can call them up and say, hey, I'm looking for a manufacturer of this type of product. Like, what companies have you certified? Can you share a list of your manufacturers? And they'll, in most cases, they'll share a list. They might even want to charge you something for it, but they'll have a list. So in this case, you have in this website, I found this customers list. It has like thousands and thousands of manufacturers of all types of products, groceries, of course, like food, coffee, supplements, protein powders. There's just thousands, literally like 1,700 or 1,200 companies from all throughout South America that you can find. And I didn't prepare this with a week in advance. It took me literally 20 minutes to find this product, this manufacturer, and the certificate, and you'll find a ton of products. And the reason I'm telling you this is because, I mean, I could tell you to go and look for Kiminet, for example. Kiminet, the last website that you see there, it's a sort of a list of manufacturers. But you could be doing that. You can Google for manufacturers of the product that you want. You and other 10,000 people are going to be doing the same. And it doesn't matter how hard you look on Google, how many times you go to Mexico to try to find manufacturers. Most of the best opportunities to find great suppliers of great products at great prices, most times they are not advertising online, because in many cases they are not doing contract manufacturing, right? They might be manufacturing their own products. So to me, the best ways of finding these products outside of the typical things that you're going to do is getting in contact directly with these manufacturers and doing the small things that almost nobody is going to be doing, like looking on these websites, right? The Mercado Libres, the Liverpool, Coppel, Enart, Kiminet, looking in these websites and looking for products that are being sold locally in the Mexican market, that are being manufactured by somebody, and getting in contact with them and finding out who's doing that product. And that's easy and low risk, high reward way of looking for manufacturers and finding great opportunities that none of your competitors, other than the ones looking at this ExitCon, are going to be doing. That's for sure. So do that, and you'll find great products and great manufacturers. And then lastly, I'm going to go really fast through this because many of you probably have heard me talk about selling in Amazon Mexico, but this is a great opportunity because Amazon Mexico is an untapped market. And I want to show you one thing that is very interesting. I came across this information, and basically what this says is that Mexico and many developed, the more developed economies in Latin America are mostly dominated by local national sellers. And the reason this is important is because, going back to what I was saying at the beginning, Amazon Mexico, it's a great opportunity for US brands, for private label brands to grow and to scale your business. Why? Because Mexico is it's a big market. Mexico is a fast-growing market, but the competition that you'll find today in the Mexican market is mostly the same old players that have been dominated the Mexican marketplace, mostly local brands, brick and mortar brands, and what that means is that you'll find not very sophisticated sellers, and you'll find not very innovative products and sellers. So what that means for your private label product is that you're probably you're competing in a highly competitive market here in the US. You have to have great packaging, great graphics, great product, very perfectly optimized listing. Your PPC is you're probably using software and doing manual optimization for your PPC. You're running a tight ship, right? So if you take that operation, that great product, and launch it in Mexico, you will find that there's not going to be a lot of competition, and it's going to be a lot easier for you to grow and position your brand in the Mexican marketplace than it is in the US, right? Imagine that you're entering the Amazon marketplace probably 8 years ago, like it was here in the US, right? Or even more. There's really a lot of opportunity for US sellers. And one other thing that I think it's interesting is that Amazon is not the dominant player in Mexico. Amazon has a relevant piece of the marketplace. For the most part, the Mexican marketplace is still diversified, mostly in the domestic websites, and then you have Mercado Libre, which is the leading marketplace, and then you also have Amazon. What that means for U.S. brands is that if you are able to establish, to launch your product and rank and establish and position your brand in the different local marketplaces, you're gonna be placing a very high barrier of entry as the market grows, as the international sellers, international competitions enter the Mexican marketplace. You're gonna have a big head start from everybody else. And whether you sell your brand here in the U.S. and you carve out maybe your Mexican Latin American business, if you're looking to sell to aggregator that wants to see other growth opportunities, then this could be a good opportunity for you. And then to just finish this presentation, I'm gonna leave you with a second tip of something you can start doing right now to start growing your sales and growing your business in Mexico, and that is and also Canada, by the way, if you're not doing that already, and that is setting up the FBA remote fulfillment. So Amazon has this FBA remote fulfillment, and what it means is that Amazon will replicate your listing in Mexico. It will translate out automatically. My suggestion is that you hire a translator to optimize your listing. Don't use the Amazon's automatic translation. It's horrible. But set up your FBA remote fulfillment. You'll be selling your products FBA in Mexico, and those products are going to be fulfilled from Amazon's warehouse here in the US. So you're going to be selling FBA in Mexico without having to do anything. So this is a great way to start. Of course, selling FBA locally in Mexico is better because shorter delivery times, and that's helpful. And it's going to be for the buyer, it's going to be less expensive because it's not going to be an imported product. But this is a perfect way to start. It's going to add revenue to your business immediately. So start doing that today. So set up to set up your remote fulfillment. Just go to the top right corner where it says a help option, and then type remote fulfillment. Type remote fulfillment. Click on it, and it will take you. Well, I don't know. Click on remote fulfillment, and it will take you to this website. And basically, what you want to do is follow the steps. It's gonna take you through the process. It's gonna explain the different fees that are included in this program. You can open Canada and Mexico, or you can set up Mexico and Canada. Basically, it's gonna explain you how the buy box price is gonna be affected from the different fees, the exchange fee, the currency exchange fees, the local marketplace fees. So it's gonna give you an example of how your pricing is going to work. Just follow the process. You click in, you accept the terms, click enroll, and you're automatically selling. You can select which products, or Amazon is going to tell you which of your products are eligible for remote fulfillment. You set it up, and you're good to go. And then after you've done that, you'll want to run some PPC campaigns in Mexico. It's very cheap. Just to give you an example, you can have here, for example, I'm looking for a tumbler, right? Just think of any highly competed keyword here in the US that you would be paying probably $2, $3, $4 per click. In Mexico, it's gonna be cents, because there's not a lot of competition. So just to give you an example, for example, this tumbler keyword, which in Spanish would be termo, you can see there's good volume there's good volume, but it only has 12 sponsored products, and if you were to count the sponsored products that have this keyword on their campaigns here in the US, probably in the thousands, right? So there's not a lot of competition. There's volume. Of course, you won't find the same volume as you will here in the US, But what you want to do is you want to set up your manual campaigns for each of your main keywords, same as you would here in the US. Set up your manual campaigns for your main keywords, bid high, and only select the dynamic bidding down, right? So only allow Amazon to bid down. And so you want to go high for your main keywords. What does high mean? Well, 50 cents, maybe $1 at the most. That would be 10, 20 pesos. And then once you have your manual campaigns for your main keywords, set auto campaigns with low bid. That will be from 4 to 10 pesos max. That's 20 cents to 50 cents US dollars. And then I always like to add a third campaign, which is my general low bid campaign, which is automatic campaign for all my products, and bid the minimum, which is 2 pesos or 10 cents, and just let them run. And what you'll see is that you won't be paying not even close to those high bids. You're gonna be paying pennies or cents for your products, and you're gonna be getting a lot of sales, profitable sales, and you're gonna start scaling your business in Mexico and growing your brand. So do this, and I would love to hear about how your sales are going in Mexico. If you have a brand that is proved and working here in the US, and you want to talk to us about helping you launch your product in the Mexican marketplace, you can reach out to me through my LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to give you advice, help out in any way I can. And so feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Pato. Gracias. Thank you for that, brother. That was amazing. And you have 1,000 questions on that chat. So let's get started. First question, Pato. Wouldn't Mexico manufacturers also just list on Alibaba? Why don't Mexican manufacturers list on Alibaba, Pato?
That's a very good question. And we actually talked to a couple of years ago. And you probably went to those meetings also, Sophie, to Alibaba in Mexico. And Alibaba has been working or trying to get into the Mexican marketplace for a couple of years now. And the problem the problem they've had, which is the same problem we've had, and same problem any Amazon seller will have getting into the Mexican marketplace, is that many of these manufacturers are not ready for these types of buyers, for international buyers, and specifically for e-commerce, because for most of these of the Mexican manufacturers, if they are not already exporting some of their production, what it will mean is that they will have to modify completely their processes. So this means how they are acquiring their raw materials, how they work, how they manufacture, their labor. So it's not as easy for a Mexican manufacturer, for a foreign buyer to just come into Mexico and say, hey, can you manufacture 10,000 of these? Because it's not going to happen, not even 1,000 of these. So you need to work with them. You need to educate them and what do you need them to do, and how do you need them to work to be able to produce your product. And that's where the opportunity is, I think, for working with these manufacturers. And again, you can go with this. There's millions of manufacturers in Mexico. There's many manufacturers that can produce your product, that are online, that will be in Alibaba. But to me, and with what I wanted to leave you today, is that the big opportunity is not in those big manufacturers that are already working with other 20 US clients. Rather, it is in developing those relationships and finding a partner, something closer to a partner more than just a manufacturer.
Thank you, Pato. Another question which pops up a lot is how do you fulfill from US to Mexico? Perhaps talk about prep centers.
So actually, because you can load up a truck and just cross it over the border, I mean, you'll need a un agente aduanal, a customs agent to get the product across, but is because we have our trade agreements in place, and you can get product very easily. So basically, what you can do is you'll package your product over there in Mexico, and send it directly to the Amazon warehouse, crossing it over the border. If you're sending a big quantity, then you'll need a customs agent. There's a lot. We can give you a couple of recommendations. But if you're sending fewer quantities, if you're testing out products, you can get them across the border without having to do a proper export, and just use your FedEx, UPS, DHL to get them across.
Okay, perfect. And also, hold on, Pato. Okay, if you expand your current products into Mexico, do they have to change the packaging into Spanish or use sticker or label?
Well, two answers to that. One, if you start with the remote fulfillment, no, you don't need to do anything. Amazon will take care of sending the product to your customer's door. You don't need to do anything. Actually, you'll be fulfilling your orders in Mexico from your inventory here in the US in your seller central. So you don't need to do anything. And then if you're going to import your products to Mexico to sell locally in Mexico with FBA, then in some cases, depending on the product, you will need to add a label in Spanish.
Okay, Hugo Rodriguez. No, sorry about that. Hugo is asking about, no, I'm sorry. Someone was asking about the difference in shipping costs compared to China, Ragini.
Well, I mean, I'm not sharing my screen, but there's, I think Mexico, the U.S. and Mexico share one of the longest borders in the world with the most entry points into the U.S. So it's not even a comparison, right? You can probably, if you're bringing a container from China, you could be paying from $16,000 to $19,000 to $20,000 to bring a container. And if you're sending product from Mexico, you can send as much as $1, right? And just get it across. Don't pay any fees. Don't pay any taxes, and just get them to your warehouse. So there's no comparison, but there's other things to consider, of course, the price of the product, and there's also many things. But in that specific point, the cost of shipping, it's no comparison. It's a lot easier, a lot cheaper, a lot faster.
And you can get it within a few days, which is much better than China. Yeah. Is there particular categories or type of products that you can source of Mexico? Or do Mexico have any specialties on manufacturing or?
Like I said, Mexico, you can pretty much manufacture any product, but for me, in my experience, toys is a great category. Toys, anything for the home, the product core is Mexico is great. You'll find very unique products, unique materials that you won't find anywhere else. There's of course a big market for the Mexican products. The Mexican culture is very ingrained in the U.S. culture, so you'll find a lot of products that will be very successful here in the U.S. that you won't find anywhere else. There's apparel, clothing, anything with textiles. Mexico has a very big textile industry, so pretty much anything textile, there's a big market, a big manufacturers for that. Anything with wood, for example, furniture. So really, I mean, there's no way to give an answer to say, okay, these are the best categories. You can pretty much manufacture anything. It's easier to go on a case-by-case basis. I would say probably electronics is the the hardest one, just because you're competing with Asia, and there's a big electronics industry in Mexico, but it's hard to really find products where you can compete in at our size. But I would say, other than that, there's medical equipment, there's like I said, there's food, supplements, anything really.
Yeah, I would like to add also that supplements are very good. Also, of course, you have to get, people were asking about the permits. Of course, you have to get the right permits in Mexico, but artisan products that are unique design, accessories, jewelry, plastics, also leather, anything like that. And Pato, also another question. It says that does the remote fulfillment you mentioned work for Canadian sellers too?
It works for inventory in the US. So it doesn't matter where you are. If you have a US store, then you can be fulfilling products from your US store to Canada to Mexico.
Okay, perfect. How do you handle inspections?
Well, you can same as you would anywhere else, including China. You can work with somebody that will visit the factory and do the inspections prior to getting them across the border. But the best part of being so close is that you can always go and visit and meet the people at the factory, meet the owners, see the production. It's for $200. You can be in Mexico from Atlanta or almost anywhere in the US, and it's a lot easier, a lot cheaper. You can go and come back in 2 days. You can go to Cancun or somewhere else while you're at it, but that helps. But it's a lot easier. You can be there, and most people, or many people in Mexico and many of these companies will speak English, and we're in the same time zone, so you can Zoom, and there's a lot of things that you can do that you can't do with a Chinese manufacturer.
Yes, exactly. You cannot do it as easily as you can in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil asks, if I want to move my product to Mexico and Canada, do I need product labels approved by any entity in Mexico?
So if you want, I guess he's asking if you want to bring your products from Mexico to Canada and the US?
No, from the US to Mexico.
Oh, okay. So it depends on the product you're working with. If you're, for example, Mexico is a lot more strict with supplements, beauty products than the US or Canada are. So if you're in the topical, if you're doing a topical product, an ingestible product, you'll need to get a certification from COFEPRIS, and it's going to take a couple months. It's not very expensive, but it's long and complicated. So it depends on the product. In most cases, in many cases, you won't need any special permit or requirement from to import the product. And again, but it's on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, Norma Lilian points out that there are companies dedicated to create your label under the right regulation. In fact, yes, they are in Mexico. So anyone interested can just look up for companies that are dedicated to.
Yeah, or send me send me a text on LinkedIn with your specific product, or use the website that Sophia has on the screen, and we'll look at your product and point you to the right direction.
Okay, and finally, Jacqueline Pato asks, if you are selling on Amazon US and also sell on Amazon Mexico and Canada, do you have to pay taxes on Amazon Mexico as well?
Well, if you're selling remote fulfillment, Amazon will take care of all of that for you. If you're selling locally as FBA seller, you need to be incorporated and pay certain taxes in Mexico, but there's no double taxation per our trade agreements, so you won't get taxed in Mexico and then in the US as well. It's only, you pay only one tax, but there are specific taxes that need to be paid to the Mexican authority.
Okay. Well, thank you, Pato. Sorry that I have to cut you short, but we're a little bit behind schedule.
All right. Thank
But for everybody that wants to free early access to Mexico sourcing on our selling group, please scan the QR code that you are seeing on the screen right now and say thank you to Pato in the chat. Gracias, Pato.
Bye. Thank you.
See you soon. Right. Thank you to Pato in the chat. And any questions you might have, we will see very soon. So now we have Ben Koch. Hi, Ben, are you there? For those of you who don't know Ben Koch, Ben is the co-founder and president of Accrumi, our primary sponsor today. So he's responsible for underwriting and technology. He's the co-founder as well of Algo Online Retail, Online Retail and Algo Más with Pato, and he is an active wholesale FBA seller. So Ben, welcome. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I pre-recorded my presentation last night, so I made sure I didn't go over time. So if you can let me share, I will put up the presentation and then I'll come back for any questions that anyone has.
Perfect. There you go.
Thank you. Just a second here. Find it.
You're getting a few welcome bands in the chat.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Excited to be here.
We're excited to have you.
I got to remember where I saved this because it wants me to share it out of my.
Zoom is tricky.
Here we go. Images. It's high pressure.
Yeah, you have a room waiting, Ben.
All right. I think this is it. So let's see. Can you see it? All right. Is that working for you, Sophia? Going on, ExitCon. So now we're going to be talking about 6 tactics that separate Amazon selling winners from the losers. So as you know, there's a lot of people out there making tons of money on Amazon, but for probably every 1 person winning on Amazon, there's 10 people losing on Amazon. So what separates them? Really quickly, my name is Ben. I'm the co-founder of Accrumi, and I'm also the co-founder of Algo. So shout out to all of my Accrumi and Algo people here. Thank you for joining us. I'm currently coming to you from Mexico City. When I'm not in Mexico City, I'm usually behind the scenes at our offices in New York. And what I mostly do is manage the software and underwriting team. And that basically means that I get a behind the scenes look at thousands of Amazon selling accounts to determine if they would be a good investment for us. And that means that I look at some really bad accounts, but I also look at some really good accounts. So I look at things like arbitrage sellers doing over $1 million in monthly sales, or wholesale sellers doing 100,000 in monthly profit, and even some private label sellers are doing over $50 million a year in sales, and maybe a top 500 or 1,000 BSR in a main category. So all kinds of different sellers that I look like. So what makes this presentation different is that at Accrumi, we are 100% success-based investors in Amazon FBA sellers. So that means that we only profit when the sellers that we invest in profit. That means that before we invest in someone, and every seller that we look at, we need to know if they're truly making a profit. That means after all of their expenses, their PPC, their cost per unit, their shipping, all of that, are they making a profit on the bottom line? Because that's how we make money. So what's going to make this presentation different is that I have gone deep, and us at Accrumi, we go deep on all the different kinds of Amazon sellers out there and very deep into them. So from arbitrage to wholesale to private label, we've looked at hundreds and thousands of these businesses. We've gotten detailed account data through a secure connection with Amazon's API. They give us their cost of goods, or what they're actually paying for products. We look at their supply chain and how they're sourcing. We look at what they're doing on their marketing and their PPC. And in doing this, we've come across people losing thousands of dollars per month doing on Amazon. And we've also come across people making millions of dollars on Amazon. So What we're going to do in this presentation is I'm going to share with you some of the insights that I've gained in looking at thousands of businesses, from big losers selling on Amazon to big winners selling on Amazon. The thing to keep in mind is that, we always keep account data 100% secure and confidential. That's part of our policy and requirements. It's part of Amazon's security policy and requirements. So I'm not going to share with you any proprietary information about specific sellers or strategies. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share 6 things that always separate the winners and losers on Amazon. And looking at thousands of companies, the people who are making money on Amazon are usually doing at least 4 of these 6 things right. And the people that are losing on Amazon are usually doing a bunch of these things wrong. So the first thing, number 1, very important, is that Amazon winners always know their numbers. So if you're watching this, we're going to talk a lot about numbers. And if you don't know your numbers, you're probably not doing well on Amazon. So usually the reason this happens is because you're not using a software to track your profitability of each sale, of your PPC, and then of your account as a whole. So most sellers, when they start, right, they might just use a spreadsheet or something like that to track their profitability because it's cheap. They only have one ASIN. They're making a few sales in, a week or whatever. So they don't need a software to do that. But as you scale, once you're even doing like $5,000 in monthly sales, it's almost impossible to track on a spreadsheet, especially if you have multiple ASINs that you're selling. So what ends up happening is people either aren't using software or aren't properly reading and understanding the data provided from those softwares, or maybe they're using a third party to do everything that isn't paying attention either. And what ends up happening is they lose money. And worse than losing money once is they keep repeating the bad mistakes because they don't know their numbers and maybe they think they're doing well. This happens so much at AccrueMe. And actually, if you just apply and connect to AccrueMe, we'll be able to give you a full output of your actual profitability and tell you if you're making money or not within a few minutes. So if you do want to apply, it's app.accrueme.com. We'll talk more about that later. But basically, worse than losing money once is repeating the bad mistake over and over and over again. So you got to know your numbers. How do you know your numbers? You can use, the biggest thing is to use tools, right? Teikametrics, Managed by Stats, Seller App, they're all here at ExitCon, and they are all great tools for understanding the numbers on Amazon. And at the end of the day, a lot of Amazon management is either about relationships, branding, or knowing your numbers. And knowing your numbers is extremely important. So use the right tools, make sure that you have all of your data up to date, and then actively monitor all this stuff. Even if you have someone hired to do those things for you, make sure that they know what they're doing and that you're staying on top of it and checking in on them, and don't just let them go completely rogue. The other thing too is make sure you understand all of the things that go into your overall account profitability, right? It's not just what it says on the FBA fee calculator. There are also general account expenses like storage, inbound shipping, returns, refunds, your monthly subscription, even for Amazon, things like that. So make sure you know all of your numbers and you're on top of this stuff. Even if somebody else is managing the day-to-day, you still want to have an idea of what's going on. Number 2 is that Amazon winners don't overbuy. So what I mean by overbuy is buying more inventory than you need or that you think you'll sell because either you think, your supplier said, well, I'll give you a discount if you buy more, or maybe you aren't confident that you'll find good product opportunities in the future. So when you find a good one, you want to sink as much cash into it as possible. Maybe you have extra cash and you just don't know what to do with it. Maybe you're working with a supplier with a high MOQ or an MOA, or maybe you're even trying to just save a few dollars on shipping by buying more inventory. At the end of the day, that's all overbuying. And those are all things that just kind of trick your mind into making a bad decision. Because what ends up happening is you miss opportunities, you decrease your business ROI, you decrease your ability to compound your returns, and you end up just creating more headaches and storage fees and things like that for yourself, especially with the constant changes lately from Amazon on storage limits and inbound restrictions. So let's look at a quick example, right? This is just a made up product, but let's say this made up product sells 500 units per month. The buy box price is $100. Your FBA fees are $25 and your other fees are $5, which means before considering your cost of goods or the cost that you paid for the product, your proceeds are $70. So that means that for every sale you make, Amazon's going to take 30 and send you 70. That $70 needs to cover your cost of your product and your profit. So now let's say for that product, you're talking to a supplier who says, you can buy 1,000 units at $50 a unit, or if you buy 3,000 units, you can get them for $45 a unit and you get a 10% discount on the product. Which one would you take? A lot of the sellers that I've worked with are going to take the $5 discount and buy 3 times as much inventory, especially if they have access to the funds to do it. And it's a huge mistake. So first, let's just say in the $50 unit example, right? After you sold it for 100, after your Amazon fees and other fees, you were left with 70. If your cost per the actual product is 50, that means that you have $20 per unit left in profit. So for every unit you sell, you're going to make $20 in profit. Now, in this case, right, it sells 500 units per month and you're buying 1,000 units, which means you're going to sell through the inventory in 2 months. That means that your ROI on that product is going to be 40%. You're taking your $20 profit over your $50 investment, and you're making a 40% return on each unit you sell. And that's pretty much where most sellers stop and they say, okay, I'm making 40%. This is great. But the reality is that inventory, that returns aren't fixed and you need to compare them relative. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at monthly ROI. So the monthly ROI on this, right, you're making 40%, but it's going to take you 2 months to sell through your inventory. So your monthly ROI, to keep it simple, is really 20%, not 40%. So in this case, you're buying 1,000 units at $50 a unit, and you're basically generating a 20% monthly ROI. And again, to keep it simple, ignoring compounding, things like that, 20% per month times 12 months, you're making about 240% per year on your money. Great, it's good return, but you didn't get the $5 discount. So let's see what happens when you get the $5 discount. So instead of making $20 per unit, you're going to make $25 per unit on each unit you sell. That's going to be your profit. But it's going to take you 6 months to sell through your 3,000 units instead of the 2 months it would have taken to sell through your 1,000 units. So now you're going to have 6 months worth of inventory, but your ROI is 55%, right? Because now you're making $25 in profit over a $45 investment. So you're making a 55% ROI on each unit you sell. Now, if we take that 55 and divide it by 6, because it's going to take you 6 months to sell through, you're really making a monthly ROI of about 9%, to keep it simple. So 9% a month equals 108% per year. So basically what you just did was you got a 5% discount, and I see sellers do this all the time, and we usually advise them not to, and we give them tools to try and avoid those things from happening. But at the end of the day, sometimes a 10% discount and saving $5 is just too good for Amazon sellers to pass up. So what you end up doing is you save $5 on your per unit cost, but you end up basically cutting your annual ROI in half. So what you're doing in those situations is really you're tripping over dollars to pick up pennies, right? You get all excited about the 10% saving and you don't think about, well, how's this going to affect my long-term profitability and return on investment? So the solution to this is, number one, make sure if you're getting a discount that it increases your monthly ROI, not just your per unit ROI, return on investment. Spend a little bit of extra time looking for more product opportunities so you don't feel pressure to just buy a ton of the first good thing you see. And also negotiate with suppliers and even potentially consider offering to pay a little bit more per unit if it's going to mean you can buy less and increase your monthly return on investment and just keep turning that money over and over and over again. So again, more ROI. Amazon winners focus on ROI. A lot of times Amazon sellers, I see this all the time, will focus on low ROI products, either because they don't know their numbers and they think they're making a ton of money when in reality they're losing money, or maybe they're saying, you know, every sale counts and I got to just keep buying product, which is true to an extent. Maybe they just don't have any other opportunities for their money, or maybe they're not really comparing the monthly ROIs of all their different product opportunities. And what ends up happening is you're going to have lower profits and you're going to miss out on a lot of the good opportunities because you're tying your money up in worse opportunities. So let's just look at this for example. Let's say that today you have $10,000 to invest in inventory and you have 3 product options. Product A has a 200 unit MOQ and costs $50. And your ROI is going to be 40% per each unit you sell. Product B has a 100 unit MOQ, has a cost per unit. You're going to pay $100 per unit, and you're going to make a 25% ROI on each unit you sell. And product C has a 10% cost per unit. That's what you're paying for each unit, 1,000 unit MOQ, and you're going to make an ROI of 20% on each unit you sell. So if you're looking at this, which one do you think would be a better investment? A lot of Amazon sellers would either say product A because it has the highest ROI, right, 40%, or product B because it has the highest profit per unit, 25%. But if we actually look at the numbers, because product A, based on the MOQ, will take you 4 months to sell out, your monthly ROI is really only 10%. Product B, your monthly ROI is really only 12.5% because it'll take you 2 months to sell out. And product C, the one where you're making a 20% ROI per unit and a $2 profit per unit, is actually going to have the highest monthly ROI because you can sell through it in 1 month and keep turning that money over. So a lot of Amazon sellers do the first part of the analysis and skip the second part to determine what their actual monthly ROI is going to be. So basically the simple way to avoid making this mistake and drastically increase your ROIs is to, number one, look at everything on a monthly ROI basis, or you could do it yearly or weekly, whatever, but make sure that you're using the same time frame when calculating ROI for everything, and you're considering how quickly you're going to sell through stuff. And then allocate your resources, your limited resources in most cases, right? You only have so much money to work with, to the highest ROI products on that monthly or weekly or yearly basis, whatever time frame you want to use. So number 4 is that Amazon winners reinvest their cash flow. So a lot of Amazon sellers don't reinvest all of their profits and all of their cash flow for really 3 main reasons. The first one being, especially if this is your full-time occupation, is selling on Amazon, is you have personal bills to pay. You know, you got to pay rent, you got to pay for groceries, you got to pay for the car, and you need to take money out of your business because it's your only source of income. The second is you might have life events. Maybe you're getting married, maybe you have a family reunion coming up, something like that, where you need some cash, and the majority of your cash is tied up in your business, and that's how you get money for your personal expenses. And then the last thing, and this is going to be a big one that, you know, obviously hits close to home, is repaying a lender or investor every month a share of your cash flow. What this really does is means you miss opportunities, you eliminate your ability to compound your returns, you decrease your overall business ROI, and at the end of the day, you're putting less money in your pocket long-term, you're growing slower, and it's going to take you longer to either get to an exit or get to where you want to be with your business. First of all, what are compounding returns, right? Compounding returns are basically reinvesting your profits and then earning profits on those profits, right? So if you look here, in month 1, you had $100,000 in assets, $100,000 of inventory, and just obviously to keep it simple, let's say you turn that $100,000 over in 1 month and you earn a 10% on those assets. So now you earned $10,000 in profit in month 1, and you take all that $10,000 and reinvest it into inventory in month 2. So now you have $110,000 worth of inventory or worth of assets. And if you can still generate that same 10% monthly ROI, now you're making an $11,000 profit in month 2. And you can take that $11,000 and in month 3, add it to your $110,000 base if you reinvest all your profits. Now you're earning $12,000 in profit in month 3. And you can see how if that continues, you can grow exponentially. And that's basically what compounding returns are, right? I think Albert Einstein said something like it's the 8th wonder of the world. So you want to reinvest and as much of your profits as possible so that you can get this compounding effect and grow exponentially. So in a lot of cases, right, you're saying, well, I can earn 10% of my money and I got plenty of other opportunities out there. So I need another $100,000 from someone. I need a loan. I need some more money, and I'll go make 10% on that money, right? So you start with $100,000 of your assets and you're earning 10% on them. You're making $10,000 a month. And now let's say you go and you get a loan for another $100,000. And this is a fairly standard loan. There's some loans and investing options out there for Amazon sellers that are way worse terms than this. And there's some that are slightly better, but not much. But at the end of the day, let's say you get a $100,000 loan. It's a 6-month term. They want you to make equal payments every 6 months to pay back the loan. And they're going to charge you 10% interest, which obviously 10% is not bad. But the big problem is that if you're paying it back over 6 months, you're paying a little less than $20,000 a month back to your lender for the $100,000 you borrowed. So we'll get to that. But Now you have $200,000 of inventory and you're generating a 10% monthly ROI. So now instead of making $10,000 with just your own money, now your business is generating $20,000 in profit because you have someone else's money that you're working. The problem is that with this loan example, you're basically taking all your profit to repay the loan, right? Because you have a $20,000 loan repayment. So month one, you have $200,000 in assets, you earn 10%, and you got to pay, which is $20,000. You take that $20,000 and send it to your lender. Month two, you're starting in the exact same place because all the profit you earned went to your lender. Month three, same thing again. And you basically can never grow, right? When you keep taking the money out of your business, either to pay yourself or to pay for personal expenses or to pay back a lender, you can't grow because you don't have that compounding effect. You're basically stagnant. So how do we fix that? Well, obviously a little shameless plug here. This is basically why we invented Accrueme, okay? Because in this case, let's say you get $100,000 from Accrueme instead of from a lender. That $100,000 is a profit share. So there are no fixed repayments, there's no interest rate, there are no fees. Accrueme just earns a share of the profit. And every month, instead of you having to pay that share of the profit or pay anything to Accrueme, Accrueme says, okay, we'll take a note of that in our system, that was our profit share this month, but go reinvest it. And you can keep reinvesting and reinvesting. So in this case, you have the 200, now you have $200,000 in asset, 100,000 of your money, 100,000 of Accrueme's, and you're earning 10%, you're making $20,000 a month for your business. Month one, you earn 20,000, you add that 20,000 on to your assets in month two. Now you have 220,000 earning 10%, you earn 22,000. In month three, now you have 220,000 plus 22, so you have 242,000 earning 10%, you earn 24,000. And then you can start to build that exponential compounding growth like you were doing before you had a lender in the first example, but now you're doing it with somebody else's money, which makes it even faster. So there's obviously zero loan repayment with Accrueme, right? Like we just discussed. So how does Accrueme make money, right? Like that's always everyone's question is, well, it sounds too good to be true. Well, you're just giving me free money? Well, no, we're not giving you free money. So basically the way Accrueme works is we earn a share of the business profits every month based on how much capital we have invested. So in this example, in month one, you had $100,000 of your money in the business, and us at Accrueme, we matched it and put another $100,000 in. So now there's $200,000 of assets in the business, and we basically each represent 50% of it, right? You have 50% you started with, 100,000, and we have the other 100,000 that we invested. So we're 50% of the asset value. And to determine our profit share, we take our share of the asset value, we divide it by 2, and that's our profit share. So in this case, if we're 50% of the asset value, we earn 25% of the profit that month. Business earned 20,000 in profit, 5 of it was ours, and 15 was yours this month. But instead of saying, okay, now that's our 5,000, pay it to us, instead we say, let it accrue. Take that money and go reinvest it in more products. So now in month 2, you can take your 15,000 of the profit plus our 5,000 of the profit, and you have 220,000 of inventory, and you can earn 22,000 on that. Now, Accrueme represents 105,000 of it, right? Our 100,000 initial investment plus the 5,000 that we accrued last month. And that represents now 47% of the 220,000. And if you keep reinvesting your profits and we keep reinvesting our profits, our share of the profit is always going to decrease over time. So you see, we went from 50% to 47. We take that 47, divide it by 2, about 23% is our share of the profit this month, or about 5,000, a little over $5,000 now. Month 3, we do the same thing again, right? You take our share of the profit, your share of the profit, reinvest it, go make more money with it. Now Accrueme's capital is 110,000, 45% of the $242,000 pool, and we're earning about 22% of this month's profit. And every single month, instead of having to pay us anything, there's a portal, the Accrueme portal. We track how much money we're earning each month, and you pay us back whenever you want. We're happy to let it roll over and let you keep reinvesting because you're making good money. You're making good money for you, and you're making good money for us. So that is how Accrueme makes money, because we always get that question. So basically, after 6 months of reinvesting all of the profits in the business, right? Here's your 3 outcomes. On your own, You started with 100,000, you're making 10%. By the end of 6 months, if you reinvest every penny and keep making 10%, you have $177,000 in assets, and you made a little under, you're making at this point, a little under 18,000 a month in profit, which is pretty good. If you work with some of the other lenders, like the example we looked at, you basically are right where you started, right? You have 200,000 in assets and you're making 20,000 in monthly profit, which is still better than where you were with your own money without using other people's money, but it's not much better. With Accrumi, after 6 months, you have $354,000 worth of inventory or assets in the business, and you're earning a little over 35,000 every month in profit. So as you can see, if that continues, right, you still have exponential growth when you're on your own, and you're going to have even greater exponential growth with Accrumi. With the other lenders, you're kind of a little bit more stagnant, but still growing. And the moral of the story, or the main thing to drive home, is to always be reinvesting either your money or your investors' money, and try not to take money out of the business, because reinvesting money is how you get exponential growth. So the fifth thing, that one was a little long, these will be faster. Amazon winners diversify, right? So if you are an Amazon seller with one product that you're selling on Amazon.com and buying from one supplier or manufacturer, you probably had some sleepless nights thinking, my whole business is dependent on this product and this manufacturer and Amazon.com not messing with me. But at the end of the day, the effect for you as an Amazon seller and on your business is a lot of instability. And basically, if anything goes wrong, right, something happens with that ASIN, your supplier goes out of business, Amazon decides to shut you down, basically your business is dead. So as an Amazon seller, you want to diversify. Diversify can happen a bunch of different ways, right? You can have new strategies. So a lot of the sellers that we work with that do private label, we actually help some of them expand, if they want to, into wholesale to add some stability to their business. But, in wholesale, I mean buying brand name products in bulk from US suppliers and selling them FBA. So we help them do that. Maybe expanding product lines. A lot of sellers we've worked with, we've been able to fund their existing products so that they can then have extra cash to go and reinvest in launching new products. Expanding marketplaces, even expanding, to Mexico, like Pat talked about, or even like Walmart, anything like that, just expanding beyond just Amazon.com, doing smaller shipments so that if your one shipment gets lost or stuck in customs or Amazon loses it, your whole business isn't dependent on an insurance claim. And then looking for new suppliers and manufacturers is something we also help people we invest in when they want help with it. Obviously, we have a lot of experience with that. So diversify. And then the number 6 thing that winners do is they deploy their resources. So a lot of times Amazon sellers will just keep some cash on the sidelines, either because they don't think they have enough good opportunities to invest the money in. Maybe they have FOMO, they don't want to invest all their money in product now because tomorrow the best product ever might come across with 100% ROI that's going to sell out in a week. Or maybe they're just scared to put all of their money into product. Or maybe they have a scarcity mindset. So, and this isn't, I'm not talking about personal assets here. You should always obviously have money set aside for emergencies personally and other investments and be diversified there. But from your business standpoint, you should really try and invest as much of your capital as possible, right? Because if you have $50,000 in assets fully invested, earning 10%, that's $5,000 a month that you can compound and grow and get exponential growth. If you have 25,000 of that sitting on the sidelines waiting for that amazing product opportunity to show up, or you're too scared to put all the money out, you're earning half of that, which is going to drastically decrease your growth and your compounding like we already discussed. So you want to put the money out there. Basically, what this comes down to a lot of times, people say, well, there's not enough good opportunities, right? I can't find suppliers. I can't find winning products. At the end of the day, winning sellers have way more opportunities than they do cash. Even the sellers that we've invested a lot of money in, they still want more money. They still have more opportunities to go make more money. The losing sellers, on the other hand, have more cash than they do opportunities, right? They have a ton of cash and they can't seem to find a good opportunity. And at the end of the day, what I think it comes down to is basically, if opportunity doesn't knock, build a door, right? The winning sellers are constantly out there looking for new opportunities, testing new things, trying to put their money out there, while the losing sellers who are sitting on cash are kind of, oh, Amazon's not working, or I can't find a good supplier, and just kind of down on themselves. So at the end of the day, good sellers have their money invested, as much of it as they can, invested in product that's generating them ROI. So in conclusion, FBA winners, they know their numbers, they make smart buying decisions, they focused on the highest ROI opportunities, and they do diligent research to decide what the highest ROI opportunities are. They reinvest all or as much of their profits as they can. They diversify to some extent, and they deploy as much of their assets as possible into profitable products. The FBA losers, they don't know their numbers at all. They think they're making money when they're not. You know, they buy way too much inventory so they can save a few dollars on their purchase price without thinking how it actually affects their business. They purchase products without properly comparing all of their buying options. They don't reinvest, and they just drain their cash flow to pay lenders. They rely on usually like one product, one SKU, one manufacturer, and then they keep some of their cash sidelined for a rainy day or the amazing product that's just going to show up on their door. So that's really it. If you consider yourself to be an FBA winner and you're doing a lot of this, you're making money and you know you're making money, we want to invest in you. We want to invest $10,000 to $1 million in your business to help you grow as quickly as possible, make as much money as possible. And then if it's something you want to do, exit for as much money as possible. So the next step is just to go to app.accrueme.com, where we're going to ask you something like 10 questions. They're not anything personal. We're not going to do a credit check or anything like that. It's no risk, no obligation, but answer 10 questions. It usually takes people around 3 minutes, and we will give you an instant funding estimate where we'll tell you, based on your answers, about how much we think we could invest in you. If you think that number would be helpful, you can go through the process further. You can connect us securely through your Amazon Seller Central, through the App Store. We'll run your numbers for you. We'll tell you if you're profitable. We'll give you some insights into your business. And then we'll invest $10,000 to $1 million of success-based funding in your business so you can really take things to the next level. And of course, I think we've already talked about this, but if you apply today and tell us in the application that you were on ExitCon, we'll also give you a $500 sign-up bonus upon funding. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here at ExitCon. If you have any questions, just drop them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them. Honored to be here. Thank you all for being here with us. And that's it. So let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Ben. Guys, that was Ben Koch with us today. Any questions you may have for Ben, we'll have to answer them at the end, because right now we're gonna have Liz Downing, who is here with us. Liz is the e-commerce and marketing manager at Takeometrics, and I'm gonna introduce her in just a moment. Whatever questions you have for Ben, hold them out, and at the end we'll get a chance to let Ben know your questions, and he'll get a chance to answer them to you. So now we have Liz. Liz, again, as I said, is the e-commerce marketing manager at Takeometrics. Takeometrics, for you, those of you who are not familiar with them, Takeometrics optimizes every ad dollar that you spend with their artificial intelligence software called Flywheel. They'll help you automate your campaign creation, your keyword targeting, and your workflows, all driven by AI technology. And Liz is also on the advisory board at Prosper Show, and is also a board member and content chief of the Ecom Cooperative. Liz, it's so good to have you here, and I'm sorry about the delay we've had, but we're so happy to have you here.
Thank you, Sophia. I'm happy to be here, and I was just digging the presentation, so no worries here. I'm actually going to take as little time as possible so that there's plenty of time for that panel, because I know that's why a lot of people came here. But I am Liz Downing. Sophia did a great job of introducing me and Takeometrics. So at Takeometrics, I think that my title is a little nebulous, but what I do is I plan our in-person events, and I also deal with a lot of our partnerships. So that got me thinking. We were thinking when we were getting ready for this virtual event, how do people get ready to exit? How do people leverage the opportunities and things that are available to them so that they can scale and grow, maximize their ROI, all that kind of stuff. So I could talk a lot about how advertising is the way you get ahead on Amazon. You guys already know that. I want to talk a little bit about leveraging the industry to get the resources you need in order to scale and grow. So Sophia, if I could share my screen real quick, I want to give a quick example. So just while I've been here, I noticed these two splash screens, right? So you're attending this free event today and you're getting offers from Accrumi and Algo Plus with opportunities for you that you don't have to pay for, or that you get a special bonus for participating. So that brings me to my first point, which is there are so many free virtual events, free webinars that you could be attending, and 9 times out of 10, the provider that's involved is going to give away something for free. So take advantage of those types of things. There are also different organizations and events that you can participate in where you can meet a lot of people at once. Like for instance, the Prosper Show was last week, right? So Prosper Show is the big show once a year. If you've never been, I recommend that you go. If you didn't attend, there's the Prosper Remix. It's a much discounted thing, but that was an opportunity for an Amazon seller or brand owner to go and meet with hundreds of exhibitors, attend lots and lots of educational sessions based on their path and what they were interested in. And it's like kind of a really big deal. We have another event coming up next month, Ecom Events. It's in LA. Accrumi is going to be there too, but that's another opportunity for networking. And I can't stress the importance of networking when you're trying to grow your business, when you're trying to figure out the types of providers you want to use, and even when you're trying to choose who you want to exit with, who's going to advise you when you're moving toward exit. But how do you get your business ready, right? So there are lots and lots of tools and services out there that can help you, but you don't want to get into like provider overload, right? So Sophia mentioned the Ecom Cooperative. That's this place. If you go to the bottom and say that you're an Amazon seller, you can sign up for free, and then you are included in the mailing list. You're included in special offers that are only given to people who belong to the Ecom Cooperative, and it will always be free for Amazon sellers. This will never, ever be something that you're charged for. Take advantage of that kind of stuff, because the more people you can talk to, the more other sellers you can connect with. Like the Ecom Cooperative has these great seller dinners and seller mania events. And sometimes we meet up with Nirav in his Amazon Clubhouse, and that's hundreds of people from all around the world. That's great networking. It's a great time to get real advice from real people who are at your stage of the journey, a little bit ahead of you, but they're people who absolutely have value that you can absorb and put into your own business. I would be remiss and probably in trouble if I didn't mention the free resources that Takeometrics offers you. We've got our page 1 newsletter, and I'll include all of these links. I don't want to bombard you on Zoom, but we've got our page 1 newsletter that's free. It goes out. We try to load it with great information, helping you get to page 1 on Amazon. And lots of times it's organic tips. So it's not like, hey, spend all your money with advertising. We're having in April Marketplace Madness, which is a free 2-day virtual event that teaches you how to expand to multiple marketplaces. So I know a lot of times when you're getting ready to think about an exit, people tell you not to expand marketplaces because a lot of the companies that are buying Amazon businesses want to go ahead and do that themselves. But if you're in a place where you do want to expand to multiple marketplaces, or if you want to be convinced that it's too much work, this is probably going to be a good session for you too. We also have a new free tool called the Opportunity Analyzer. I'll send this video, but this sort of walks you through it. But what it gives you is, Sophia mentioned our flywheel tool. So our flywheel tool is the first step in really optimizing your advertising on Amazon. So, and Walmart and eBay and soon to be other marketplaces. So what we're trying to do is give you an opportunity to see if it's time to actually amp up your advertising. So I'll give everybody a link to that. And I just encourage you to ask for help, right? So if you've got questions about Amazon reimbursements, you know, the Katita is the place to go. And a lot of times when they do webinars, they'll give you like up to $200, $300 in free reimbursements. That's free money. So my advice to you is to take advantage of the free money and the free resources that are in this industry. And that's why people like Accrumi have these types of events, is to get you the information so that you can make actionable decisions. Patricio gave you 3 things that you can do right now as soon as he finished his session. There's nothing better than this absolutely free information. And I've just been so impressed every single time that the ExitCon events and Sale to Scale and all that stuff has happened, because it's crazy good. I mean, did Ben not give you just now like a whole bunch of information you needed and opportunity to scale your capital? I just think that, and the reason this all came up for me is that I was at Prosper Show and I was talking to sellers and talking to brand owners, and I was talking to people, and I was like, well, do you know this person? Do you know that person? Because that's the person that I do. That's what I do, is I introduce people to each other. And there were so many people that didn't know that, oh, this resource will give you this, and this, like Ecom Engine helps you get product reviews. You can't really get ahead on Amazon and do the kind of advertising you want unless you've got plenty of product reviews. It's just, there's this whole world out there that's available to you, and it's a whole network of people who truly care about helping you. They want to sell you their product or their service, but they truly care about your success at the same time. They're passionate about entrepreneurship. They're passionate about your business. So that's my soapbox. That's all the time I'm going to take today. I'm going to turn it over to Sophia so she can introduce the aggregator panel. If you ever need anything from me, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm Liz Downing, and I'm ldowning@takeametrics.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. It was great to have you, even if you had to be brief. We wish we could have you in for longer.
It's okay.
Maybe soon. But thank you so much for being here again. It's the second time I've personally heard you speak, and every time you're here, I learn something new. So thank you, Liz. And also for everyone who is interested in starting with Takeametrics and automating those campaigns, check out the QR code that is on the screen right now. Just take a picture of that. Scan that QR code for a 3-day free trial. The team at Takeametrics were so nice to give us a 3-day free trial for the people who are here today. So make sure to take advantage of that free trial. Just scan the QR code that you're seeing on the screen. And now up next, we have Mark. So Mark Jepson, nice to have you over here, Mark. He's the COO of Managed by Stats. He has an extensive experience with computer network, working with business management, over 7 years of managing marketing and sales teams. He started on Amazon a while ago when he was in 2014, and he started in the supplement and workout categories, which I know some of you guys are very interested about. And he was brought on to help run and expand the operations of Managed by Stats in 2015. For those of you who don't know what Managed by Stats is, I'll put the link in a few minutes for that. Managed by Stats will help you. It's a comprehensive software suite for Amazon sellers that includes from seller email automatization and a autoresponder for your clients, review request automatization. I know many of you guys will be interested in that. Advertising manager, and a lot of softwares that Mark will tell you about himself. We are so glad to have you here, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. That was an awesome introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, so Managed by Stats was created back in 2015, and it was basically, we started selling in 2014 and quickly figured out that we needed to actually be able to manage our business, and there wasn't really a good way to do that. So we built it out. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and start doing a presentation here.
Yeah, there you go. Hand it over to you.
All right, let me know if you can see.
Yes,
that.
I can see you.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. So yeah, so I'm going to be talking about, like everyone else, preparing to sell your Amazon business. One thing I just want to, kind of comment on is from Liz from Takeametrics. It's actually such a true datum where if you are going to these events, meeting people at conventions, you really create some great partnerships and friendships with people. So just backing that up, definitely go to those if you have a chance. All right, so let's start this off. So we created tools
as Amazon sellers ourselves, we figured we need a way to actually see what's happening with our business. And in order to do that, we said, you know what, nothing else exists out there right now, so let's go ahead and create it. And over the last 7 years, we've built a bunch of different tools that are all geared towards helping you increase your sales, increase your profits, and save you a lot of time selling on Amazon. This was created by Philip Jepson, my father, and we've been running it ever since 2015. So 3 things we're going to cover, and you've been hearing this a lot. And again, I'll make this as short as possible because I know we are running a little late. The first thing is you need to know your numbers. You've been hearing that a lot from Greg and Chris. You have to know that. Otherwise, you're not going to know how your business is doing and what you need to do to actually make it do better, or if something's eating up too much profits, etc. Right? Secondly, you can actually, most of the times, get a better purchase price for your company if your business is expanding. So obviously, if your business is kind of going down, your sales are going down, you're going to have a harder time getting a better purchase price, right? So something to think with. And then, of course, plan your exit. Chris covered this a lot from Benetago. You definitely need to think with this, right? So if you're planning, if you want to build a business and then plan on selling it, think with it at the get-go. Or if you're already selling and you're like, you know what, maybe this is something that I can do. Okay, start planning your exit. And some of the things that I'm going to show you here will actually help you do that. So let's jump into the first point here, knowing your numbers. This is so vital. And one of the tools we've had around since 2015 is a very clear breakdown of how your business is doing. And this is, there's no amount of communication that could be in excess on this point. If you don't know your numbers, you're not going to be able to make sure that your business expands correctly. So this first thing we have here, and you see we have a bunch of different tools, but I'm just going to cover a few of them. This first one here is our finances overview. This gives you a very clear idea of where your money's coming from. From that, what kind of fees you have from Amazon. So I think it was Ben who mentioned this. There's a whole bunch of different fees that you have to know about, and some of them you don't necessarily see from the reports that you get from Amazon. Your subscription, your shipping fees, any refunds, service fees. There's a whole bunch of different things. So we pull all of this data in here and we actually break this down for you so you can actually see what's coming out of your total sales. And then from that, of course, you need to know your cost of goods, any advertising, shipping costs, sales tax, etc. All of that is coming out of your profits. And if you don't have a clear breakdown of all this stuff, you're not going to be able to see, is this product or is this brand getting you real amounts of profits. Ben from Macrumia was talking about the different volumes that you need to have. Yeah, okay, you need to make sure that the profit amount that you're getting is going to be worthwhile to someone who might want to buy your business. Another area that we have is our profit and loss. And again, this is in our finances section where now you can see this same kind of data, but on a month-to-month or week-to-week basis. So now you can look at trends. And this is one of the things someone who's going to want to buy your business is going to want to look at. They're going to want to look at comparatively, how has it been going month-to-month or year-to-year? Are you expanding or contracting? So here's a very simple, easy layout where you can just look at this. You can download this to have that available for the person who wants to purchase, and be able to show them, okay, yes, things have been moving up. This is where my business is at. Okay. The breakdowns tab, this is where we kind of dive in and get a little bit more nitty gritty. If you have a couple products or 1,000 products, this is going to give you a very, very clear breakdown of where everything's at. And this is a lot of numbers, so I'm not going to talk a bunch of numbers at you, but in here is where you kind of dive into all those different numbers and actually see what's actually profitable or not. And again, you can view this stuff on a whole brand. So if you have multiple brands, you can view these by brand. You can view them by product line or individual products. Okay. Over on the right, you have a drop down where you can actually see a whole bunch of metrics that you can add to this table, where you can, if you have off Amazon sales through Shopify or some other e-commerce website, you can have those showing up in here. Of course, having your PPC counted against your profit. so you know how profitable you are, sales tax, etc. Knowing your profit percent. That was something that was talked about by, I believe, Ben and Chris. And then, of course, adding in additional expenses. So if you have Google or Facebook or other VA contract work or something like this, you can add those into your expenses and actually know if that profit number is going to be closer to reality. And then, of course, knowing your basically your what many people call tacos, we call it advertising cost of total sales. It's basically that key number that's going to show whether or not all your advertising efforts are resulting in a profitable amount of profit for you. Okay. So to break this down for you real quickly, next to all your products, you have all of your order information. You have your refunds, so you can actually see what's happening for each of your brands or products, how many of them are getting refunds. And then, of course, your Amazon payouts, your cost of goods, any inbound shipping costs. So any and all of your fees that have been being talked about, you have a way to input all of these into our system, and it'll automatically update and count this data appropriately. And then, of course, at the end, you have additional expenses, your advertising cost of total sale, your profit, so how much profit in dollars, your profit percent, and your ROI. So those are all very key numbers that you're going to want to look at, or that someone buying your business is going to want to look at. Okay. And then, of course, down at the bottom, we have FBA shipping fees and Amazon service fees. So these are all these kind of hidden fees that you don't necessarily see in Amazon that they're charging you, and you have to know all of them because that does actually take from your bottom dollar. And so down at the bottom, you'll see the first number on the right is your total payout, whereas the number on the the number on the right is your profit, number on the left is your payout. So you can actually see the difference there, 439,000 down to 364. That's something you're going to want to know and think with when you're analyzing your business. Okay, so in addition to that, that's just one of the tools that we have. In addition to that, we can actually zero in and find areas of your business that actually need improvement. So if you're looking at that, you're going, okay, what's my plan? I want to sell in blah time period. You need to be able to take that and plan out what you want to do with each of your products or each of your brands to make sure that they're ready for that area. So some of the other tools we have built in is our statistics and metrics. So on Seller Central, a lot of you know this, there's a ton of graphs that you can look at in there, but you can't quite get the big picture. You can kind of throw a bunch of lines on a single graph, but you can't see everything at once. So actually, in addition to that, there's graphs that Amazon doesn't even provide. So metrics that you want to keep an eye on that aren't even in a graph that Amazon shows. So we have everything that they show, as well as all the metrics that don't have a graph inside of Seller Central. We actually have those as well. And we display this in a way that you can easily grasp the entire thing. You can see all of them on a single page. You can see how the whole brand is doing on those graphs. And then you can, of course, drill down to groups of products or individual products and see how they're doing. Okay. So one of the key factors here is that there are a lot of metrics on Seller Central. There's advertising metrics, sales metrics, marketing metrics, all these different things that you could look at that could get a bit overwhelming. So we know that, and we know that there's actually certain things that actually cover the entirety of your business. And so we created some stuff that'll actually help you zero in a little bit easier to find out what area of your business needs attention so you can actually get it ready for your exit plan. And these we call key performance indicators. There's 4 metrics that cover the entirety of your Amazon account. We have them here: sessions, conversions, profit, and reviews. These 4 stats cover every single aspect of your Amazon account. And if you see one of them going down, there's multiple areas that could be affecting that you can then drill into. So that's what we then build out for you. So there's actually influencing graphs or influencing metrics that will make these 4 KPIs go up or down. So you need to know what they are and how to fix them, right? So what we have is a KPIs dashboard. And this actually gives you the 4 main metrics for your account. You can have it on, again, brand, product, view, etc. And you now have all of the statistics or metrics below it that actually influence or indicate something's happening with that metric. Okay, so here you can see there's a whole bunch of different graphs that all appear under there, and viewing those, you can actually see if something happened on your sessions on a certain date. You can look at these other graphs below it and see if one of those is the culprit for causing that down statistic. Okay. So understanding your numbers means you need to basically know your numbers to actually understand your business. If you don't know your numbers, you're not going to be able to actually manage it correctly. And you have to be able to see what are the things you need to take action on. And that way you can take the right actions. If you don't know what area of your business needs to be addressed, and you just see that your sales are down, you can kind of get a little panicky and like, oh my gosh, what do I do? You have to be able to zero in and go, okay, this is the area that's actually causing me trouble. I'm going to go find out what thing needs to be changed, what things needs to be adjusted or reverted, and then you can go and do that. And that's where these KPIs come in handy. These actually show you which area of your business you need to take action in. Okay, so next, expansion is key. If you're expanding your business, you have a better likelihood of having a better multiple or a better purchase price for your Amazon account. So you need to make sure that you're expanding. One of the key points on that it kind of ties right into Liz from Metrics is your advertising. You have to make sure that you're advertising effectively to get your account moving in the right direction. If you're doing external traffic or Amazon traffic, driving it to your listing, you have to do one or the other to get your product shown in front of people's eyeballs. So one of the things we have in here is our marketing KPIs, marketing key performance indicators. These are the 9 main metrics that you need to look at when analyzing your account and analyzing your marketing against how effective it's being for your whole account. And again, you can drill down into a brand, individual products, etc. But knowing these things will actually help you go, okay, I'm heading in the right direction or I'm not. And one of the key points that I think it was Greg from Empire Flippers talked about is when getting ready to sell, you want to make sure that your metrics are going up either on a monthly or yearly basis, right? Of course, month to month, and then throughout the whole year. You can look at those right now. You can see here, I have these on a monthly view. You can also have those on a yearly view. And you can actually see, okay, is my profit going up compared to last year? And when planning to sell, look at this metric, see if it actually makes sense that, oh yeah, now is a good time to actually sell. Okay. Another area that I believe it was Greg talked about is ranking. You want to make sure that your product is ranking well on keywords. And we have a keyword tracker that shows you very clearly, green, you're on page 1, orange, you're on page 2, red, you're on page 3, and then white, you're on page 4 and beyond, right? Very clear visual of, yeah, I'm doing well for these keywords or I'm not. And you can actually see, are these important keywords or are they not, right? So some very clear metrics that help you just know, okay, yeah, I'm ready to sell, or hey, I need to get a few more of these keywords pushed up to page 1, so you can actually be in a favorable position to sell. All right, so you need to know your numbers so you can take effective action, right? An additional point here is that I've been hearing a lot. I've been on this webinar for the last 4 hours. So first off, hats off to everyone who's been on the webinar this long. But I've been hearing a lot about Spanish speaking people. We of course have translations into Spanish and a whole bunch of other languages. So we definitely cater to that market and to those people. And here you can see that little drop down right here, all the different languages that we do support. All right, so we've built a whole bunch of powerful tools to help you actually manage your brands or manage your account and maximize your exit strategy. There's a ton of different tools that we have. We only touched upon 2 or 3 of them. We have, a profit dashboard, KPI dashboard, tool to find products, research products, optimize your listings, keyword tracking like you saw, full customer database where you can actually get real contact info, transaction database, review request automation, which Sophia mentioned at the beginning, tracking your reviews and feedback, inventory management. You can have, we support multiple seller accounts in all countries, and you can also have multiple users. So very robust system. That's basically it. Didn't want to dive too much into numbers and stuff. So if you want to sign up for Managed by Stats, we actually have a special for ExitCon. It's managedbystats.com/ExitCon. You get a couple things in here. Of course, all the custom-made KPIs, your financial breakdowns, advertising analysis, KPI checklists, all of our different tools that I mentioned in there, where you have listing, advertising, all of this different stuff is all included in there. And you get a 25% off for 3 months. So normally we're $89.97 for the first 3 months, you're $59.97. And then on top of that, you also get our advertising manager free for 3 months as well. That's $150 value. So some 2 little bonuses there. And that's basically it. That's all I had, Sophia. Trying to keep it short and sweet.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was so
Absolutely.
good. You kept it right on time. Thank you very much, Mark. Everyone put thank you there to Mark. And if you have, we'll take maybe just a couple of questions. So if you have questions, write them down. Okay, I actually have one here. So Mark, Lena asks, are all of your tools bundled into one tool, or are they separate?
Yes, so they're all in one tool. You can kind of go back to one of these other views here where you can see it. There we go. So you can see here on the side, all of our tools are right here. And for the $89.97 price, you're getting basically every single one of these. There are a couple that have some tiered pricing on top of what we already offer in that $89.97. For instance, keyword tracking. If you're tracking thousands and thousands of keywords, there's different tiers for that. But you already get a portion that you can use inside of that $89.97 price. But otherwise, yeah, they're all here. Yeah, very simple.
Okay, perfect. Let me share that QR code so that they can scan it. And just one more question. Maite says, Mark, do you work with accounts that do only arbitrage?
We do. Again, mostly our tools are geared towards the private label seller. We do have a lot of arbitrage sellers that will use our tools, but some of the tools are more unique for or more geared towards a private label, whereas you have a whole bunch of products that you might be revolving through as an arbitrage seller. That might, our analytics and graphs and trends might not serve you too well because you've sold out of those and you're done with that and you're onto something else. But nonetheless, you can see the numbers for why you're selling that, see if it actually made you a good amount of profit or not, see if it's something you might want to, get a only seller type agreement with that person. So yeah, we do have arbitrage and wholesale type clients, but I would say probably 80% of them are of our clients are private label.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you for being here. You have a lot of messages in that chat, and I would hope that we could answer more questions, but we're a little behind on schedule, but no matter. Thank you, Mark. Your presentation was superb. And for anyone who wants to start using Managed by Stats, Mark has an amazing deal for us. Everyone here at ExitCon, just scan the QR code that's on the screen and you'll have a 14-day free trial of the elite package of Managed by Stats. So make sure to scan that code. And thank you, Mark, so much for sharing your knowledge with us and your wisdom with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so up next, I'll just leave that a second so that you can scan the QR code. And up next, and finally, we are getting into our aggregator roundtable. So make sure you scan that code. One last minute to scan that MMS, Managed by Stat 14-day free trial. And now we're up next with our aggregator roundtable. So on today's roundtable, we are going to have a few people here. We're going to have Don Henning from Akrumi, Greg Elfrink Greg Elfrink from Empire Flippers, which you've met, whom you've met, Chris also from Benitiago, and Amir from Umbrella Fund. So just a minute until everyone connects, and I'm just going to give you a quick introduction so that you know who is on your roundtable today. First of all, we have Don. So Don Hennig is a co-founder of Akrumi. He always has a joke at hand. I'm sure he will tell us at least one joke today. And he's a former president of three of four divisions of NYSE listed company with more than 7,000 employees. He and his team has funded well over 100 billion in mortgage financing. And Don, actually a fun fact, has actually produced 8 feature films. So Don, here with us today. Are you there, Don?
Yep. Yes, I am. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm excited. I can't wait.
I'm excited for you to be here. We also have Greg, who you've met before. He's a marketing director at Empire Flippers, the #1 largest curated marketplace for buying and selling Amazon FBA business. We have Chris again, who is the head of business development and strategy at Bentiago Group. And finally, we have Amir, who is an expert who you haven't met. Amir is an expert in the world of e-commerce. He started out an Amazon business 7 years ago and quickly turned his small seller business into a 7-figure giant in just under a year. So we have a lot to learn from Amir. Welcome through this, he discovered not only a keen interest, but also he's a savvy talent for growing companies. He continued to nurture businesses both on Amazon and also on other online marketplaces such as Etsy, Shopify, eBay, and others. So welcome, Amir, to the roundtable today.
Great to be here. Great to be here.
Okay, everybody. So let's see if we have Greg connected and Chris, which I think we have.
Yep, I'm here. Still awake.
Here you are. Here's everybody. Okay, so welcome.
And Sophia, can you turn my camera on? Because it's not letting me.
Okay, hold on.
The host has stopped it.
Is that okay now? Yes. You're muted though. Yeah, you're
okay. How's that? Better.
That's perfect.
All right. Let's dig in.
Yes.
I don't think we have Chris with us. He was giving a presentation earlier and may have forgotten this one, or he may jump back on at some point in time.
Yeah, he may jump back on.
Yeah, I hope so. I sent him a couple of messages. So first things first, I want to say a couple of things. I have 2 big thank yous. You know, most of us don't even realize what's going on today as far as we have 2 translators working in the background here, working hard. It's not easy to do that, especially when they're going to hear my Brooklyn accent come out. So, you know, I really, really, really appreciate it. It gives us the opportunity to open up a huge market of Spanish-speaking people all over the world. God bless them, you know, and really appreciate the translators working so hard today. And the second big thank you is to Sophia Tellez, who is just unbelievable. We have asked her to do this, and because she's the best I've ever seen at doing this. It's just, she's amazing. Her knowledge and her, you know, personality just comes flying through. So thank you, Sophia. You're amazing.
Thank you. I've been taking tips from you.
All right, I'm going to kick off with a couple of questions here. But first, and we did a little bit of an introduction, but I want to ask Greg and Amir, you know, what makes you different? Because everybody's used to going in and hearing of, you know, an aggregator here and there. Once in a while, you'll hear a broker, but you know, this is very, very, very different. This is an unusual situation, and I'm going to ask Amir to go first because you've probably never heard Amir speak at a conference. You know, probably he's done some, but not a ton. And it's because every time at the conferences, what are they looking for? Oh, let's get the biggest name, the big guy that raised, you know, $12 billion. Well, they're not the ones that are going to be talking to most of us. I hate to tell you. So we want to get into reality here today, and who can we actually do some work with? And Greg as well, but I'm going to start with Amir. So Amir, tell us a little bit about yourself, if you will. And we already heard a little bit from Sophia, and what makes Umbrella Fund different.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. Thanks again for the opportunity. You know, Sophia did a great job introducing me, and the biggest thing that I wanted to point out here was we have 4 co-founders at Umbrella Fund, and we were actual Amazon sellers. That's how we started. We started on Amazon. We did the whole grind, trying to find the product, how to get it on Amazon, the research behind it, finding suppliers, and getting that to the end product, right? So the reason we started Umbrella Fund is we came together and said, look, we have processes. We know how to run these Amazon businesses. Can we do it at scale? And so that's how we funded. When we started, we did self-funding. All of us kind of brought some money together and we started buying businesses. And now, about a year and a half later, we have some funding. We have over 20 brands with us that we run, and we have over 50 employees that work under our umbrella, quote unquote, right? So what sets us apart a little bit is, like I said, we are Amazon sellers at heart. That's how we got into this trade, right? And so now what we're doing is we're acquiring brands and businesses that are a little bit smaller than the other aggregators are acquiring. Our interest is usually around, I would say, between 200,000 in SDE or EBITDA. And I can go into that a little bit if you guys need to, but we're about 200,000 EBITDA or SDE to about $1 million. So that translates to about $1 million to $5 to $6 million in revenue. And we love to stay in that space because it gives us enough history for the account to be able to keep going and optimize and take that company to the next level. It also gives us enough meat on the bones on the larger side to grow the company, optimize it, put in what we've been doing for so many years, and let it run on that particular brand. So that's how we are a little bit different than the other aggregators. We are acquiring those smaller sized businesses because that's where we've seen the most optimization opportunities and success.
And also, there's nobody else really going after the same market as you.
Sure,
you're out there.
We're doing things a little bit differently. Yes, there is a little bit more risk in the niche that we're in, but there's also greater success. So
just to put it in perspective, sales or revenue of $1 million equates to roughly $86,000 a month. It's a doable number.
Correct.
Beautiful. Well, Greg, so you guys are the biggest broker of businesses, but of FBA businesses as well. And Greg and I spoke earlier this week, and one of the things that he threw out, and he didn't even, just off the cuff, no big deal, that Empire Flippers has confirmed $6 billion in liquidity of buyers. So they have buyers on their marketplace that are buying companies all the time, and they've confirmed that they're worth, that they have liquidity ready to buy of $6 billion. So Greg, why don't you tell us a little, what makes Empire Flippers and yourself different from everybody else in this industry?
Sure. Just real quick on what you said, Amir, I think that's a great market. Like that's an underserved market in the aggregator space. But yeah, that $6 billion number, I guess it's so off the cuff because like we also didn't expect it to be so big so fast when we started tracking that. But it's kind of stuck up on us over the last 2 years. But yeah, as of last week, I think it was last week, we have now crossed over $6 billion in our buyer network. And how we know that is, and this is one of the things that makes us actually quite different from other brokers, is in order for a buyer to look at the business that we are selling, they have to prove to us they have enough liquidity to go out there and actually purchase it. So that's like one of our filters. So make sure that the seller isn't wasting time with like a tire kicker or looky-loo, whatever, right? And that kind of like denotes why we are so different from other brokers. Like a traditional broker, they're doing everything, and they'll usually market that as like, oh, come to me, I'm going to give you this white glove service, I'm going to treat you like my only client. But often they are your only client. That's why they can do that, like because they have very low quantity, right? Versus Empire Flippers, we've taken that traditional broker and have turned it into an assembly line of processes. So there's a marketing team that I lead, right? There's a buy side sales team, a sell side sales team. So the buy side is just focus on buyers, helping them get their criteria right, understand the deal, right? sell side, they're setting proper expectations, they're doing exit planning, all that. We have an entire vetting department. So most other brokerages, again, they'll have that broker doing the vetting, like building the P&L, which often they don't, right? They just take the P&L at the surface level from the seller, but a lot of times sellers get their P&Ls wrong. So we rebuild their P&L. Like, it's usually not a nefarious thing. It's just usually it could be as simple as having a cash-based accounting instead of accrual, right? That could potentially lose hundreds of thousands of dollars depending on the size of the business, right? So we have a whole team dedicated to that. And finally, and this is probably one of the more unique things that we have an actual migrations team. So most brokerages, they do not want to touch migrations where you actually hand the business over to the new owner because of liability issues, right? Which is, fair on them. It is a very tedious process, but we have an entire migration team just dedicated to that function. So it allows us to have our people just hyper focus on this one specific thing. Hey, let's become an expert, do this as best as we can. And that has led to many aggregators even telling us that they love working with us specifically because they always know what they're going to get, right? It's a systemized process versus some other brokers. You do one deal with them, it was great. You do another deal with them, like, wow, this is totally different. We never did it this way.
Is there any minimum size deal on Empire Flippers?
Yes, but it's pretty humble. So right now, we actually just are in the process of raising our minimum. So the minimum, which isn't by much, but you have to be making at least $2,000 net profit on average over a 12-month period. So businesses that are as small as like 50K, 80K can still be sold on our marketplace. And I guess that is another thing that makes us very different because of the assembly line kind of mentality, the process mentality. It allows us to do large volume of deals. So we have, sub 100K businesses all the way up to, we listed a $24 million business a couple weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, rather.
Yeah, I asked that question because I know people in this industry, sellers that have done very well in their own account, and then over the past year decided to start buying other sellers, smaller sellers. And so what did they do? They went to Empire Flippers and they started making offers. And this one guy I know, he's got at least 5 deals done over this past year through Empire Flippers. It's fantastic to see. And those are deals that, and those are deals that you're not going to find anywhere else. And if you're interested in selling, so I'm going to jump to a question I have at the end, but this is something that I think everybody could benefit from, because just think of what Greg just said, and also what Amir said. Their levels as far as what they will make offers on and buy are much lower than the big names in the industry. Okay, so so keep that in mind, and most of us are in that category. You're not huge yet. You're not right there yet. You need to come to an accrue me to help you grow. You need to get your numbers in order managed by stats. There are things to do, and you might be 3 to 4 years out before you're selling. So what I wanted to do is get into some of the technical questions, if you will, that a lot of sellers ask me, but they might be a little afraid to ask one of you guys that are looking to buy. Like, when you're buying a business, are you buying my business or are you buying just my ASINs? And Amir, maybe you could jump on that one.
Yeah, that's a really good question. There's 2 ways that we look at a business, right? There's sometimes there's a manufacturing side or something that comes up with a particular business. To answer your question first, we buy the assets of the business. So we buy the listings, we buy the Amazon account, we put that into a new corporation, and it falls under our department and our strategy to run that company. If there's a key player on the team, if there's a CEO or a CFO or somebody that is very prominent in the day-to-day business, we try to keep those individuals on and to run the business. But it depends on if that business can be run with just our departments. So Don, I'll answer a question that I'm sure a lot of people have or the struggles that they're going through. And the struggle that they're going through is, I'm wearing too many hats on my business. I have a PPC side. I love PPC and I want to focus on PPC, but I've got to work on the supply and logistics. and that's fine. And I love supply and logistics, but how do I grow my business? And I've kind of plateaued. So R&D is kind of lacking. So what Umbrella Fund does is we've basically identified all the pain points that we have as sellers, because we've been sellers, right? We know what the pain points are. We know how to grow these businesses. So what we've done is we split up all of our departments on what we feel is the best way to run these businesses. And that gives the opportunity of the seller to let us take on all of those individual tasks that they didn't have time for. And if the seller wants to stay on and loves R&D and wants to see R&D grow, then that's a discussion that we can have, and we can structure that into the deal. If that answers your question. I don't know if that answers your total question. But
no, that was great. That was great, because I have not heard anybody else give that answer, because I get asked very often by sellers, all I need for my business is certain technology and certain capital to grow the business. And they don't qualify with us for whatever reason. And I try to help them. And so I bring them out to different aggregators. And that seller has been in that business for 17 years, knows it like the back of his hand, has done an amazing job, but he wants to be able to double the business in a year and can do it. But nobody wants to keep anybody on. So the fact that you will take somebody who really wants to stay on, some sellers want to sell and get away and come to Greg's flywheel, which we're going to go to next, which is it's a great concept. But a lot of sellers want to stay in, and they want to make sure that my earnout, I want to have a finger in that. I want to be able to work my ass off to make sure that my earnout is going to be the highest it's ever going to be. So that's really amazing. That's another big difference between Umbrella Fund and truthfully any that I've heard. So Greg, why don't you get into your flywheel for a minute? Because everybody, if you're going to Empire Flippers and you decide to buy or to sell, but let's say you sell your company, all right? You go to Amir and you sell your company, you get some cash. And now what can you do with it? So Greg, why don't you talk to people about the flywheel?
Sure. I'm going to bring up a bit of what we talked about on that webinar we did yesterday or so too, because I think combining what you do at AccrueMe for sellers with the asset flywheel actually is like a very perfect combo in a lot of ways. Excuse me. So the core concept of the asset flywheel is basically how you can create pretty massive wealth as a bootstrap entrepreneur in a pretty short period of time. So it kind of combines some elements of the FIRE movement, financial independence, retire early, with entrepreneurship, with our space. There's a lot of issues with the FIRE movement where entrepreneurs, because they're very conservative based, and we as entrepreneurs are extremely risky, right? Like you can't ask for a more risky profession. So like their advice doesn't necessarily translate, but their culture, their mindset, their frugality does. So you take all the profit you're making from your business, and you just start stacking away as much as possible to get your asset flywheel moving. And the asset flywheel, it really starts the moment you sell your first business, because that's when you get this huge capital injection. And then you go and take that capital and you go and buy other businesses if you want to go fast. You can build from scratch, but it's way faster if you buy, which I can go into. But you go and buy those businesses that are smaller than what you just sold. You build those back up, and then you sell those as well. And so each time you sell your business, there's this huge movement of this flywheel where you start avalanching this growth. And when Don and I were talking about this the other day, he brought up a great point that when you do sell that business, you could buy these businesses that are already with a proven track record, and then reach out to AccrueMe and get all this funding, right? Which is huge, like fuel on the fire, right? Even more so than the capital injection you got from the first sell. But the cool thing about this strategy in general is like, one, what we were just talking about earlier, like with Amir buying sub $1 million businesses, and like how most people are probably in that range. Like you don't need to have like this giant 2, 5, 10 million plus exit to revolutionize your life, right? You only need to repeat the asset flywheel, say 2 to 3 times over a 5-year period with a few different businesses with mini exits. And you're basically at your financial freedom number for most people, right? So this is a super powerful thing. And when you go and buy businesses, like say you sold a $700,000 FBA business, you take that $700K and you buy a very similar, 2 very similar FBA businesses, say $200K each. Well, you already know the roadmap of how to get to that 700K of growth. It's not, experimenting, like I've never been here before. Like you literally just did it, right? You just sold the business that hopefully has all your updated SOPs that you also kept for yourself for your next business, right? So this could be a very powerful way of building wealth. And I've seen it over my 6 years at EF many, many times. That's how I came up with the name for it, because I just observed it happening on our marketplace so often.
It's very smart. And yes, we do help people when they're buying these businesses. We didn't expect it, but we have a few deals right now that they're buying small Amazon businesses, and they've come to us separately, and we run the everything through our engine. We see how much money we would be able to give that business. We know the new owner has plenty of experience. That's not an issue at all. And so we give them the offer of how much we can give them for that business. And they have other businesses we can give them money for as well. But they're basically offsetting the ones that I've seen about 80% of the purchase price, and with no payments. So now they're going to be able to grow that business faster than anything they've ever done before. And they know it. Once they see our model, they get blown away by it, because they know what they could do to explode their businesses. It's fantastic. So when you said with the flywheel that somebody sells their business, a question I hear all the time, and is, can I buy another Amazon business, or can I start another Amazon business? And I know there's some parameters around that. So Greg, why don't you take that?
Yeah. So you're asking, when you sell your business, like, sorry, can you repeat just the last?
I have a product in kitchen and bath, and I sell it to somebody, or multiple products in kitchen and bath. And now I want to start another Amazon business, or buy another Amazon business. Can I buy one in kitchen and bath? Am I precluded just from that one product, or am I precluded from the category? What can I do?
So it depends. So in most transactions, you're going to have a 2-year non-compete with most sellers. That's pretty boilerplate. Typically, it's going to be based off of the single product. So not like the entire kitchen appliance thing. So if you're selling toasters, for example, there's nothing stopping you from selling blenders or anything like that, right? Even though those are still both technically in the kitchen and appliance sector. Now, there's areas where it can get a little bit gray. If you have something that's very similar that you're trying to sell, I think it's always important for a seller to remember, like, hey, look, if you're selling blenders and you sell that business to a buyer, and he just gave you $700,000, you probably shouldn't go start another blender business, right? Like they don't want to know that they just funded their brand new competitor that knows all the tricks of the trade, right? So that's always an important thing to respect. There are caveats in it. We have seen sellers go in and start similar products, and the buyer's okay, as long as it's agreed to up front, of course.
Great. Amir, anything on that? No. All right. So Amir, again, I'm asking some basic technical questions here that people ask me all the time that I never hear asked in public. So I'm a seller, and I'm going to sell, and you're going to buy my inventory. Am I selling it at cost? Am I selling it at market? How am I selling that inventory? And also, everybody's heard that it's difficult to transfer ASINs within Amazon or brand registry. I know some things have changed, but what's your experience? What can you tell us about?
No, and I think just to answer the second question first, actually, let's go with the first question. So inventory, we buy it all at landed cost. That's the easiest answer. Okay. We buy it at the landed cost, and then obviously the retail price that we would charge is the profit that we would make from that, right? But we would buy that inventory outright. So that's answers the first question. Second one, so Amazon has gotten a lot better in the past few years about buying companies and being able to transfer the assets to another corporation. At the beginning, it used to be a red flag. It used to be certain things that we really had to look into. But now the best process that we go through is get Amazon on the phone when the company's about to close, tell them we're going through this transition. We don't obviously want the Amazon account to get shut down, obviously, because even 1 minute of not being there is just slightly impactful, but we just don't want any downtime for not having your listing up. So we get on the phone with Amazon. We say, hey, we're buying this business. We're changing this to this new LLC, this to this new address, and just do the whole transition with Amazon. And that basically converts everything to our new corporation and our assets. Because like I mentioned on a previous question, we buy assets. of the company and the entire account.
Sounds great. What about receivables? You know, I'm selling today. I have receivables due from Amazon. I get dollar for dollar.
Yes. So we try to do a clean cutoff. We're Central Time, so we do like 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. whatever the cutoff is from Amazon standards. So we do it like our midnight. So whatever happens at 12:01 is our revenue, and we do like a true up sheet. But there's obviously the complication of there's still sales happening after you close, because usually the banks and everything are during the day. You have to do the closing and do wires during the day, and then there's still a few hours that that the seller still should get credited for their sales. So what we'll do is we'll come back, we'll let everything kind of even out for a week, and then we have like a true up sheet that we use internally, and we share that with the seller, and we write them a check to, if there's anything going back and forth, we net it all out, and then we write the check or do a wire transfer directly back to the seller. So they get everything to the end of to midnight that day. And it's a clean cutoff from that day.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
Any problems? I know I've seen this. I don't know about you guys, but where sellers get a little stingy, if you will, towards the end, and they don't buy enough inventory. So now they sell their business. They feel great. They have more money in their pocket. Like, hey, I didn't buy more inventory, and the next month they stock out. Have you seen anything like that, or what advice would you guys give to a seller?
Yeah.
Greg, you want to go ahead and start? Yeah, go ahead.
I imagine both of us have seen this. There's this very strange thing that happens when an entrepreneur like decides to sell their business and they go all the way through with it, where it's almost like they think it's done the moment, like the sell is done the moment that they're live on the EF marketplace, and they just stop running their business. We're like, oh, the trend, they're like, I'm selling it. But it's like, you still got to keep everything going. You got to keep all systems a go. Otherwise, you're soon going to be selling a declining business. And this has actually happened a few times on our marketplace where we tell sellers, hey, what's going on here? Like, oh, I paused all the ad campaigns that have been running for the last 6 months. Like, well, why? Like, well, it's only the business, like increase the net profit. Like, well, that's not going to be helpful for the buyer. Or
it's not going to be helpful for the seller either if there's a buyout.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So we always tell entrepreneurs, like, look, the deal isn't done till the deal is actually done and the money is in your bank account, right? So until then, run the business like you normally would. Like, obviously, don't go and do a bunch of experimental marketing or anything like that. Like, maintain the business, but run it like you normally would. Order inventory, make sure everything is kept up. And like, so some sellers are super afraid, like, oh my God, if I order all this inventory, I am going to be in the red when I sell my business. But the thing is, like, the buyer is going to pay for the inventory. They usually, at least with us, we don't charge a commission on the inventory. I know some other brokers do. So that might be something to look into as a seller, but a buyer will usually buy all your inventory at cost. So you're not out of any money for ordering more inventory. So these are like common things that we sometimes see.
Yeah. So, just a little thing for everybody is that if you end up not fulfilling all your inventory and keeping a chunk of inventory on hand, and then the next month or the month after you stock out, and you have an earnout over whatever period of time, you forget about the buyer. You're hurting yourself, and all those rankings that you had that you worked so hard for, you just lost. You're hurting your income. So there's a thing that I remember from teaching kids how to play baseball, and when they're running to first base, and we used to teach them, don't think about little kids. Don't run to first base and stop. Run through the bag. You have to run right past it, and you can never stop. It's the same thing if you're selling a business. You don't stop, 2 hours before the deal's closed. You stop 2 hours after the deal's closed. And the mentality is, whoever's buying your business, you want to be able to help them and be on guard and ready to help them any way you can, and be a good student, a good citizen with the people buying your business. Because you don't know, a year from now, 2 years from now, they may be buying your next business and your next business.
And it's a very small community in a lot of ways. You don't want to ruin your reputation on that.
No.
it's a silly thing to do in my view.
But it's a mistake that people make and they don't realize it. So, I'm going to talk about, again, I'm getting into some, deep kind of stuff, and it's not the sexy stuff about how much money am I going to put in my pocket, but I want to prepare my business to be sold over the next year to 2 years. And there are some things that I need to do now. I need to call Managed by Stats. There's no question about that. I have some stories. We have one client, 3 partners, and 2 of them are accountants, okay, CPAs. And they came and they told us their ROI. We were blown away with their ROI. And then 2 months later, we said, guys, they told us their ROI was 70% per month. They had this very special deal. It was fantastic. And we looked at them, we sat down with them 2 months later, and we said, your ROI is actually 5% per month. And they go, what are you talking about? And we said, okay, let me share my screen. And we showed them the numbers. Are these all your numbers and everything? And they go, yeah, we just weren't looking at it that way. They're accountants, but they're not industry accountants. They're accountants from outside the industry. And it was their company. So, going to a Managed by Stats is a vital thing. But now I'm preparing my business for sale. There's one tip, and then I'm going to turn it over to you guys, is to set up a data room, which basically is like a Dropbox that you can start putting documents in over this year and a half. You're not going to put too much in there, and you start organizing them by folders and so forth. So Amir or Greg, who would like to take the first shot at some things that I should put in my Dropbox so that when I'm ready to sell, I've got everything in order?
Amir, you want to go first?
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll be pretty aligned in this.
You will be, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I think that the one of the most important things that we do is obviously P&Ls that Don is talking about, right? Having good P&Ls, and just as a good business owner, it's good to have them done on a monthly basis. See where you're at, see how things are going, making sure that you're in line with what you're thinking in your head, and you've got a more manageable ROI than 70% what you feel like is on your books, right? It's good to know your numbers, and I know there was a session with Managed by Stats that said that, but it is so crucial to have those in your Dropbox. Every time you go over it with your accountant or your team, put that into Dropbox and have it in an accrual, right? In accrual accounting, because that's the way it makes sense. Cash basis it doesn't make too much sense because you're writing your inventory as soon as you pay for it. And that's not how the world works at this point, right? Having all your other docs, having all your trademarks in things that you'll do one time, having all your trademarks in one place, having all your all your addresses, and some people have multiple addresses for the businesses, having all of that organized. And if you have multiple businesses, it's good to have it in folders, having all of that organized, having all of your corporate documents just in case you need to present it to somebody else if somebody's buying your entire company and not just your assets. So having all of the technical documents is something that's very important, and we also look at, not to mention also your tax returns. Tax returns is the way we verify income as we are buying businesses, to make sure that the things that you have presented on your financials is exactly what you've reported to the IRS, and so on and so forth. Other documents like invoices, POs, things that you have bought from, let's say you bought something from China and you have a PO for it, both for freight and for goods. Make sure you're putting that into a nice organized Dropbox, because you don't know what your cutoff is going to be. So whenever the buyer, like Umbrella Fund, will say, okay, what do you have in inventory right now in production, on the boat, and in your 3PL, and in Amazon, right? We break it all down, and then we try to get an inventory value, obviously landed cost from that, so then we can pay you out. But we also need to verify that amount. And we go over POs, we go over invoices, we go over freight charges. That also helps us project out the next 6 to 12, 18 months while we're going in our due diligence period. Greg, anything else that I didn't catch in there?
Yeah, I mean, you said more than I was even going to say on that front, but like the invoices thing, like that's huge, because let's say there is a mistake in your P&L, like the buyer is going to like, okay, well, show me everything. Like I need to get to the bottom of this, right? And a lot of times they want that anyway. It's like, so there's there's almost nothing more impressive to a buyer than a seller who not only has a good P&L and accrual, but actually has that a data room. Like, so we use Google Drive at EF for it, but having that data room with all that stuff, and like, it's a real pain in the butt to do it if you don't do it on like a routine basis. So I highly recommend doing it like at least once a month, because if you wait like 2 years, like, oh man, that is a painful journey you've set yourself on.
Every invoice from, you know, starting today, putting in a Dropbox, in a folder by this month, all the information related to that into that folder, and then just keep doing it month after month after month, correct?
And Don, yeah, exactly. Sure. And Don, one other thing to add there, keep your suppliers as well in a Dropbox in that same folder, because what happens is if you find a new supplier that gives you a better cost, and we go back to that old supplier, just happen to go, you give us old information and our pricing is different, and we go try to verify that price, then there's also an offset that we'll just have to keep going and then we just ended up in this huge loop and wasting time doing due diligence where we want to close as fast as possible.
Yeah. And I would assume go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was just going to add to the changes supplier thing. One thing I don't see often recommended, but I think is in general good practice, is having, it could be just a simple spreadsheet you put in the data room that I'd call like a change log. So like, for example, you do change suppliers, you can mark the date of when you did that. And then you, like, when you're going to go sell, the buyer will be like, huh, why did your prices fall so dramatically right there? And like, you can look at your change, like what happened during that day, you know, things like that. Same with your ads, with your PPC, with everything. Like, I do this because my background is SEO, and Google doesn't give me any tools to tell me what to do. So like, I just have to figure it out, like what happened on this date in my Google Analytics. So that's pretty good advice. And again, that's something that's going to impress buyers.
Oh yeah. And also third-party contracts. So if you have a 3PL, as you said, any supplier, any contracts you have, whether it be, you know, your whatever it is, keep it all in one place. It's invaluable. It's going to save you so much time. And the other thing that I've experienced in my past is if you delay on providing information, it allows the buyer to think of other things to ask for. It's just the way it is. You don't want to do that. You know, if they ask for 20 things and you give them 20 things in an hour, they're like, wow, everything is good. They're not thinking about what is this guy missing? You know, they don't have time for that. They may come back and say, hey, I saw in this document, this leads me to this question. Okay, I have this here in my folder as well. As a buyer, who else would you want to do business with than somebody that's that organized, right?
Tom's giving away all our secrets.
Sorry, Amir. Okay. All right, but here's a good one for you. What shouldn't I do? It's the last year. I'm thinking the next 12 to 18 months, I'm selling my business. What shouldn't I do? I heard earlier today, you know, possibly not opening up a new market, but possibly opening up a new market. What about adding new products? I should always be adding new products, but should I add new products in that last year to 18 months? What shouldn't I do in the last year to 18 months? Who wants to take it?
I'll take it. So if you're starting at 18 months, there's kind of like phases of what you should and should not be doing throughout that. Like at month 18, like it's totally fine to launch into a new market or to launch new products. When you're closer to like say 6 months away, you may want to rethink that, especially launching into new markets, because that can be more complicated. But that doesn't mean your product research was useless because you are going to sell within 3 to 6 months. Like that product research can be given as a bonus. Like, hey, look, all this is good to go. I've already spec'd it out with the supplier, the manufacturer, all that kind of stuff. Here is the supply chain of what we're going to do. So that's an added bonus on top of what's already with the business, right? So let's say you're a year out. This is when I would start doing the very not sexy work of updating all of your processes and SOPs. I would start looking at cutting off experimental marketing and start maintaining what you know are your winners. So as you get closer, you want to take less and less risk for added growth, because you're really starting to approach a maintenance standpoint as you go and sell that. Like, not saying you can't grow, I'm not saying that at all, but you shouldn't be taking like crazy risks that could throw your valuation off. We had a seller, I think it was $1.3 million deal or something like that, and when she was about to sell, when it was going through our vetting process, we noticed like, whoa, what is all this ad spend? And it was like a brand new campaign that she had started up like during the vetting process. And it was just a mistake, didn't think about it. And we couldn't sell the business because of it. It was just like, oh, this is taking a large chunk out of this is a big experiment. So it comes back like 6 months later, but that's some of my opinion. As you get closer, you should do less risky stuff.
So I've got if I could chime in here for a minute, I've got a little bit of a different take kind of when we see, and Greg, I completely agree with you. There's certain risks that you shouldn't be taking in those last like 6 to 18 months because you're geared up to sell. I completely agree with that timeline. There was this deal that we were looking at, guys, and it was a wonderful deal for us. And he was waiting for a product to come in, and it was supposed to be there like 3 months before. They had an issue where they had to, it took a little bit longer in R&D. They had to create a mold full of products, so it took a little bit longer. And he was really adamant about producing this product. So what we did is we like different deal structures, and that's why what's also a little bit different about us is not everything is by the book. It's not cookie cutter. It's not this is XYZ. This is how it's going to happen. This is the way we're executing, right? We like to see opportunities and jump on those opportunities. That's why we're in a little bit of a different of a niche. So we had this product that was about to be launched, and what we did is we said, look, whatever we understand the ACOS is going to be terrible. The takeoffs on that one particular product is going to be terrible. We know it. But if it's picking up that traction, it's an opportunity for us to optimize it in 3 to 6 months and take it, right? So this is the only deal that we did this for, is we allowed to add back a certain percentage of that ACOS back to the bottom line, so we could take advantage of the future profits of that. But what we did in return is he had one that came in, but there were 3 different colors right behind it that hadn't hit the market yet. And he really wanted to take advantage of it. So this is something what I was talking about at the beginning, is we gave that seller an opportunity to earn a performance earnout on that particular product, and help us take over and go to the future. The cool thing about that is we got to close the deal faster. He didn't want to wait until the end of him hitting into the market and blah, 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 blah. We were able to close the deal faster and then give him a portion of the upside and help us push this product like he did with the other products. So it's a little bit of a different take that we took on that deal, because we really believed in that product, and knock on wood, it worked out for us. It did.
I love that. I'm assuming you wanted them to continue so that you can get all the promotion up and running and start building that momentum, right?
Yeah, because then the momentum drops, and then it's worse for all of us.
Of course, yeah. I think that's great. If the seller find buyers, most buyers, like you mentioned, don't do that. So that's why I always bring it up. From a buyer perspective, that's a great negotiating tactic for sure.
Correct.
Yeah, that's fantastic. If I had pretty much any other aggregator on this panel, they wouldn't have given that answer. They wouldn't have been that flexible. Well, it's just true. They just wouldn't have. Truthfully, I'm going to tell everybody, aggregators right now are swamped with leads, and they're swamped with, 500 leads, and they're going to close 2 of those or 3 of those. So they're very quick to say no. And to be able to massage a deal and work with the seller to make it happen, like Amir just talked about, is very unusual in this market. 2 years ago, that was pretty much the norm. Everybody was trying to make deals happen. Not so much today. Today, it's got to be more cookie cutter. So that's fantastic. A fantastic answer.
We're the entrepreneurs at heart, like Greg had told earlier. We like to take that risk, calculated. We look through a lot of deals, but when we see the opportunity, we love to take it.
Well, in 2 years, you'll be so big, you'll be cookie cutters like the others.
You would just have to hire an entrepreneur working for the organization, right?
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I have one more here that I want to throw out, because again, this is a situation I think almost everybody is in. I have certain products, certain ASINs, but I'm selling on Amazon. I'm selling on Shopify. I've got a little bit on, eBay or Etsy, and I have a little bit on Walmart as well. What happens? Am I able to sell all of that at once? Am I only selling the Amazon portion? And Amir, if you could start, and Greg, I think you'll have a little bit of a different answer because you have a wider range of buyers. But Amir, why don't you give us your answer on this?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we take over the entire business. We're not buying we're buying all the assets, and we see Amazon as an asset, we see Walmart as an asset, eBay, Etsy, and so forth. All marketplaces we see as assets. So we purchase the entirety of everything because there's what in all of our deals we do a non-compete, and that's just a business decision that we have to have. So we want to make sure that the marketplaces and Don, just to take one step back, we're buying these brands, right? There's brand value in these brands that we're buying. So when you go and search this brand on Google and Amazon or wherever, we should be the ones that should be able to take advantage of that revenue because we have bought that brand in general, right? So to answer your question quick and easy, yes, we will take over that entire thing, that entire brand that we're buying, because all of those small little Shopify niches and this, it's probably not coming to as much revenue as Amazon is, because Amazon is just a behemoth at this point, and we don't see any downturn on that. And we take it in consideration because we were e-commerce sellers before we were Amazon sellers. We understand that market. We know how it works. It's definitely changed since we first started, but we have departments to keep that going. And then the rest of our departments are focused on expanding and optimizing the Amazon side.
Do you do a different multiple for Amazon versus Shopify and the others?
I think we take it as a package deal. We take it as the total company doing X, Y, Z. If now, let's say there's a retail piece in there, and a retail is completely different valued because the retail usually is like, okay, we're at X amount of stores as a trial period, because that's kind of where our niche is in the 1 to 5 million market. Very rare that we'll see anything in retail. But if we see a retail and then they're like, okay, if it does well in these 5 stores and they're expandable to 30 to 50, then that multiple for that piece of revenue could be a little bit higher. Yes. But in general, we do it as a total company.
When you say stores, just to help me understand, do you mean bricks and mortar, or do you mean?
Yep, bricks, like in Costco or in Walgreens or CVS or something of that nature, because we do a lot of deals in the supplement world, and those are big markets for that as well.
All right, so everybody should be hearing that, because that is night and day different from any aggregator I've talked to, and I've talked to almost all of them. That is night and day different. They want the Amazon business. They don't necessarily want the other businesses. They're not giving the same value. If it's bricks and mortar, which was going to be my next question, you cut me off, by the way, in there.
Sorry.
But if you have you have some great products and you're selling some of them through some of the big box stores or through Ace Hardware or whatever it might be, they don't want anything to do with it. So this is highly unusual. You all better be taking Amir's information down, because it's really valuable. So Greg, hit us with it, because you see everything. So
I agree with what Amir said, and I also agree with what you're saying. A lot of aggregators wouldn't really touch it, but it's not that they wouldn't, like, they'll still get the Shopify, the Walmart, and usually, like as Amir said, there would be like maybe 1% of the business's revenue, like a very small part. So they'll eat it and just like never do anything with the Shopify stuff. Often they even wind it down just to focus on the Amazon FBA side. But from like one thing I think we will see more in 2022 that I kind of mentioned in my presentation is like I'm seeing aggregators starting to buy other business models that act as complementary stuff to their main core FBA business. And I think we're going to see more of that. And what's interesting is I don't have any evidence to prove this, so maybe Amir, you could say this, but this is like just a gut feeling that if you buy like a successful D2C e-commerce brand, I do feel like it is way easier to open up an Amazon arm of that brand versus say going from FBA to D2C. And so I've seen some aggregators putting money into DTC brands. But in general, yeah, like the whole thing goes with the owner.
Very good.
And that's and Greg, that's why I mentioned, and Don, that's why I mentioned we really care about that brand awareness, because the person who is going to Google and type in the brand that we have bought, we want everything to come up. We want Shopify to come up. It gives you credibility. We want the Facebook to come up. We want the, and especially like we're in the supplement industry, right? People want that, like, hey, is this thing good? Is this good for me to put into my body? And that credibility in all these places is really beneficial to us. That's how we see it.
Just one more point on that. This is a thing in marketing that's especially relevant for me at Empire Flippers, because we have such a long sales cycle. But really, any marketer and entrepreneur should learn this kind of stuff, which is like, I call it the hard and soft power of marketing. So hard power would be like how many registers are on this webinar, right? Versus the soft power would be like a friend of a friend who was on this webinar reaches out to Don because he has an FBA business, like, and gets a crewmate to fund him, right? Like, that is technically related to the webinar, but there's no like attribution software really that makes it clear. But like, so say you took that DTC brand and it's a successful brand, it probably has that brand awareness you're talking about, right? So then let's just say you're running a Facebook ad and you have your Amazon FBA arm. Well, there's people scrolling through Facebook who did not click that ad, but they are interested in your product. And where do they go to find you? They go to Amazon, right? Because of that ad. So you get that soft power halo effect too with by doing that kind of multi-channel selling.
That's a great point. It's a great point. Sophia, I'm going to ask one last question, and then you can come back on if you don't mind. And if you have any other questions, we'll wrap us up. And the last question is,
amazing.
Well, the last question is, a seller's looking to sell. He's thinking, a year, 2 years down the road, I'm going to be ready. I hope to be ready. How can the seller best grow their business to get to that sale?
Ooh, that's a broad one.
There's a
lot they could do.
That was a gimme. That was a gimme. That was a gimme. It's supposed to be, hey, accrue me.
Well, of course. Reach out to Don.
Exactly.
If you need to,
reach out.
You can shoot me an email. I'll give you an intro to Don.
but seriously, you both it looked like you might have had some ideas there. So let's go to you first.
To me or Amir?
You go, Greg. You look like you had something.
Sure. So if you're trying to grow within you already have something building.
Something to grow. You want to grow into your exit.
Yeah. So I'm assuming the business is already profitable somewhat. You already have some traffic. The number one thing I always recommend for all entrepreneurs is do conversion rate optimization. It's something that's very simple. It can increase sales dramatically. Like, for example, our valuation tool at Empire Flippers is our main tool that we use to generate leads, right? And it's a super useful tool. Well, I did CRO on it and I increased the conversion rate on that within a 2-week period by 54%. That's still pumping 54% plus numbers than what it used to, right? And that's all organic traffic because I do SEO, right? So CRO is something that a lot of people just sleep on, or they do it once and they never do it again, when you should be constantly doing this. And also price points. A lot of entrepreneurs often undercharge for their products, and they can probably should test that price point of like the velocity of sales for the maximum price point. Like it's usually not like the top price point. It's usually somewhere in the middle where you make the most money. But most people, again, they just do one and done and never do it again. You should really be doing it at least twice a year, I think.
Yeah, basic economics. Great suggestion. Amir, anything?
Yeah, I was just going to say, as this is not something that you haven't heard before, but competition is growing over and over and over. Every time you see, you go to your product pages, you'll see that there's more competition. There's new competition. So you need to stay ahead of that curve, right? And what we always say is, watch your competitors and keep improving your product. Don't become stale. If there's a review that's coming to you and you see it over and over again, fix the issue and make that buyer aware that you fix this issue at this time, because that goes to show that you have a product that you care about and you want to make sure that it gets onto the market and that your customers are loving it. So I mean, it goes back to the fundamentals of business. Keep your customers happy. Make sure that they come over and keep buying from you over and over and over again, and get more subscribers on your subscribe and save, because that is an amazing business model.
That really is. That really is. That's great. And I'm just going to add on to that. So going back to what Amir said earlier, as far as the size deals that they would take, they would go as low as 200,000 SDE or EBITDA. And if you just think about that, if you had a business and you're doing roughly $1 million a year and you're earning net 200,000, you feel pretty good. And if you sell, I'm just going to make up a multiple and call it a 4 multiple. I don't know what your multiples are, but call it a 4 multiple. So I'm going to get $800,000 in my pocket. For most people, that feels like it's going to be a pretty big win. Well, then if you came to accrue me and you got a couple $100,000, even $100,000, and you were able to take those profitable products, you already have the business, you already have the products that are profitable, you already know the categories, you could be growing those products by leaps and bounds. You could be adding other products that are similar, and you all know how to do it. Should always be launching. That's the motto in this industry. Always be launching. So you could take that business from $1 million business to $2 million business literally in 1 year with eyes closed. David showed earlier some charts of some of our accounts, and I can tell you about 95% of our accounts are growing like this. They're growing by 2 to 4 to 600% a year. And we have a few that are not, but very, very, very few. So it's exciting to see when you see a company go from $2,000 a month in net income to $44,000 a month in a little over 12 months. That is life-changing. And then they come back looking for more money because they're going to be at $100,000 a month of net income in this year, like within months, without question, not even a question about it. That's life-changing. But when you take a business like that and you could get $800,000 for it, but if you got the money without having to make monthly payments so that you can really grow the business, and you say to your family, hey, look, I've got this opportunity in front of me. This is what I did with my family every time I had these opportunities. I have this great opportunity in front of me. I want you all to know this next year, I'm going to be working my ass off. I am going to be putting my head down. I want you all to understand what I'm going to be doing. And, I need your support. And my family every time has always said, absolutely, Dad, go do whatever crazy thing you do. And, and they all support you. So let your family know that you're going to be working so hard over this next year, but you're going to be doing something life-changing for your family that's going to literally can be good for generations. I can tell you that. So I strongly suggest get the capital that you need, true growth capital, not revenue-based capital, but true growth capital. Come out and see Greg and see Amir and see Chris from Benetago. He was terrific today. And if you have any questions on any of this, you can always reach out to any of us and we'll all be able to help you. That's the kind of people that we all are. So Sophia, I'm going to toss it over to you. Any follow-up questions before we wrap up?
I just wanted to say thank you to every one of you. To every one of you who are here today. That was such a complete and thorough roundtable. So thank you, Greg. Thank you, Amir, and thank you, Don, of course, for being here. You shared amazing wisdom with everybody watching today. So thank you for that.
Thank you. You're the best, Sophia. We all agree.
Thank you.
Now, you guys are the best at what you each do. And I'm sure that everybody who is here has already scanned those QRs and will be sure to start working with you as of today. So that's an amazing opportunity that everybody who is watching has. Scan those QR codes to get in touch with Greg, with Amir, and of course with Don at Akrumi.
And now who's going to win the $500?
Yes, that's also what people are waiting to see. We already have picked a winner, so we're just waiting to announce it. That $500 gift card winner is amongst us.
Oh boy.
Is it me by chance?
Did you post your picture, Greg?
There's a lot of street food in Vietnam.
Did you post your picture with your coffee? Well, thank you everybody for being here. Do you guys have any final comments before we move on from the roundtable today?
I thought this was a lot of fun. We got some great information. I know I've been asked all these questions by sellers many times. I've never heard them asked in a setting like this. So I really appreciate the both of you coming out. I learned so much from both of you. It was fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Hopefully provide a lot of value for the audience. Super fun as always.
You
Always.
both did. And thank you, Greg, for staying up late to be here with us. And also
Yeah.
to you,
Oh,
Amir.
don't worry. It's only 5 a.m. It's fine.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good
Thanks,
evening,
Sophia.
everybody. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much for being here. Goodbye, Greg. Goodbye, Amir. Goodbye, Dawn. And yeah, that was an amazing roundtable we just had. I'm so glad you guys were here for that. I know it answered so many of your questions. I see the chat is open once again. We're about now that we're done, we're just going to get into the giveaway. So before we get into a giveaway, I just want to say to everyone in this chat, I'm terribly sorry. And I offer my sincerest apologies for all those comments on the chat, which were terrible and horrifying. And we unfortunately got too late to kicking people out, but they're out. There were bots spamming the chat and they're gone. So let us not let those people get our energy down. We have an excellent energy today here in this chat. And I'm so glad that you guys got all of that information today and that you were able to stay until the end, because right now we're going to do the giveaway for those 5 gift cards. I know it's been 6 hours. I know it's been long and you're dying to go get some rest. So let's do this amazing this amazing giveaway that we left until the end. 5 $100 gift cards we're going to give away today. So I'm going to ask 5 questions, and whichever gets the answer right first, then the first person to get the answer right on the chat, so get ready to type quickly, the first person to get it right will receive the first $100 gift card. So everybody in the chat, welcome. I read you, I can see you. We're ready for the first question. Okay. So chat is on. Let's see. Get ready to type, because I'm going to give the first question for the first $100 gift card today. And after we're finished with this 5, I'm going to announce the $500 gift card winner. So first question. Tell me in the chat real quick, what are the 2 big benefits to sourcing from Mexico? What are the 2 big benefits to sourcing from Mexico? Write them down. Okay, let's see who was first. Here's someone helping me from the team will let me know who was the first person to answer the question correctly. So just a moment while they let me know who was the first person, but I see a lot of correct answers in this chat. So thank you for everyone participating right now. Remember, if you don't win this one, don't worry, you still have 5 chances to win. So let's see who was the first person. They're typing it to me right now, but I see a lot of participations here. Thank you. Okay. So the first person to get the first question right is Norma Lilian Santana Dominguez. She says cost and time. So the 2 benefits there are a lot of benefits, as Patricio explained, but 2 benefits to shipping, to sourcing from Mexico, are that times are shorter and the cost is lower for shipping. So congratulations to Norma Lilian. You're gonna get that first $100 Amazon gift card. So to redeem your prize, the only thing you have to do is please send an email to the following email. Just send an email to team@accrumi.com. So Norma, just send a message to team@accrumi.com and they'll give you your gift. So next question, very exciting, is what is the most important thing a business should have before taking on outside funding? I'll repeat it. What is the most important thing a business should have before taking on outside funding? Okay, I see I see the first person. Okay, I see a lot of answers here. A lot of correct answers, actually. Remember, if you don't win this one, you'll get another chance to do it. Another chance to win, I mean. Let's see. Okay, in a few moments, we'll get who the winner was for this. Okay, so the first person to answer correctly, just a moment until I announce who it was. Okay, so the first person to answer correctly was Rogerio de Andrade. The answer was profit, and he was the first to write profit. So again, what is the most important thing a business should have before taking on outside funding? And the answer was the most important thing is having profit. So congratulations to Rogerio for your $100 gift card. Now, third question and third chance to win. Pay attention, be ready to type. What does PPC mean? What does PPC mean? Okay, the first answer, I have it here. No way to lie, because Zoom doesn't let us delete any message. So you can see the evidence for yourself in the chat. The first person to reply right was Monica Cordel. Monica Cordel, you have won the third $100 gift card. So everyone who is a winner, please just send an email to team@accrumi.com and they'll make sure to redeem your prize, to give you your prize. Congratulations to Monica. It is pay-per-click, in fact. Okay, fourth question, fourth chance to win, guys. Come on, type really quickly. You can do this. Okay, what is the number one thing you need to make sure your business is doing before raising outside capital? What is the first thing you need to make sure your business is doing before raising outside capital? That was a very easy one. So guys, who answered that one correctly? Okay, let's see. Oops. Let's see who was the first person to answer correctly. It was Jeff. Okay, yes, it was Jeff Lassiter. Jeff Lassiter, congratulations. You have won the fourth $100 gift card. Please send a message to team@accrumi, Jeff Lassiter, because you answered there. It's to make a profit, to be profitable. So what's the first thing a business have to do before taking out outside capital is being profitable. That was a steal, you guys. I had just asked that. So whoever asked it, answered it fast. Jeff, you were so quick. Congratulations. And now for the final question and final chance to win the $100 gift card is name an aggregator who was here today. Name one aggregator who was here today. Okay, who is an aggregator who was here today? Let's see. Okay, so I'm very excited to announce that the winner is Lina, and I'm very excited because I've seen your comments all throughout. Well, I've seen comments repeat from many of you who have been here since the beginning. So congratulations to Lina, who has been here since the beginning and had the correct answer, the fastest correct answer, because many of you had a correct answer, but were just a little bit slower. So congratulations to Lina. Write an email to team@accrumi to get your $100 gift card. And now, finally, for the $500 gift card today, and just before I announce the name of the winner for the $500 gift card, I just want to mention one last time Remember, please, everyone who is here, that you can scan the QR code that you're seeing on the screen and receive a $500 sign-up bonus upon your funding with Accrumi, but this is only for today. So those of you who make your 3 minutes and get your fill in your 3-minute survey and get an instant funding offer and sign up today, you'll get a bonus $500 sign-up bonus. So make sure to scan the code. Final chance to do this. And now we're going to announce the winner for the $500 gift card. All you had to do was upload a picture of yourself watching ExitCon and tag us, tag Accrumi. So listen, this was randomly picked before, but it was a coincidence because this person also won. So it was totally a coincidence. We actually picked the winner 20 minutes ago. So congratulations to Rodrigo de Andrade, who won the $500 gift card. Here is his photo. You can see him watching ExitCon, and he writes nonstop learning at ExitCon. So congratulations to Rodrigo de Andrade, because you are winning the $500 gift card. And thank you so much to everyone who was here today with us. Really, all the team, all the Algo team, all the Accrumi team, thanks you so much for being here. Thank you to our primary sponsors, Accrumi, and congratulations to all of you who won. But even if you didn't win, listen, we're gonna have more of these, sure, because today was such a success, and I know some of you guys want to see us again real soon. Remember, the recording will be sent within a week or less, so it will be sent to your email directly from part of the Accrumi team. So make sure to check out for that. And next time you'll get to win, don't worry, there'll be much more chances. And anyways, you won today only by receiving all of these amazing wisdom and information and knowledge from all of these people who came to us to give us away this free information. So congratulations to everyone, and a big hug from my part. I hope you're good. I hope you're doing well. I hope to see you soon, and make sure to wait for that recording repetition, so all of you guys who missed something will get a chance to see it again. You'll get a chance to see all of the speakers. It was a joy of me to be your host today. Thank you so much. Thank you for the patience with my English. It's my second language, and I know sometimes I can mumble and jumble words, but thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for the translators that were here today. You guys are awesome. You guys are doing great. You guys are killing it. Every seller that is here is killing it, and I'll make sure to be rooting for your success. So I'll see you soon. Goodbye. Please, everyone who won today, send a message to team@accrumi.com. Send a message. And I know it was hard with the translators this time, but next time we'll do a much better job speaking slowly. Thank you so much. I see your messages in the chat. I'm thankful for all of you, and I'm rooting for your success. Have a good week. Have a good day, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you to all our panelists and all of the speakers who were here today and who dedicated time for us. I'll make sure to be in contact with you. All of their contact information will be sent via email to you guys, along with the repetition of today's event. So make sure to check that out, and I'll see you soon, everybody. Have a good day, have a good week, and thank you for being here.